Chapter 34. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 35 BBY current year. Chapter XXXIV. XX. Continued from the previous chapter. Nebo, one day later. XX. We've all become very lax, Plagueis stated, so everyone assembled in the living room of the castle could hear, and the declaration got mixed results from those around the room. Karin took her feet off the coffee table looking apologetic, while the demon brothers looked at their stomachs thinking perhaps he was talking about their weight. Jogo merely gave him a quizzical look while Suijutsu laughed and went back to what he was reading. How did I get stuck with a group like this? The Sith Lord wondered and then asked himself, how would Naruto motivate them? There were several possible choices, but he decided to go with the one that gave the quickest results. Getting a hold of each of them with the force, Plagueis yanked them forward out of their seats, sending each person into a pile on the floor, and merely said, "Meet me outside, now." XX. Ibonas. At Orochimaru's hidden laboratory. XX. After scouting the surrounding area, it hadn't taken long to determine that he was in water country. It helped to narrow it down after I nearly ran into a Kiri patrol this morning, the former clone recalled, and only his knowledge of hiding in water had saved him from being tracked down by the squad of mist ninja. I'll need to work on hiding this massive amount of chakra, he thought idly, and had a sense of deja vu before clearing space off one of the tables and setting down the fish he had caught. The lab had a large supply of rations, but he could only stomach them for so many days before needing a change. How far away am I from Konoha? He questioned, and closing his eyes, he brought up a mental map of the elemental countries. Plagueis had made sure that Naruto knew more than a basic knowledge of fire country and the surrounding areas, in case they ever had to flee Konoha, he recalled, and despite knowing that he was on one of the many islands that made up water country, he had no way of pinpointing which or what larger cities he was close to. Would Mist Ninja patrol the eastern border? There aren't any major ninja villages in that direction, he determined, and guessed that he was in the northern or eastern areas of water country while he idly cut into the fish with a kunai. Stopping to glance around the room, he shivered slightly at the place he had been stranded in. It was a terrible place, and his sleep was filled with bad dreams for the days he had been there. Even if he wasn't looking at the various grotesque contents of jars and large preservation tubes, it still gave him a bad feeling. But it is hidden, he admitted out loud. That was more than he could say for a variety of other places that he knew he could go to. Having little knowledge of the current state of Kirigakure, that location was out of the question. Snow country was an ideal place given its isolation, and he knew it shouldn't be that much of a problem to get on a water-faring ship from a nearby island and eventually make it to the isolated country. The problem, however, was simple. He was already there, and Konoha as well as Jiraiya would likely be searching there periodically. It wasn't that he wanted to stay away from Konoha. He wanted to go back, but without any knowledge of who was in charge or what the current state of the village was, that wasn't a good idea. They probably can't kill me, but that may not stop them from locking me away, or trying, he thought, wondered where else he could go. Wave country is not a bad idea, though Danzo may be looking for someone that looks exactly like me in that area, he recognized, but thinking of the very small island country, also made him remember Gato and the tycoon's wealth as well as property. The short wealthy man had properties in several countries. I can't remember all that Plagueis did with his money. It could be a starting point though, and it would give me at least some ryo, he thought, concerned about how he didn't have any money at all. There were more people looking for him than just Konoha, as he recalled multiple conversations that were in his memory with Kabuto. Akatsuki, he remembered their name being, and the fight with Itaki and Kisame was also present in his mind. They have more members, that may be even stronger than those two, he thought, and found himself wondering how Orochimaru had managed to stay hidden from such a group. Glancing all around him, he had some idea, but he still questioned how the Snake Sonin had done it for so long. Looking back to the fish, he noticed that he had, at some point, finished gutting it. It was during that moment that he again took notice of the storage seal on his arm, which was not something he had thought about in a few days. Other things were on my mind, he remembered, as the transition into a new body had been a bit difficult, especially because of the difference in chakra from what he had adjusted to in the short time since his creation. I never fully looked through it, he suddenly realized, and curious, decided to stop what he was doing and take it out to look at everything that it contained. He assumed it was all of the items that his brother had stolen, the scroll of seals, the items of the Nidames, and whatever else I recall him taking during the confusion when the village was attacked, he thought while scanning through the storage seals. Too many, he thought, looking over and counting the number again. Even if he spaced things out, there shouldn't be this many storage seals. What else did he put in here, he questioned, and decided to move to another table and start taking inventory. The first few seals were filled with the items he already guessed. There are a lot more jutsu scrolls in here than I thought. I don't remember him taking all of these from the Hokage Tower, he thought, but recalled that at the time, his brother was using numerous clones, and the memories of so many clones may be inhibiting his recollections. Then in the next seal, something interesting appeared after the smoke had settled. Notes on the cursed seal, he recognized, familiar with Orochimaru's handwriting as well as a fair amount of the material within those notes. These looked to be copies, though, he recognized and thought he had an idea why they had been left with him. Setting the notes aside to possibly look over later, he unrolled more parchment to the next seal. Clothes, he noted with a perplexed look. They were not really ninja clothing but a facsimile, likely made with a bit better material, he thought while examining what he believed was an armor weave material. They would definitely come in handy, because most of the items in the hideout were for taller and older people. Though there were several different sizes, nothing really fit him. Making a pile, he moved back to the scroll to release the next storage seal. A much different item appeared from the smoke of the unsealing and Naruto snatched the item off the table when he realized what it was. My lightsaber, he thought to himself while his hands and eyes looked it over to see if it had been damaged at all during or after the fight. Having never thought he would see the object again, he would have accepted any scratches or dents but that was not the case. It looks fine, in fact, I think he may have cleaned it up, he noted while examining every inch. He could also tell just by holding it that the crystal which he had inserted was still there. With just a push of the activation switch, it would ignite without issue. Gingerly setting it on the table, he went to the next seal with renewed curiosity. Is he saving the best for last? Because getting back my lightsaber is the best item I could imagine unsealing, he thought while making the seal and waiting for the next item to appear. He leaned in closer, anticipative of something even more amazing. As the smoke began to clear, his eyes widened when the horrible visage of Orochimaru's decapitated head appeared. Yelling out, he tripped as he backpedaled and fell to the ground. Slightly sore on the stone floor, a few select thoughts went through his mind. That bastard, and admitted, scared the shit out of me, before getting to his feet. And taking one more look at the head, he added, send it back or burn it with fire. Just looking at it was making him sick and he knew that the fish would have to wait a while before he got his appetite back. Thinking about setting a fire, he decided against it, unsure of what kind of horrible smell it might emit. Deciding he had no other way to really dispose of it, nor wanting to touch it, he sealed it back into the scroll and made a decision to keep it in storage for the foreseeable future. 2 left, he realized, taking a heavy breath, or perhaps it was a sigh. Do I even want to look at what's inside these 2, he considered. Thinking to all of the possible items that could have been inside, he came up with a blank, which caused him to again question what else his brother would have sent with him. Inhaling and then exhaling slowly while staring at the seal, he decided to go for it. It can't be worse than the head, he believed and made the hand seal. When the smoke cleared, a single, solid item had appeared on top of the scroll. It was metal and looking it over, he realized that it was a piece of durasteel. It looks to be the perfect size for making a sword, the Jinhyuriki noted and again found himself wondering what his brother was planning. Does he want me to make a sword? Perhaps he knew that I would want to make one with or without any supremely strong material. Unfortunately, I can't remember the Jedi ritual, he thought as he attempted to remember what all was involved. His memories included parts and pieces of the entire ritual but the creation of the black and red ninjato included a large amount of Sith ritual and techniques which had been added in or had replaced the Jedi ritual. And I'm not going to be using any of those, he decided as the last thing he needed with a failing seal was to be using any Sith techniques or the dark side of the Force. Picking the item up and noting its weight, he also set it among the other items on the table. Glancing to the last seal, he was more curious than ever about what would be contained within the generic Fuinjutsu. Prepared for anything, the clone of Uzumaki Naruto unsealed the last storage seal. When the smoke cleared from the return of the item from a temporary pocket dimension, the clone stood stunned at what he was seeing. No amount of preparing could keep the surprise off his face. The item in the seal was metallic but not pyramidal in shape as were the majority of similar items from his memories. No, this item was a cube and he recognized it instantly as being the holocron which was part of Plagueis collection of items. The one that he could not get anything from, save for the Jedi ritual of sword making, he realized and his body moved closer and hands extended without him really thinking about moving or taking any action at all. Will it open for me? Will I be able to speak to the gatekeeper? He questioned and as he moved in to touch it, the item started humming to life. At the time, there wasn't a single thought in his mind concerning why his brother had given him the device, he was only thinking about the information that it may contain and how it would help him. XX. With everyone gathered outside and standing, Plagueis stood before them, having already decided to tell them about the recent events of the previous morning. Unsure of how to start, he decided to work around the issue and get to the point of making all of them come outside. How exactly do you think Naruto became as powerful as he is? Once they were sure that he was speaking seriously, the group looked between each other before Karin spoke up. He has some crazy superpower, she offered. The other non-force using members of the group nodded as it didn't seem like an incorrect answer. Trying to remain unperturbed by her referring to the Force as a crazy superpower, Plagueis explained, that does not mean that his basic abilities are lacking or that he isn't strong without those crazy superpowers, he said with distaste for her choice of wording. A moment elapsed before Suijutsu asked, so what? Are you going to train us or something? Yes, I am, Plagueis answered and his words were greeted with confusion and a fair amount of disbelief. You don't have chakra, Mizo responded, and his brother Gozu nodded slightly in agreement while crossing his arms. Seeing that he was starting to lose the momentum that he needed, Plague Ace quickly replied, "That means nothing. I've spent nearly a decade studying chakra and its many forms and uses. Do you honestly think that Naruto became so powerful in ninjutsu without at least some instruction, explanation, or help? I am quite capable of teaching you all to better your ninja abilities." Though he had spoken the words, his belief in them was a bit shaken by recent events. Outwardly he showed none of this to the group. There was, again, silence while the members looked at him and each other. "So, where is Naruto?" Jugo asked, and Plague Ace inwardly smirked, noting that apparently some of them were observant than he originally thought. The only person in the group that he had spent any time with was Jugo, and that was to teach the teen mediation to better control his ability. Wasn't he coming back soon? Had he already come back and left? Was he gone again? Were just some of the thoughts he could glean from the very forefront of the minds before him, so he took a moment to plan what he would say next. "Naruto has left," Plague Ace informed them, and he waited to see what they would ask next. Their questions would determine what he would respond with. "On a mission?" Karin asked, wondering why the tall being was being so hesitant to provide further details. "No, he has left on a more extended trip with the sociopath droid," Plague Ace quickly elaborated, but still left items out, hoping that they would pick up on what he was trying to say. "Did he leave the group?" asked one of the demon brothers while studying Plague Ace to see what answer would be provided. "Not entirely, because I am confident that he will return," the Sith Lord informed them with the truth, or at least a very abridged version of it. "When is he coming back?" questioned someone else, and the look that the entire group was giving told him that they all wanted to know more and likely why the blonde had left. "I am unsure, but we must be prepared for when he does," he decided to go with, but regretted one of the chosen words in the sentence, which of course everyone had picked up on. "Prepared," was the word that was being analyzed by everyone else in the clearing by the lake. This spawned an obvious question which Suijutsuo asked, "Is something happening when he returns?" It was easy to tell, even without the force, that they were all losing patience with his short, lacking answers. "How the hell do I explain this? I should have prepared better," lamented the former Muten as he struggled to come up with the words to explain everything. He wanted to simply respond, "Because that is the way of the dark side," but knew they wouldn't understand any of that statement. "I am unwilling to teach him further along that path," Plague Ace considered saying, but knew that also wouldn't convey much to them or accurately describe the situation. "It is so much more complicated than that," he thought as he debated and grew increasingly frustrated. "What the hell is he thinking about?" questioned Jugo in a whisper to the other members of the group within earshot. "Did we break him?" wondered Karin out loud, and others watched the contemplating cloaked figure with curiosity. "Do I start at the beginning?" "No, probably an abridged version, not too abridged though," he concluded, and looking back to the group, began, "Let me first say that I am a Sith, and that is what I told Naruto that he was. Sith don't have teammates or friends. The majority don't work well with groups or even with other individuals. There are those that serve under us and they are always expendable. What he has created here is entirely different. Any other attachments are usually cut permanently, and when one is deemed as weak, they are culled and replaced by someone stronger. It is an endless silly that perpetuates a strong line. A master trains an apprentice, and the apprentice will one day take over as the new master, training his own apprentice. That is the rule of two, and it has been in place for nearly 1,000 years. The method of replacement is not usually civil. We Sith do not simply wait for our master to die in order to replace them, and if a master is not satisfied with an apprentice, then they will not hesitate to start looking for a replacement and plot for the apprentice's demise. That is how I was trained and how I trained my apprentice." And he stopped for a moment as if to sigh before revealing, "But that is not how I ended up training Naruto. Because I trained him differently but kept him in the dark about it. He doesn't know everything that is involved with turning completely to the dark side, but at some point he will finally figure it out," he concluded, and was met with the looks of a group that were not thrilled with him. "So this is all your fault," blurted out Karin, and it was a statement more than a question. "Primarily, yes," Plague Ace openly admitted, and he surprised the group with his openness. It took a minute before the inevitable question was asked, and it was Suijutsu that asked it, "So why should we help you? We've barely spoken with you for an extended period of time before, and you've never tried to teach us anything," Miaizu was quick to add, and Plague Ace nodded to the facts that were presented. He knew that someone of the group would say something along that line of thought. "You aren't helping me completely," he started to explain, "and I doubt any of you would be hindered with some training. I am merely preparing all of us to protect you when Naruto gets back," Gozu commented, and Plague Ace did not refute the logic. "Yes, he will most likely come to kill me. So why should we help you?" reiterated Suijutsu, and everyone else was of the same mind on that matter. Knowing they expected a good response, Plague Ace began a lengthy explanation. "He may start with me, but that does not mean he will finish until all of us are dead. My master trained me from a young age to harness the dark side of the Force, turning all of my fears and weaknesses against me. He made sure to point out my failings and forced me to overcome all of that or perish. When I had learned all that I could and saw an opportunity, I killed him, believing that I had surpassed him. I thought the rule of two was foolish and planned to break them, but somehow I ended up following them explicitly and began my search for an apprentice, whom I trained in the same way. I found that person in Palpatine. A young man of wealth and privilege, but really a spoiled child who was angry at his family for his own faults and inability to succeed. It wasn't hard to get him under my control and manipulate him. I made sure to influence him into killing his parents and then helping to cover it up. He admitted and quickly decided that the memory that went with such an admission was something to look into later, thereby establishing some demented form of trust with him which he didn't realize was all my doing. I trained him harshly and enjoyed tormenting him by using his weaknesses against him until he had none left with which I could twist back upon him. Time passed, and seeing that I was becoming complacent, focused more on my work than the plan for galactic domination, he began planning against me. When the opportunity came, he murdered me in my sleep and then used his power to electrocute my corpse until it was nearly destroyed. Plague Ace informed them, while leaving out a great deal in order to shorten everything. After that, my destroyed building was raided by smugglers. As a spirit, I was only able to ensure that some of my possessions were taken so that I could leave the planet and not be stuck there forever. This unfortunately backfired, as they touched one of the more dangerous items in my collection while en route to Sarafer and ended up traveling to Abonas, which is where the ship crashed. Time passed and I had a great deal to contemplate on. And that is where I first encountered a 5-year-old Naruto, years later when he found the ship. Trying to learn from my mistakes, I trained him differently and yet decided not to tell him how differently, or that he was not truly a Sith. I thought that eventually he would figure it out or fully harness the dark side, but he did not, and when finally confronted, I was left with a choice of what to do next. I could have chosen to complete his training and tell him everything, but I could not bring myself to do that, so unfortunately here we all now are. Plague Ace concluded the story and the group simply looked at him, rather stunned at how forward and open he was being. That is fucked up, said Jugo, and his utterance was agreed upon by everyone present. I thought Kiri was bad, remarked Suijitsu, and he was given a few disbelieving looks at such a comment and gave a questioning look in response. You didn't bother telling any of this to us before, stated Miizu, and Plague Ace easily responded, have you ever asked me about my past, even once? The only response was Suijitsu replying with a, hey, because no matter what he could think of replying with, the Sith Lord made a good argument on that point. So why should we do anything? Gozu was quick to question, as despite how forthcoming Plague Ace was being, it still seemed like it was not their problem. I see, so you all implicitly trust Naruto because... Plague Ace left the question open to their comments, but when none of them spoke, he decided to answer his own question. He has been a better leader. A unanimous agreement of nods was given in response to the answer, but Plague Ace was unperturbed, moving on to get to the point he was trying to make. He looks out for all of you and your best interests, Plague Ace stated, and there were still some nods or general agreement among the group members present, but less than before. He'll protect you from injury, even when it comes from his own hands, Plague Ace continued, and with that statement, they were confused on whether to agree or not having been in that situation. He has been more forthcoming with you than I, Plague Ace added, and it was on that argument where most of them were completely sure about and where Plague Ace knew he should start. I suppose he has shared his secrets with all of you. And his question was greeted with hidden uncertainty, as no one was quite sure if that was the case or not. Tell me then, what is he building in the Cuna constellation of the Mod Del sector? He asked, and was met with questioning stares for most. How is Goto involved? He questioned and added, they have been in communication for months, but concerning what, even I am unsure. What is the device in the cargo hold of the Tsukinawa, and where did it come from? Plague Ace then inquired to those present and critically analyzed those present to see if they were all on the same page or not. Some are definitely more aware of the secrets than others, he gathered, and wondered if there were more secrets that even he was not yet aware about. Interesting, he thought before revealing. In any case, he hasn't told me any of these secrets either. You follow him explicitly and most of the time without question, but do any of you know him better than I, or are even aware of his past? Exactly what do any of you know about Uzumaki Naruto? Plague Ace put forth, in part because he was curious to see what more they knew, but primarily because he believed they were in the dark almost as much as he was. His surname is Uzumaki, Suijitsu stated out loud, and quickly admitted, never knew that. The statement was met with incredulous looks from most and the loud voice of Karin, oh my god, Suijitsu. Are you serious? He and I are cousins. She stated in disbelief. Did you even have a clan name up until that point? Suijitsu fired back, and Karin gave him an angry look but fidgeted slightly. Ignoring the commotion, Plague Ace was about to keep speaking when Karin interrupted, maybe there is a good reason for him keeping all that from us. She knew that she was reaching for an explanation but said it anyway because they were cousins and he was the first real family she had ever known. Or perhaps it is merely that he doesn't really trust any of us, said Plague Ace, and his words were met with a sharp reply. What about your secrets that you keep from us? Inquired Jugo, and Plague Ace glanced to the orange-haired teen before admitting, that is true. I suppose it all comes back on me as the student learns from the teacher. In that case I will have to divulge all of my secrets to all of you, Plague Ace said, and his words caused slight surprise from everyone. Where to start? Plague Ace said in a calm voice as he began to order all that he needed to say. My given name was Hugo Damask, and my birth was the result of my master's influence, as he calculated that the offspring of my mother, one of his acolytes, and my father would produce a powerful child gifted with great potential. I was raised in a very wealthy home and eventually was given to my master to receive his grueling and merciless tutelage until his death at my hands. In similar fashion to the Sith before me, I continued to plot galactic domination and eventually manipulated a young man from Naboo into becoming my apprentice, which I already mentioned. Years ago, in my hubris over the newly discovered power over the Force that I had found, I decided to test it out. There was an old prophecy made that a child would be created from the Force alone and he or she would bring balance to the Force. I know that none of that means much to any of you, but most believed that the child would finally destroy the Sith. I decided to use my power to supplant this prophecy by creating life and thereby rendering it moot, because the child would be created by me and not the will of the Force. Choosing a test subject, I experimented and initially believed that my efforts had failed. Just last year, while on Tatooine, I discovered that I may have been successful at creating life with the Force. The young boy may one day fulfill that prophecy and kill me, if Naruto doesn't beat him to it first, Plague Ace began with, and if they were surprised before, then they were completely shocked by that point. You really conceived a child with your superpower? Karin demanded to know, as something like that seemed impossible. She simply couldn't wrap her mind around it at the moment. Again. Plague Ace answered with a quick sigh, it's called the Force. Where's the fun in that? Suijutsu commented, and both demon brothers chuckled at the conception joke, while Plague Ace merely thought to himself, ignore him, before continuing. I value finance more than fighting. Currency over any meaningful connections with other people. Manipulation over truth. Knowledge more than weapons. I wish to remain in the shadows more than the spotlight. I simply don't understand group dynamics at this point in time, nor do I know how to lead a group, because it was always just myself and one other. Taking direct action is never my first choice or something I have been comfortable with. It was always something I had others do with the help of my vast fortune and connections. I am a mere remnant of my former self at the moment. A spirit with no body that must leech off others in order to get by, and this is revolting to me because of how low it seems I have fallen, to that of a parasitic creature. I wish to have my old body back, but I know that after so much time as a spirit, I may not even be comfortable in my own body again, if I was even able to recreate it. I have tried to learn from my mistakes, but I have ended up making the same, or at least, similar mistakes all over again. I considered myself a great teacher, but only managed to train someone that betrayed me and was unable to properly train Naruto. He may actually come back to kill me, and it worries me, but I don't know how to fix it. I try to avoid conflict because I am more interested in research and learning than dominating the galaxy. Perhaps I always was. Oh, yes, the debacle on Tatooine was really my fault, Plague Ace concluded as he talked with little break and contemplated after he was finished if he had indeed mentioned everything or not. That was a lot, idly commented Jugo, and everyone was a bit overwhelmed with everything he had just told them to be mad at any one particular item that had been listed. Since I have given up all of my secrets to you, I suggest all you do the same, Plague Ace stated to the group, and waiting a moment for someone to start, he decided to inform them, there is no use trying to hide things from me or from a group. Everyone here is likely hiding something, whether a fear, a desire, or a secret. If there is to truly be trust, there cannot be anything hidden. Regardless if you say it here and now, it will come out eventually. Looking around nervously to see who would say something first, Karin decided to get it over with and admitted, I miss Teiwaya and can't do a thing to help her, and now I miss Naruto too. I like healing people more than hurting them. Plague Ace nodded to the admission, and it was actually something he already knew because of how open it was that members of the Uzumaki clan were with their emotions. We're getting bored of just occasional missions and gun running for Borvo. Something is missing now that we can no longer feel pain or other senses like we used to. I wonder if we're even human anymore. We feel more numb than anything, Gozu spoke for himself and his brother. A mere look between them was all the confirmation that Gozu needed to know that he had gotten everything out that needed to be said. Plague Ace was intrigued by the statements, as he had expected the demon brothers to remain silent or at least go last. I've made friends with several Gungans, Suijutsu suddenly spoke up with his secret, which greatly confused the rest of the group. What's a Gungan? Miizu asked in a lower voice to his brother, but loud enough to a few others to hear. That's a secret, demanded Karin of the white-haired teen, and Suijutsu replied back, they're a secretive bunch. Are you an idiot, Suijutsu? And as the redhead and white-haired teen briefly got into an argument. Plague Ace was one of the few in the clearing who knew what Gungans were, but even he didn't think that it was really something worthwhile to share. But then again, that particular one says whatever he wants all the time. It was possible that he has no real secrets from the group, the Sith Lord considered, and once the argument was over, he came out of his thoughts to see the last present member of the group. Jugo was actually blushing a bit. Well, you know Ann and Tan, I may be seeing both of them. There was brief moment of surprise before Gozu laughed lecherously and Miizu whistled. That of course was the cue for another small bout of argument as everyone else chimed in. Is that even legal? An exasperated Karan asked, looking to Plagueis for information to which he could barely manage shrug it. He actually wasn't sure and hesitant to even get involved in that particular conversation. Why can't you share, seriously? Demanded Suijitsu, and then adding, we're friends, right? Jugo ignored what was being said as he tried to finish his statement because that was only a part of it. When things had settled down a bit, he finished, I'm worried that they will see my other side or that I will lose control when I am close to them. Everyone was silent when he finished, that is until Suijitsu spoke, yeah you might get too excited during, and totally kill them or something, to which was followed by a quick slap from Karan. That's a terrible thing to say. What's wrong with you? The redhead yelled at him to which Suijitsu responded, what, it's true. Karan then punched him, which was negated by his hydration ability. Looking between the fighting pair, then the embarrassed Jugo, and finally the demon brothers were watching and laughing at the antics, Plagueis found himself wondering if what he was watching was a group dynamic. Somehow he had difficulty seeing himself as ever truly a part of such an immature group. When everyone had finished fighting, Karan decided that there was a little bit more that she wanted to get out into the open and vent. Especially since they were being so honest, why the fuck would you let him go then, if you knew this would happen? She demanded to know and everyone knew who she was referring to. Karan is suddenly making a lot of sense, Suijitsu chimed in when his head had fully reformed and he was able to talk again. In the spotlight, Plagueis replied, it is difficult to explain, to all of you and to him. Karan was quick with a quip, because you don't talk very much, and everyone else began laughing or trying to hide their laughter. She frowned though because it was actually a true statement more than she had meant it a joke. Damn, they infuriate me sometimes, thought Plagueis before explaining, he needs to figure things out for himself, that is how he learns best. Can't you send him a message or something? Karan pressed and Plagueis responded calmly with, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Yes it is, Karan argued, I have a communicator right here, she said while pulling the small device out of her pocket. I'll call him, she said, confident that it would work. He won't answer, Plagueis tried to inform her to which she replied, we're cousins, he'll answer. As the entire group watched Karan attempt to contact Naruto, Plagueis merely said, he didn't answer, did he? After the redhead had tried and failed to reach him. I'll try again later, Karan said in a serious and frustrated voice to which Plagueis merely nodded, not trying to convince her otherwise. Now with everyone's ire directed solely at him again, he knew that arguing would ensue and it would just go on unless he did something about it. Avoiding conflict were his students' words that surfaced in the Sith Lord's mind and he made a decision to keep going with what he had planned. Fine then, and when he had everyone's attention, he added, if you are so frustrated with me, then come at me. The reply was greeted with some confusion. What he planned was quite dangerous, however he did have knowledge of the members of the group and what they were capable of doing. He knew who would attack first and second or third but couldn't completely be sure if they would team up or not. When nothing happened, Plagueis explained, I did tell you to bring weapons for a reason, but still everyone stood where they were, despite weapons easily being within reach, either in a pouch or strapped to the back. Are all of you afraid? Plagueis goaded and knew that he should have planned ahead with better. Are you serious? We're ninja, we'll kill you, said Suijitsu and Plagueis simply replied, there is only one way, and he used the force to stop the kunai that the white-haired teen had thrown before finishing his sentence, to find out. Pulling the kunai to his hand, Plagueis calmly watched Suijitsu charging him with the large blue Zanbato. He'll charge in with a horizontal swing, turning that into a double-handed overhead swing, Plagueis thought as he read the incoming teen's movements and moved back at the right moment to dodge the swing. As Suijitsu used the momentum of the swing to pull the heavy weapon above his head to pull it down upon his foe, Plagueis' figure merely waited as Suijitsu increased his speed to cut him in half vertically. With a brief but well-timed usage of force speed, the Sith Lord moved just over a meter, but fast enough that Suijitsu had no time to shift his swing and barely noticed as it seemed that an afterimage of Plagueis was still in the place he was swinging. Just outside of the teen's tunnel vision, Plagueis formed a kind tight in his hand and just as the sword cleaved through where he had been a moment before, he threw the small orb at Suijitsu. The teen's eyes widened as he noted the destructive orb moving right under his arms during his swing and making contact with his stomach. The effect was instantaneous as his body was liquefied on impact and droplets of him sent across the clearing. His sword impacted the ground just after the bang of the technique sounded, however it was no longer being held by anyone and only Plagueis remained in the vicinity of it while Suijitsu slowly tried to reconstitute. Brandishing the taken kunai, he looked to Karan and Jugo, both of which were still in the same places that they were as they watched the fight. Well, at least a few of you have common sense, he said in their favor as he knew that they were likely waiting to see what would happen before doing anything or just too surprised to move at the moment, both of which being beneficial to them. Turning to the still waiting demon brothers, he held the kunai back behind him as if he intended to throw it. Despite not being able to see his face, for some reason they could tell that he was smirking but that only made them smirk wider. You can't even hurt us with that, one of them said with confidence as they began to move in separate directions, slowly closing the distance and spreading his focus between them. "Oh, really?" was all that Plagueis said as he threw the force-imbued weapon at the leg of Miaizu. The slightly conceited brother didn't even move his leg or try to intercept the weapon as it sunk into his thigh. It took less than a second, however, for him to register that something was wrong, and he yelled in pain before sinking to his knees and grabbed the offending blade. "It seems you have indeed forgotten what pain feels like," commented the Sith Lord as Gozu looked to his brother before starting to charge in an attack. "If that kunao can cause injury, then my sword will dismember you," Plagueis simply stated with his hand resting on the pommel of his sheathed sword. Gozu stopped in his tracks as he realized that he didn't have any weapon to contend with the sword. Taking advantage of the man sliding to a stop and thinking things over first, Plagueis extended his hand and force pushed the surprised man. It struck with a great deal of force and took Gozu off his feet and flying into the nearby trees. Now looking to the other injured brother, the Sith Lord lifted up Suijutsu's sword with the force and sent it hurtling at him. Cursing, Miaizu dove out of the way, but the sword kept going. It arced in the direction of Plagueis' choosing, right at the still reforming Suijutsu. Ducking under his own sword, Suijutsu was nearly finished reforming, but Plagueis was not going to let him. The large blade sliced through the trunk of a tree and it began to fall over. "Oh, she!" was all the teen could get out as the tree veered from the course it was falling and landed directly down on him because of a quick application of the force by the Sith Lord. Water pooled out from around the branches and Plagueis turned his attention back to everyone else again. Gozu was just getting out from the branches, brushing off debris from his clothes while Miaizu was still down on the ground. Jogo and Karin were still standing in the same spot. "Ready for round 2?" Plagueis asked as began to draw his sword, in expectation of continuing the fight. "Not really," Miaizu admitted from his position on the ground, holding the bloody kunao in one hand and his other covering the bleeding wound on his leg. "I'd rather not fight you," said Jogo, and Karin just shook her head back and forth indicating a definitive no. "I'm still." Suijutsu began to say until a new usage of force lightning arced into his reshaping form, causing him to yell in pain and lose his consistency. "Good. Now that we're all on the same page, it's time to begin the training. Karin, help out the injured," Plagueis said while adopting a more casual stance. Touching a button on his gauntlet, a group of servant droids began moving out from the nearest door of the castle. It wasn't until they were closer that the group noticed the crate of various weapons that they were pushing. All were courtesy of Borvo, which Plagueis had purchased the previous day right after Naruto had left. To his credit, the Hutt had procured more than half of the items he had asked for and brought it all with surprising swiftness to the castle. The remaining items would take a little longer, but the former Mutan wasn't surprised by that. Borvo dealt in more projectiles and energy weaponry than melee implements. While most of the group eyed the collection of weapons, Plagueis began, "Regardless of whether or not Naruto comes back to kill us all, would you really want to sit around waiting to find out? Being a little proactive couldn't hurt, and if he only comes to kill me, the rest of you will be all the more useful to him. I will be teaching you all how to combat, me and others like me, but we will be also focusing on physical conditioning and your individual abilities. I intend to make the entire group stronger." "What about Kabuto?" Karin asked as she knew that Teiwaya was not being considered because of her current condition. Caught by surprise as he had completely forgotten about the other wayward member of the group at medical school, Plagueis lapsed for a moment before saying, "His loss." They apparently liked that answer. XX. Telerath. 2 days later. XX. Inhaling deeply and then releasing, Naruto stretched on the comfortable beach chair. The nearby waves and a gentle breeze were all that he could hear at the moment. The sun was out in full, but he was under the shade of an interesting device which acted similar to an umbrella but was able to float in the air. Looking out over the beach and to the ocean, the blonde couldn't see anything but water and a few birds. A sudden thought struck him and he wondered, is this the first vacation that I've ever taken? It was a curious question as it begged for him to specifically clarify what a vacation for him entailed. It was more of an afternoon than a whole day, but it was still a break from any form of work, duty, activities, or just tinkering. There was nothing he needed to accomplish on his task list, no one was going to bug him, and his list was not going to start accruing line items while he was relaxing there. Not a single other organic sentient was on the planet. For that moment, everything he could see was all his, and once he filed the paperwork with the Republic, the entire planet would belong to him. No routine to complete, no responsibilities to accomplish, and no duties to worry about. No one is coming after me. My communicator is off. For the first time since I had a communicator, he realized, and looking to the nearby table, he used a kunao to cut another piece off the juicy fruit that he had been eating. Eyeing the tree that it came from, he thought about getting several more and just eating those for a snack or even a whole meal, but that would involve getting up. I could make a clone, he considered, but decided against it. That would involve making hand seals. At the moment I am not using any chakra or force powers. Leaning back and chewing the fruit, he closed his eyes and just focused on the breeze and waves. It had taken over an hour, but he was finally starting to relax. This was more than just relaxing during meditation, this was real relaxing where he focused on releasing all the tension in his body and pushing every thought of his mind. In the morning he would be heading to the planet called Wayland to an unknown reception, but he quickly pushed those thoughts out of his mind as well because, the whole afternoon is mine, just mine, and nothing and no one will interrupt, he thought until a shadow moved over him and blocked what harmless rays of the sun were allowed to pass through the hover shade. A frown quickly formed at the presence of the shadow. Or so I thought, he lamented before opening his eyes and seeing the familiar droid. Recognizing the bored and expectant look on the droid, despite HK not having the ability to make such looks, Naruto sighed before saying, "A single afternoon, that's all I ask. Just let me have this short vacation before trouble finds me again." Seeing that the droid was not completely satisfied with the answer, Naruto added, "We'll do something dangerous before leaving in the morning. You won't be disappointed." Seemingly sulking, the droid left the sandy beach and went back into the entrance to the underground bunker-like home. As the droid left, Naruto sat back in the chair and sunk into it once again, slouching terribly. The sun would be going down on the horizon in an hour or two, plenty of time to do nothing, he mused while letting his mind wander to anything that wasn't stressful. Interesting locations soon filled his mind, places that perhaps he would like to go now that he no longer had anything tethering him down. He had yet to experience a force nexus and he knew about several that he could go to. He also had to stop in and see Gato, or better yet, take Gato to Maya Koval and finally use a Tessent. I should also stop by Sol 5 and see Drive Motasi. Perhaps I'll give her a word or two in their definition in Solarian. I could claim that I paid for them off that artifact of the Solarians that was the only known existence of their writing. Then there were the other places to consider, planets once owned or inhabited by the Sith, both species and organization. So many choices, he thought and felt slightly overwhelmed, so he stopped thinking about it for the moment. Opening his eyes, he once again glanced back at the interesting vacation home that he had claimed. The top looked like a tropical island, or at least it did now that the few buildings that had been on it had collapsed and been taken over by the small bit of jungle. Only the landing platforms remained. It was hard to imagine that all of what he was looking at wasn't real. Not that any of the trees or sand was fake, but what he was on wasn't a real island. It had originally been just rock jutting up from the ocean, a very common feature of the planet, but someone artificially built the island portion, adding some kind of platform which sand and dirt as well as plants now grew. The rock still partially emerged on the island and an entire home was excavated out of it, all the way down to the ocean floor. It was only 100 feet or so to the ocean floor, but it was definitely the most interesting villa on the planet. The house itself had numerous windows that showed the ocean and some of the rooms offered simply amazing panoramic underwater views. The entire planet was untouched by sentient beings for several thousand years, so the water was teeming with life. Looking out at the sun, he noted that a fair amount of time had passed since he first arrived because the sky had lit up from the setting sun. I wonder what the stars look like on a planet without any ambient light, the blonde thought as he moved the shade out of the way so he would have a good view when the stars started to come out. XX. Nebo. XX. Pains and protests made themselves known as he tried to stand and go to the window to look out. It didn't affect him much, but there was only so far he could push the host body. He hadn't done much physical activity before in the Mustafarian body because he had still entertained the notion that it was only temporary. This clashed with the fact that he was training the group, and after less than an hour of them running around the lake and him watching, he started hearing complaints that he himself wasn't doing anything. Before that moment, he hadn't seen a problem with it. He maintained a controlled diet to keep the body in shape, but he recognized their complaint and acknowledged that some physical conditioning couldn't hurt. I was wrong, he recalled as he simply couldn't keep up with any of them. His body tired long before theirs, and the longer he went, the more they lapped him. Jugo had spent a very long time in a cell back on Ibonas, but even he was running faster and longer than I could. Now it's simply annoying having a body that protests to movement, he thought while looking out the window as the group passed the castle once again. Outwardly, he smirked as he saw one of the figures that looked exactly like himself. I wonder how long it will take for them to realize they are exercising with a force doppelganger and not me, he thought, and knew that it would be a good lesson for them. Likely Karin would notice first, as the Mirage did not have any life signs, but there was always the chance that someone else may notice before her, or the redhead could be distracted enough to not take note of it. Once the group was out of sight again, he moved back to the seat and sank into it. He had already divvied out various weapons to each that he would be teaching in order to get a good idea what they were best with. Suijutsu was obviously going to use the created sword, but that didn't mean the teen couldn't learn to use something else along with it, or at least learn to wield that sword a little better, he thought, and turned his mental prowess to what he really needed to think about. If I wish to survive, I will need to know everything that I can about Naruto, which warrants the question, do I know everything about him, he considered as he began thinking back to their very first meeting and going from there. I originally thought the boy a fool and that I would cast him aside at some point for someone better who could better accomplish my goals, but something stopped me after he survived putting on the necklace. It became more than just his body taking in the Midichlorians. There was no more blood and I could not repeat the process, but I accepted him for other reasons than simple necessity. What was it that caused that change? He wondered as at some point he had decided to stick with Naruto, as if I had taken him as my new apprentice, he thought, and it was the first time he had ever considered Naruto as such. There had always been a line that he would not cross when it came to such thinking. Referring to the boy as a student of his and never an apprentice. I didn't want him to become another Sith apprentice, so I never considered him as such, in order to prevent history from repeating itself, he thought, but quickly realized that trying to do that was causing more problems than good. Something his old master had once told him sprang to mind. Studying people was something that Darth Tenebris liked to do in his spare time. They had even visited the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, but not the interior, just the outside, so that we could watch the Jedi and Padawan entering and leaving the temple. The passing Jedi had no idea that Sith we were watching them, however he was more interested in teaching me something on that day, he recalled, thinking back to that day and remembering his master's words. Look at the Jedi and then the Padawan. Now tell me, what do you see, had been the question that Darth Tenebris had posed to him. He had observed and guessed nearly everything he could in order to answer the question that Tenebris had posed. However, the Bith Sith Lord had been after something that simply couldn't be seen and ended up explaining it to him after numerous incorrect guesses. In most cases, the Padawan is chosen by the Jedi Master for a reason. It may be that they complement each other, or the Master sees something in the Padawan of him or herself. But sometimes the Padawan is chosen for an unknown reason, or at least the Master deludes himself into believing it was fate or the guidance of the Force. No, the reason can sometimes be that the Padawan possesses a trait that the Master is not willing to admit or believe that he is missing, or that he places high value on. It could be intellect or prowess with a lightsaber. A calm and patient Jedi may sometimes choose the reckless and headstrong Padawan. Seemingly an odd pair of opposites, would they not be? Yet, somehow they are still able to work together. Sometimes, an odd occurrence happens, and instead of the Master changing the student, they end up changing each other. Adopting characteristics of each other, they both change slightly. Over the course of many years, this can be a significant change in outlook, mannerisms, or behavior. They don't realize that it is happening because they are in close proximity and don't notice any change. This phenomenon, however, only occurs in Jedi and not the Sith. I will not be changed by you, you will be changed by me to become a suitable Sith apprentice, Plagueis recalled his master telling him. What was it that I saw in Uzumaki Naruto? Plagueis questioned as he leaned back in the chair he had sat down in. He soon remembered the boy that he first felt fall into the water and nearly drown. The splash was something that had gotten his attention from a near-continuous meditation since the ship crashed. No one came to that small lake, to swim or fish, or to do anything really. I could do nothing since I was stuck to my holocron in the ship, but I could feel his fear and struggles to survive, the Sith Lord remembered. He did survive, and I thought he would never return to that isolated lake. What would have psychologically scarred most children, the blonde overcame and began diving into the water day after day in the hopes of finally reaching the blinking emergency signal light. In truth, a small part of my mind wondered if I would ever get out of that ship by that point in time. I felt him dive in that water, reaching deeper depths every day, and I envied his drive. For someone so young, he was determined to succeed no matter the time it took. It was something that I had lost over my long years as a Sith Lord. Perhaps it was also his curiosity about the galaxy and about the knowledge that I offered, he added, and continued on that train of thought. He wanted to be Hokage, but not because of power, but because he wanted the recognition that went with it. He wanted people to acknowledge him. Unlike so many others in his village, he had the drive and was willing to put forth the effort to attain such a position. I changed his thinking, made him see the village for what I could see it as, in order to distance him from his only real connections and any sense of duty. It wasn't actually that difficult. The groundwork had been paved by everyone that had let him down or gave him such looks of loathing, he recalled as he brought those memories to the surface. A part of him wanted to be free from the burden of working endlessly to prove himself worthy in the villagers' and ninjas' eyes. It was a path that would have required self-sacrifice and great strength of will. I sought out the small thought in the back of his mind that questioned whether it was all worth it to take such a hard route, and helped take him on a path to the easier route, one of treating the villagers in the same manner that he had been treated. Not an eye for an eye, but one of indifference. He could also tell that he was being used to fulfill my goals, but he went with it because it meant that he wouldn't have to be lonely again. I was a spirit, tied to the holocron, and as long as he had the holocron, I could never leave or abandon him. Our goals were the same back then. To get the ship working and get off Ebonas, and that had succeeded, he continued to contemplate as he recognized that it was also over with. Those goals were reached over a year ago. Since then, that drive and effort was likely refocused onto something else, he slowly realized, and his body started to breath a little heavier as he began to consider something. In all the time that we were on Ebonas, and since leaving, I really never asked him what he would do once he got out into the galaxy. I assumed he would be helping me, but in the past year he has been working in secret, he suddenly considered. It was a substantial oversight on his part, to never bother posing such a question to his student. What, goal or goals, is Naruto currently focused on? Plagueis questioned out loud, and words threatened to consume all of his imagination. Sidious has drive but his hubris holds him back and he puts less effort in than Naruto does. He reasoned as though his former apprentice was a senator of the Republic. Sidious did not actually win the election during his race for candidacy. He also keeps to himself in the Senate a bit too much. He has connections but doesn't attend many committees or parties that would increase his chances at moving on towards the chancellor position. He could easily be far more popular, with more acknowledgements and supporters if he put in more effort. Plagueis analyzed and then compared that observation to his student. Naruto was willing to put his life on the line whenever it was required. There were certain things that the blonde would not do but he usually went beyond what was required. How many 13-year-olds in the galaxy would willingly walk into Jabba's palace to sell the Hutt weapons? And I sent him there, with little to no hesitation, knowing that he would accomplish something. Despite being focused on my old experiment, I wasn't worried that Naruto would survive. Not only did he survive but he killed the Hutt, which so many others have tried and failed to do or are too afraid to even attempt. It wasn't mere foolishness, he was ready to accept whatever consequences came of it, he thought, and it was slightly overwhelming as he kept thinking everything over. He can't be involved in that much, can he? The Sith Lord found himself wondering and he couldn't be sure of the answer. Whatever his future goals are, they are going to be long-term. There are more pressing concerns, his short-term goals, becoming one with Darkseid. He concluded and went back to his original thoughts of his student, though a small thought in the back of his mind wanted to delve into those long-term goals. He likely wanted to go to the galaxy because it was a place where people of many different characteristics existed. The marks on his face would not be seen as standing out among some of the other sentient races that inhabit the galaxy. Was he satisfied with what he found? Questioned the Sith Lord, as most of their journey was in the Outer Rim, not necessarily the best area of the galaxy to initially see and judge it by. Naruto also did not participate in their trip to Coruscant. Their current accommodations were more than adequate though, so he moved on. Naruto did not like to be alone, was his next thought. That was likely why when I left him in Konoha after taking God's body, we suddenly started recruiting members. It wasn't because we needed them at the time, though they have come in handy. We may not have gotten off the planet without them. It may also be why he took the droid with him when he left, he reasoned and moved on to his next thought. It was a known fact to the Sith Lord that Naruto was far more interested in knowing about his mother than he was about knowing his father. He wanted desperately to know that he was wanted by her, that he wasn't given up. I shouldn't have kept that from him either, he admitted, and inevitably, his thoughts eventually returned to the vision he had. Though it was still suspect, it contained a great deal of information that needed to be addressed. Purple flames coming from his sword. I have never heard of anything like that, he confessed, as he had no idea how something like that could come from the sword. What is mine capable of? He then found himself wondering, idly glancing down at the sheathed blade. I also don't know how he hid his presence so well or projected his presence, he thought, remembering that at one point he had struck out to attack a foe that wasn't there, but one that he had felt through the force as standing behind him. I'm also unsure how he simply appeared behind me. I can only guess that it was a body flicker or some combination of force speed and the body flicker. I don't remember teaching him illusions at any point either, nor do I currently have many tomes which contain more than a handful of simple techniques. He must have or will have picked that up later, he believed, as though he could not use any advanced force illusions. He knew of them and how powerful they could be in the hands of someone that could wield them proficiently. His own master, Tenebris, had used illusions, simple ones that he used to fool me with, but he did not use them when fighting, nor were they very powerful once I figured them out and could see through them. Where will he learn all of this? He wondered, but quickly admonished himself for such a thought. This is Naruto that I'm talking about. Knowing him, he would somehow find it somewhere. That is seemingly what he does. The device still in the hangar of the Tsukinawa is likely an example. The more he thought of his wayward student, the more he started thinking about where Naruto had gone. A number of locations filled his mind, but many were places that he himself had ventured to without any luck of finding something useful or hearing anything from long-dead Sith. There were many stories of great figures like Markarignos appearing before various fledgling Sith, but nothing like that had ever happened to him. There was a quick thought that surfaced in his mind of Naruto going to Coruscant to see Sidious, but he pushed such a thought aside as he knew Naruto would not do something so foolish. He's confused and angry, not stupid. He would never go to Coruscant to seek those two out, he assured himself before moving on to something else that was in the back of his mind. It was the power that Naruto had displayed in the meeting room. Though not new, it had nonetheless interested Plagueis, and he made a mental note to look into it later. Now is later, I suppose, he thought as he began analyzing what he had seen. Channeling emotions outward and into objects was not something new to Plagueis. He had used a similar technique many times in his old body, but what Naruto did which was unique was the use of a multitude of emotions instead of what Sith normally used, and that he had been producing results. The method of destruction was also different, noted Plagueis as he closed his eyes to recall the scene in his mind. He was breaking items, or at least causing them to be pushed to structural failure. I have seen the force used to make objects explode and heard of someone infusing power into an object and then throwing it, but this was slightly different. I have even used a force bellow to destroy parts of buildings, but this was a more subtle use of the force and I'm not sure exactly by what method he was employing to do it. Telekinesis? A subtle force push? A combination of pushing and pulling, he wondered as he thought back to what he had seen. It looked more like a vibration, but that was what the transparasteel was experiencing, he thought, but soon had another explanation. Could it have been the manifestation of the vulpine creature? He considered but quickly disproved such a theory as he hadn't felt the creature's energy or malevolence during the meeting. I didn't feel it at all for that matter, he realized and was confused by such a realization. Something should have happened given what I put him through during the meeting. Did he find a method to make the seal stronger again? He wondered, but that left more questions as more complex fuinjutsu was beyond both of them. No, he thought and continued with, I really don't know what he is going through, which is part of the problem, and on that statement he recalled something that he had nearly forgotten in the past year since it happened. While continuing with Jugo's training on meditation, I asked him numerous questions about what happened on Tatoin and he told me something interesting. He remembered and tried to get the exact wording that Jugo had used to describe the moment in Jabba's slave processing facility. He seemed to be called to the locked door, and once it was opened, he was overwhelmed, was Plagueis' recollection of what Jugo had said. And tried to remember. At the time, I thought Jugo was speaking about the conditions of the slaves and seeing sentient beings in cages. Ibonas did not practice slavery that I could determine, and Naruto didn't originally know what the word meant when I was explaining about its usage in the galaxy. Those not accustomed to seeing the practice do react to it, but perhaps it was something else that he was overwhelmed by. Being able to feel what others were going through was also not something new to his knowledge. It was, however, not something a Sith ever cared about or delved into. Primarily because they didn't care about others or how they felt unless they planned to harness those emotions or even feed off them. However, Naruto was quite different in that respect. He did care to a surprising extent for a dark side user. I remembering feeling apprehensive about his presence in the village during the Chunin exam attack. I thought he would break from the plan and help those in the village or worse. Luckily there was a lot of keep his mind busy and he had very little love for the village or its inhabitants by that time. He remembered and wondered about his student's ability. Jedi were sensitive to the feelings of others, but not to the degree that Naruto seemed to be sensitive. It is almost a hypersensitivity to others. But why was it so severe with the slaves? He questioned and considered that perhaps Naruto was picking up on certain emotions or the extreme state of mind that slaves were experiencing. I have read something similar before, Plagueis suddenly thought, and opening his eyes, he stood up too fast for his mending body to deal with and ended up putting a hand on the nearby desk to steady himself as he lost balance. Looking to his small library, he made his way into its shelves in order to explore the sudden recollection and figure out the familiarity that he was feeling. Beginning to look over his collection of various tomes concerning Sith history and other topics, he pushed back the thought that there was somewhere else that he could have been looking if he really wanted to know more about his student. At the time moment, though, he was more comfortable with scanning through tomes than taking the turbo lift down a single floor. He would put that off for a period of time while he prepared the group. XX. Blue eyes opened to look upon a dark blue world. It took a few seconds for Naruto to recall where he was in order to make sense of what he was looking at. The sun's rays were apparently just coming up over the horizon on the surface because they were just barely piercing through the deep water that he was looking at. Several schools of fish were moving around the area and he could see larger animals as well as a few predators in the waters above. Deciding not to move just yet from his bed, he kept looking through the transparasteel that was the most of the ceiling and walls of his bedroom in the Telarath Island home. The sturdy glass-like material was the only thing keeping him from truly being a part of the bottom of the ocean where the room had been built. Directly above his position, he could make out the shadowy outline of the artificial island on the surface, but his attention was elsewhere as the sea life held his current attention. Sensing out for life signs, he could feel far more than what he was seeing, and if he focused long enough on the water and ocean creatures, the transparasteel dome began to disappear, making it feel as if he was a part of that blue world. Knowing that the day was just beginning, he sighed as it meant that he would have to get up and his brief vacation was over. The room he was in violated so many rules and teachings that Plagueis had given him. He was sleeping in a very exposed area, with only a single exit, and if anything were to happen to damage the transparasteel, the ocean would come rushing into his room. However, some of that was the point in him choosing that room. The bed was far better than the one on 42 and he stretched out across its surface, unable to reach any of the edges save for the headboard. Something about being surrounded by water made it easier for him to sleep because he soon found himself questioning if that had been the soundest sleep he ever had. Disappointment, however, ensued as he tossed the covers aside and got up so he could start getting ready for his trip. XX. Strapping on the final portion of the device, Naruto secured the straps and as he moved to start it up, he thought better of it. Looking to his identical shadow clone, he demanded, "Wait until I'm a safe distance away before starting it up." "That's comforting," retorted the clone as it waited for Naruto and the droid to move behind a blast plate that had been brought just for the purpose of testing the device. Wincing slightly, the clone turned on the dial on the belt and heard the shielding unit start up. When nothing else happened but a low, steady hum being the only result, the clone opened his eyes and then moved across the surface of the small lagoon to the designated spot that he was supposed to stand. Though the last thing he wanted was to test the device in his small piece of paradise, Naruto resolved to make sure it worked before he needed to use it. Peeking back above the heavy piece of blaster-proof metal, Naruto was pleased that the device was working and watched the clone move into position. Unlike the chakra shields that Snow Country had built, his device was split up into 5 small portions instead of just one large device. 2 portions were secured to the upper arms beneath the shoulders and 2 more strapped to the outer sides of the thighs, while a 5th piece was on a belt at the waist and acted as the activator and control for the device. They were slim black-colored pieces, not bulky in terms of weight or size, and could be hidden underneath clothing or some other additional armor if needed. I can barely make out the field, he noted as the protective energy field of the shield-generating device was only visible at certain moments when the light hit it at just the right angle, and even then, it was only a partial outline of the projected field. At least it seems to be streamlined, he observed as the outline followed the clone's body and didn't bubble out around him. It stayed about an inch or 2 over his body and changed slightly as the clone moved. Inquiry: why did we need to use the blast shield when the device was activated? Asked the droid, and Naruto looked slightly uncomfortable for a few seconds before admitting, the first version exploded. Stop smirking, the blonde told the droid before looking away and focusing back on the clone. HK tilted his head slightly given that he did not possess the ability to make such facial movements before ignoring what had been said and wondering when it would be his time to help. How does it feel? Naruto yelled out, still standing behind the piece of metal that HK was partially holding up. Jumping up and down twice, the clone then performing a spinning kick to experiment and some other movements before replying, I don't feel any slower. Good, no resistance to movement yet, commented Naruto in a lower voice that the clone may or may not have been able to hear, radiation. He then yelled out again. The clone looked down to a little device strapped to his chest and checked the readings before responding, nothing. Seems that has been improved as well, he quickly thought before replying, heat. And the clone began touching the various pieces of the device in order to check if they were getting hot. It's not even warm, revealed the clone, and Naruto smiled slightly at the success thus far. I wonder what will happen if he is running at high speed or he falls into the water, he thought, but pushed those aside for the moment as he focused on the main purpose of the test. Blaster rifle, was he needed to say to HK-47 for the droid to understand and quickly pull the weapon of its back and take aim at the clone. Fire, was all Naruto said before moving as much of himself as he could behind the blast shield as a shot rang out. The clone instinctively tried to block the shot with his arms, but the energy field took the blow. The blue field was completely visible in the torso area as the blaster bolt was absorbed. No reflection, the blonde noted, and since the clone was still intact, he believed it to be his first successful test run, but he still needed to be sure. Status? He demanded as popped back up from behind the blast shield. I'm alive, the clone responded sarcastically as it didn't like being a guinea pig for an experiment. Giving the clone a more serious look, it got the hint and checked before responded, no radiation change and it's barely warm. Finally, a working chakra shield device, Naruto confirmed, and he was pleased with the success. This was the 3rd such prototype device that he had built, but I still need to run a few more tests, he realized, as there could still be problems. There were, or had been at one point, different types of shields available to the majority of the galaxy. He knew this because of what he had found on the Hammerhead cruiser, from lessons that Plagueis had given him. However, even the Sith Lord didn't know just how many variations of shielding devices were available and how they worked or how good they were. The only available devices for sale were ones for droids, and they were quite expensive and produced radiation, with others sold exclusively on black markets and very hard to come by because they were custom made and extremely rare. Experimenting with the devices from the Hammerhead and asking HK about shielding, since the droid was from a completely different era, he had discovered that at least 2 main personal shielding devices used to exist. Standard energy shields were the first. They took care of blasters and other sources that were energy-based, even able to protect from heat and radiation. Another version were similar to particle shields and blocked physical blows or projectile weapons. From these, numerous specialized devices had also been created, possibly even shields that performed the functions of both devices. The only thing that had changed from eras past was possibly blaster technology. This was something that Naruto had to account for with his device. It needed to be more powerful in order to account for more powerful weaponry. I was initially going for a physical shield that would stop the projectiles that I have far more difficulty blocking, he recalled as he thought back to his first prototype and the problems that plagued it. Overheating had been a major issue, but once he had gotten past that, radiation protection came next. After one explosion, he eventually figured out how to proceed, but an interesting effect occurred in testing. It was a result of incorporating the elements of the chakra armor that caused the device to take on a slightly different characteristic. During experimental trials, the projected 2-dimensional field he created blocked everything that moved at high speeds, both physical and many energy sources. His hand could pass through the field or a punch, but a shot, both blaster and slug thrower, would be stopped. It was an interesting phenomenon which he had decided to dub velocity shielding. With the move from experimental to an actual prototype, he wasn't actually sure what the velocity threshold was anymore. Also, because of the chakra aspect, in theory the field could be controlled or at least made stronger in one area, weaker in another, or briefly taken down and put back up. That will take some getting used to and practice to accomplish, he believed, if it was even possible, as it was still only theory. Both are limitations to find out later, he thought as he still had more work to do before heading out. I should try out another shot or two before moving to another weapon type, he decided, and giving a signal to HK to fire again, the droid misunderstood and unleashed a torrent of blaster rifle fire. Seeing the shots rain down upon the clone, Naruto stopped the droid as fast as he could before the device overheated or worse. Stop shooting! Naruto demanded of the droid before HK took his digit off the trigger. Looking to the blonde, the droid responded, statement, you failed to specify how many shots to take. Were you planning to use a whole energy cell? Naruto asked before looking out to see if the clone was still alive or if he needed to fish the device out of the lagoon. When the clone removed his hands from his head and stood back up from his sheltered crouching position, Naruto was surprised to find it still intact. How hot is it? He questioned to the clone and waited a few seconds before the clone responded, pretty hot. Going to the small recording device he was using, Naruto played back the holo recording of the test in order to see what had happened. Looking over the hologram, he viewed the indiscriminate firing upon the clone and watched as 5 of the 8 shots had been absorbed. Because the clone was trying to dodge the shots, the remaining had been glancing blows on the shield and were partially reflected. The angle is very slight, so it should be easy to account for if anyone is standing near me, he thought while playing through the recording once again. Let's take a break and start back with a flechette gun when it cools off, Naruto said loud enough for the clone to hear. XX. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Naruto again removed part of his cloak to check over the shielding device which he was now wearing. It had been a few hours since leaving and he had left it on in order to check prolonged usage to see if it would also slowly overheat over time. Ideally, he wanted a device that he could wear all the time and keep on most of that time. Still no change, he noted with slight relief as the device was still running at nearly the same temperature it was when he turned it on. Seeing that the destination was fast approaching, he pulled out a small remote and activated the device, which was magnetically attached to the hull of the ship. The device acted similar to the much more powerful jamming capabilities of the Star Jewel and was designed to stop transmissions moving into orbit from the surface of a planet. I simply need to put it in orbit, Naruto thought as he had already planned his approach. Coming out of light speed close to the planet was not an option. I have no idea what defenses this secret base may have. At the very least it has active sensors that may send out signals to alert Sidious of trespassers, but it could have any number of orbital or ground emplacements. He believed so. He instead was going to come out of hyperspace outside the Wayland system and then move in by sublight to the planet he was after. Pushing forward on the lever, the ship exited hyperspace and returned to real space as it drastically slowed down and the stars went from long blurred lines to stationary dots. Extending the ship's sensors to their maximum range, he waited to see what would come up. 42 didn't have the best sensor equipment money could buy, but it was much better than whatever came on stock models for the ship. Hopefully I'll see them before they see me, the blonde thought as there wasn't much in the system. The planet Wayland made up the system with a single asteroid belt farther away from the Sun. There were no moons and no other planets in orbit of the star bearing the same name as the planet. The glowing yellow ball was still a good distance away, but was the only item of note in the otherwise empty expanse of space that was the range of the sensors. As the celestial body became larger, the system came into range and Naruto pored over the readings in order to see what he was up against. The sensors aren't detecting anything, he realized, and it wasn't that he was disappointing, more that he expected a bit more or would have defended the planet differently if their roles had been reversed. His planned defense of the Foundry in the Cuna constellation was far more elaborate. There is still the asteroid belt to consider, or perhaps ground emplacements, he reminded himself, and was forced to take a wait-and-see approach. Taking the remote back out from beneath his cloak, he activated the jamming device on the hull just in case his approach had been detected. But with nothing in orbit, the range of anything on the ground would be limited by the atmosphere and magnetic field of the planet, he concluded. However, it was best not to take chances. In his mind, he imagined that any number of monitoring devices may have been hidden in the asteroid belt. They are all too small for any outpost, but a single automated detection device or relay wouldn't be that hard to implement, he thought, and made sure to keep an eye on the variety of long-range scans he was running. Growing ever larger, Naruto could now see the asteroid belt and even make out a small dot that was the planet he was after. Taking the ship higher above the plane of the system, he hoped to evade anything that was hidden in the asteroids. Tensing and ready for evasion as they flew over the belt, Naruto concentrated on the various instruments around him to alert him of incoming fire or any signals being sent. It isn't even detecting the operation of any electrical devices or systems. Maybe there isn't anything there, he considered, but decided to remain vigilant. Even as 42 passed the asteroid belt and approached the planet directly, he didn't let his guard down. Switching his scanners to the surface, it didn't take long to find the mountain he was after. Scans indicated that the intercepted geoscan was accurate and nothing seemed to have changed concerning the outside of the facility. The inside, however, is a bit more difficult to scan, Naruto realized as the ship's scanners were only able to penetrate so far into the rock and most of the facility was hidden in a cavern of sorts on the side of the mountain. A normal sensor sweep may not have noticed the base if I was just passing by through the system, he concluded and decided that the old field hospital was definitely a good secret location. The hidden facility on Mustafar was empty of any valuable Sith items, so there was a chance that Sidious was using Wayland instead of keeping everything on the Lemurge power building on Coruscant. His imagination began to run wild with thoughts of Sith or even Jedi artifacts until he stopped such thoughts to focus on his next step. There were definitely some kind of weapon emplacements just at the mouth of the facility where a partially projecting landing pad is situated, so I need to be aware of them during my descent, he planned and then wondered about the rest of the planet. Having been so focused on the mountain, he had not bothered to check for any detectable life forms or settlements on the planet. Running simple scans moving outward from the mountain, the blonde was surprised to find multiple settlements on the planet, or what would appear to be settlements, he thought while trying to find energy signatures in those areas but was failing to discern anything. Are they too primitive? He wondered as he looked over the non-existent energy readings. Either it wasn't a settlement and he was looking at a very large herd of creatures on the previous readout, or they simply didn't possess anything technological that could be detected. They don't appear to be that close to the mountain, he analyzed and decided to keep an eye on them as well while he made his descent. And now a landing site, he thought while switching to different scans of the surface of the planet. Most of the area around the mountain was jungle and overgrown or too rocky to make a good landing site. In my old body, I could have easily left a clone on the ship and just dropped us off, he lamented but pushed the thoughts aside as he found an area on the opposite side of the mountain that should be flat enough to land the ship. If we go around the planet and take advantage of a high altitude, I can land right there and then we'll have a good track to get to the facility, he planned, and though it wouldn't be a short hike, he wouldn't have to worry about being shot at, but I have no idea who or what is really down there, he considered, as the flora and fauna of the planet could be deadly or at least hazardous. Just because it was a Type I planet, did not mean it was safe for travelers. Moving to a good orbit, Naruto detached the small jamming device from the hull before he made preparation to enter the atmosphere of the mysterious planet Wayland. XX. Sol 5. Sol System. Wild Space. XX. With the sun just coming up over the mountains she had just come from, the cold morning wind brushed past the raven-haired woman's face as she drove the speeder toward the abandoned city just ahead of her. If she was instead walking to the city, the amateur archaeologist was sure that she would have created a well-worn path straight from the prefabricated facility she was staying in. Slowing down so as not to disturb anything, the propulsion specialist moved between the buildings and along the overgrown paths of the city before coming to a stop. Leaving all of her packed gear, she walked from the parked speeder to what had become a very familiar and welcomed sight in her morning routine. Close to the center of the city was a white monument made of a local stone, or so she believed. It was on a pedestal and as tall as a normal human, which was not what had caught her interest. Despite the cloak worn by the figure doing a good job of hiding any distinguishing gender characteristics, and the cloak itself shadowing a non-existent face on the statue, for some reason, she was sure that the cloaked being was female. Since the writing on the pedestal was still indecipherable to her, nothing could confirm her hunch or provide any information on who the figure was or what her role was. A religious figure, was what she initially thought, and a belief that she still held, but not because of any knowledge that she had gained, it was merely a hunch. Standing in the morning light, Shalia once again looked at the statue and admired the workmanship. Though a simple carving, and not showing anything amazing in terms of detail or workmanship, she nonetheless was always intrigued and drawn to approach the statue when she looked at it. Oddly, something felt familiar about it, though she could not place that feeling. Taking out one of her personal data pads, she opened up a familiar file and began looking over the lettering on the pedestal. It's important, she told herself for what felt like the 100th time, and sat down just before the statue, as she always ended up getting tired of standing long before she eventually got tired or frustrated with her continued failure at deciphering the lettering on the pedestal. This cloaked person likely has something important to say, she kept thinking, and was determined to find out what it was before deciphering anything else in the city. Though she remembered her deal with the blonde from Naboo, the statue came first, before the device and before finding the power source of the city. And if he says anything, she thought while working on her data pad, I can always argue that the conduits in the city all seem to converge on nearly this spot, she said with a smile, and dropped those thoughts in favor of the message on the pedestal. After a few minutes, she inevitably let her mind wander again. It has been a while since he's sent any message, she idly thought, but that really didn't worry her, as it meant that she was under far less scrutiny than she originally believed she would be on such an amazing xenoarchaeological discovery. There really isn't any scrutiny, she almost found herself saying out loud before going back to looking over the data pad. Her weekly reports were hopefully getting read, and initially she would have thought that the blonde would have wanted more progress from her, but it was nice to actually be allowed to work at her own pace without deadlines or milestones to achieve. Though I am missing a lot, she suddenly admitted while stopping for a moment and thinking to all the messages she had the previous week when connecting with the computer in her apartment back on Byblos. There had been several requests, messages from colleagues, and others, but at the moment, as she looked around the city from her sitting perspective, that really didn't matter. What do you think? She questioned to the statue, and her droid aide thought she was speaking to it before clarifying that she wasn't and going back to the day Top had. On a few mornings she had caught herself staring at the figure, and she simply couldn't allow herself to get so distracted at the moment. Once the sun started to move overhead, she would be off to explore another area of the city. XX. Slicing through the last amount of vines and, once again, the old hidden base was in view on the mountainside. Naruto used his cloak to wipe his blade before sheathing it, and then looked with distaste at the plant remains which had come off the blade and onto his cloak. It was annoying having to take the long route. He had wanted to run around the mountain, literally, but HK was not able to follow such a route. The terrain was also too rocky and the jungle too overgrown for the speeder bike they had on 42. They could have flown it over the tree line, but that would put them in clear view of any surveillance or targeting systems. The pair had encountered only a few small obstacles since touching down on the planet, and they mostly included the indigenous fauna. I can't feel anything from this planet, Naruto noted as he felt around the area again. Lion was so drenched in the dark side that it permeated everything, and of the areas he had visited which were locations of a Sith, he had been able to feel something, but I feel very little from Wayland, he concluded, and he was slightly disappointed but considered that perhaps he simply wasn't close enough to the mountain yet. Glancing at that very physical feature which dominated most of his view, the blonde smirked slightly at a thought he had before taking out one of his prototype devices from a scroll he had in his hip pouch. The unsealed full-face mask was a combination of a breathing filter and basic heads-up display system that incorporated something better than his old modified goggles. It was simple, being made by him from multiple similar devices with little in mind for aesthetics and more consideration made toward functionality. Taking down the hood of his all-weather cloak, he put on an armor weave slip that covered his blonde hair and neck but left his face exposed, similar to what some ninja back on Ebonas wore. Carefully placing the mask on the connectors, it secured to his face and he activated the new device. At first all he could see was darkness before the system started up and a display was produced for him to use. Everything looked quite different, appearing in shades of red instead of normal colors and making it difficult to tell what time of day it was anymore. His sight was also slightly hampered by a narrowed field of vision, but there were some benefits. Moving his head back and forth to get a feel of the display and how well it could keep up with fast movements, he then took his first breath through the filter, testing to see what noise it made. Exhaling, he found it made little noise, which was exactly what he wanted. Putting the cloak hood back up, he moved his hand up to the temple of the mask, which ended before his ears, and touched several of the controls. The display image soon zoomed in on the base and Naruto got his first real look at everything. The facility was either built into a cavern on the side of the mountain or the cavern was made for the base, either way he could see little save for the one large opening. A landing platform and 2 laser emplacements was what really caught his attention, and he could make out some of the base behind these features but not much give his angle on the ground. Using the mask, he determined the distance in height to the platform, which was over 60 meters off the ground and well above the treeline of the surrounding jungle. Looking everywhere else, he searched for any surveillance or security devices which would give their further approach away but found very little. It appeared that the only monitoring devices were focused on the platform and searching for approaching vessels. The jamming device should be limiting any active scans of the atmosphere and in orbit, so our approach shouldn't have alerted anything. Even if it did, the base can't send out a distress signal or alert anyone as long as the device operating correctly and magnifying the jamming abilities of 42, he thought as he looked for the best method of egress into the facility. There didn't appear to be any entrance on ground level, so it's either coming in by ship to land or climbing, he surmised, and turning to the droid, he asked, "You brought your repelling gear?" And he was surprised for a moment by how his voice sounded with the mask. It was far more metallic sounding than he had ever heard it before. Unfazed by the change in voice, the droid responded by holding up the magnetic grappling device that was slung over its shoulder along with a powerful assault rifle. Nodding, Naruto pulled out a device from underneath his cloak and tossed it to the droid. HK instantly caught the object and recognized it as an energy shield belt, likely taken from the Republic cruiser on Mustafar. Looking to the blonde, Naruto responded, "You may need it," before saying, "Let's move in," and the pair quickly pushed forward, closer to the nearly sheer cliffside in that area of Mount Tantis. XX. Stuck underneath the portion of platform sticking out from the mountain, Naruto used chakra to keep himself in position while he began unsealing one of his other prototypes. A magnetic grapple was also stuck to the underside of the platform near him, and moving up the long distance to ground level was HK. It only took a few moments for him to reach the same position as the blonde, and he activated the magnets in his feet to also attach to the platform upside down right before he detached the grapple and attached the device to his back again. With the new device unsealed, HK-47 looked over the small black droid that Naruto was holding and inspected its various elements to determine how inferior it was. Ignoring the rust-colored droid, Naruto activated a small button on the underside of his droid and it slowly activated, checking its various systems before being ready for use. It was similar to common small insects like a centipede, but with fewer legs. The droid was rather flat with a smooth but segmented body that appeared as though it had an exoskeleton, which was actually very expensive sensor dampening material procured through the Black Sunday. The entire droid was not as long as Naruto's arm, hand to elbow, but close. Taking out the accompanying remote control, Naruto activated the switch before touching the droid's numerous small legs to the platform as he tested the magnetizing ability of the feet. Slowly releasing his hand and finding the droid was still stuck to the metal surface, Naruto smirked before activating the other features and having the droid's small photoreceptor link up to his mask so he could see what it was seeing. Testing out the controls, once satisfied, he had the droid fulfill its mission. Despite moving up and over the platform, its feet made no noise as it stealthily moved in the direction of Naruto's choosing with the small remote. As the droid moved up and over the platform edge to the proper side in accordance with gravity, Naruto waited to see if any of the alarms were tripped. When nothing happened, he let out a breath before moving the droid across the platform and towards the base. As it glanced left and right, he got a good look at the base and the weapon systems, which appeared to be active and waiting for a target. So he has definitely been taking care of them if they are still functional after so much time, the blonde thought as he noted how weathered the emplacement weapons looked. As the droid steadily moved across the platform, Naruto watched as it entered the cave that led to the entrance of the base. Several closed doors presumably led to different portions of the base, and even a staircase led to a catwalk above spanned between walls of the cavern with closed doors on either end. Only a few windows were present in the cave, with several of them being clustered in one area. The droid, however, was going straight to one of the main doors, specifically the control panel next to a door. The flexible body crawled directly from the floor up the wall without pause before it reached the control panel. Taking more direct control of the droid, Naruto activated the thin tendrils from the head, which appeared like antennae on the insect-like droid, and had them begin manipulating the panel, partially removing it to create a gap through which to access underneath. With a small camera on each end, he got a look at the circuitry of the door panel before getting the tendrils into position and pushing a button on the remote to activate another feature. A slight electrical surge through heat tendrils caused the door to malfunction, and instead of simply opening, the door was merely unlatched and broke the seal enough for a being to get a hold and open it manually. Taking advantage of the safety feature, which did not cause any alarm to sound because the door did not actually open, Naruto pressed on. The droid was able to move across the door and barely fit through the small gap, gaining access to the facility. What he wanted was a computer terminal, or at least some kind of security system that he could slice into with the droid. Where would those be? The blonde questioned to himself as he looked over the wide corridor that he was seeing and tried to decide where to go. Probably up, he considered, as there may have been a control room of some kind, and based upon what he knew of the Mustafar facility, that control room was right near the entrance, only up a level. It was conceivable that Republic facility on Wayland was similar. There had been at least one set of large windows overlooking the landing platform above the doors when the droid was glancing around the area, so Naruto headed not to the turbolift but up the wall and to the nearest air vent that he could find. Removing the door to the vent wasn't hard for the droid, and it was easily small enough to go through the vent. Navigating an unknown network, Naruto activated a small light on the droid's head and moved through, glancing through any vent screen that he could find until he found an image that looked like a control room. Moving to the ground, Naruto had the droid move to the center of the room in order to get a good look at everything. Spotting the lone computer terminal in the room, he had the droid move to it and extend the small device it had to slice into the system. It was a skeletal version of a terminal access device which D4 had, as simple as possible to get the job done without adding extra weight, requiring more space, or needed extra systems to the small droid. Getting into the system, Naruto used the remote to access what he wanted and then began powering down all security measures and surveillance devices throughout the facility. The pair could hear the power feed to the emplacement weapons shut down, and Naruto nodded to HK before they both moved to the top of the platform and got their first look at the base. Despite knowing that the systems were down, HK had his blaster rifle out and Naruto was brandishing his lightsaber when they hopped over the edge of the platform. With no movement and nothing being alerted, the droid lowered his weapon slightly and Naruto did the same as they moved forward into the cave. The blonde half expected to see Sith runes carved into the rock walls but found nothing adorned the walls. They were likely just as they had been when the base was created. Just into the cave, a pair of hangar doors that likely held emergency vehicles used by the field hospital were placed to the right, while the doors to various parts of the facility were straight ahead and to the left. Looking up to see what was indeed windows to a control room, Naruto moved to the partially open door to gain the quickest access to the base and see what was hidden inside. Pulling open both doors with the force, Naruto moved in first with HK standing beside him, as the hallway was big enough for at least 4 people to walk side by side. XX. Going through line after line at an incredible pace, Plagueis finished one tome and then took out another. He was sure that what he wanted was in that area of his collection. Scanning another few lines made him stop at something he recognized. Currently he was looking through a history record which dated back just over 1,000 years to the time of the Republic Dark Ages, a time when families of Sith battled each other and the remainder of the Republic and Jedi for mere territory in sectors and not entire portions of the galaxy. Plagueis recalled, and he scanned for the specific portion that he was after. Records were scarce at that time and nothing really happened of note, at least in the eyes of the rule of 2. Those records were decades before the rise of the Brotherhood of the Sith, the Ryujan formation as well as Bane's creation of the Rule of Two Order a short time later. What had caught his eye was the history and records of a particular family with a son by the name of Odion. It appeared that the boy was hypersensitive to the feelings and existences of others, especially children. It became so pronounced as his powers in the dark side grew that in the area of space that he ruled, dubbed the Odionate, he sequestered all children into complete isolation in order to hide their existence and only allow them to feel the negative emotions that he could cope with and feed off. Plague Ace read, and though the words did not resemble Naruto, it was a similar condition to what the blonde was experiencing. Although he seems to be experiencing the opposite, it is the negative emotions that he cannot deal with, analyzed the Sith Lord, and he continued reading to find out that Odion developed a view of the galaxy in which he valued absolute destruction and death of all sentient beings. If they were all gone, then he would finally be at peace. Though it was obvious that the deranged Sith was never able to complete such plans. If I had truly trained Naruto as a Sith apprentice, is this what he would have become? Wondered Plague Ace, and it was hard to imagine Naruto becoming such a Sith. Would Naruto eventually react the same if he continues down his current path on his journey? The Sith Lord then questioned, and such thoughts were giving him a sense of foreboding. He freed all of the slaves in order to stop the negative emotions that he was feeling, acknowledged Plague Ace, but he knew that the dark side could easily change a person and twist their logic. It was a decision that he made, but he could have easily made the opposite choice, to kill all the slaves and silence them completely. He was forced to concede, and though he didn't believe the current Naruto to be capable of such acts, he could not say the same for the Naruto in his vision. Indiscriminately killing because of a lack of control and focus. He thought and considered the training that he had given the blonde. I did give him control and focus, but I suppose I never put him to such a test, nor considered it. He was excellent at gleaning information from others and figuring out what they were feeling. I never stopped to consider how good he was and what would happen if he was surrounded by people with very open thoughts and in such a mental state. We spent most of our time in the safety of a prospering village, isolated in the space behind the faces on the Hokage mountain. He realized and had the inevitable response, I should have trained him better, which quickly turned into, I shouldn't have stopped training him. Sitting in silence for several minutes contemplating such thoughts, the Sith Lord eventually had to force himself to stop. It is my duty now to stay focused and not dwell on such things, he thought, and moved on to something else that needs to be taken care of. I could wait, but it will only get worse the longer that I wait, he knew as he looked at the message which had just arrived from the Neighbor Royal Guard. It was a very nicely worded letter from one of the blonde's superior officers, inquiring about the current health of Menmaruchar and asking when he may be able to return to duty. Looking it over once again, Plague Ace frowned slightly at the foolishly simple ruse he had used to start with. He could not get by for a prolonged period if he used an illness. If I choose something life-threatening or requiring an extended period of bed rest, eventually someone will come by to check in on him. I'll also need proof, and I can't just get Karin to write off prescriptions or do a diagnosis. She doesn't currently have that kind of access, he considered and began contemplating other alternatives. What would allow a lengthy and excused absence from the Neighbor Royal Guard, he thought, switching tactics. It took a few minutes to piece together everything that he knew about the guards and cadets before he believed that he had something of promise. Once in a while, officers applied for travel to other sectors in order to join the security forces or a task force, he recalled, as it was a common practice in many sectors of the Republic. The more civilized areas of the Republic were not all free from piracy and other acts of crime, but some areas were more severe than others. In order to be prepared and to combat a growing threat in one area, task forces are sometimes established which bring together security forces from multiple sectors in order to combat the threat. It is also a good way for security forces to gain more experience and knowledge, then bring that information back to their home planet and share with their fellow officers, he thought, and began forming a plan from that information. Neighbor was no different. The Kamal sector was not devoid of crime, as a weapons-dealing hut was even operating right under the noses of the Royal Guard, but it was generally a more peaceful sector. That, however, did not mean that everyone was relaxed or complacent. The current king had instituted many reforms and even created a Royal Starfighter Corps, but they weren't called into action very much. Neither did the Royal Guard have to deal with threats on a constant basis. It was not uncommon for officers to apply for temporary positions outside of Neighbor, but where would Naruto apply, was the question that Plague Ace then had to consider. The answer came rather easily. Menmaruchar was not born on Neighbor, and I believe we put down that he was born in the Mod-Del sector. If he is doing something in the Mod-Del sector, then what would the first thing he would have to do after mapping everything? Plague Ace inwardly questioned, and he knew the answer because it was something he had once taught the blonde, to get rid of the problem elements, pirates, smugglers, slavers, and other groups, he thought out loud. Sarayfur was a hotbed for some of those elements, but they controlled that area. However, he would need to get control over at least a portion of the sector or several systems if he was really planning anything long-term in that area. That would definitely explain a lengthy absence in service, and it would certainly be allowed. Mod-Del is also quite far away, but a place that he may have knowledge of, especially when it comes to the system and its inhabitants. Some kind of liaison officer, he considered as he pieced together the vestiges of what he believed would be a good cover. So he'll have already applied for the position. Plague Ace invented as he took out a day top hat and began jotting down notes of the things that he would need. Some kind of notice of a small task force being assembled, to combat piracy, he took down as he let his imagination run while sifting through the ideas and choose the best ones. Mod Del Sector Authority, no, Mod Del Sector Protectorate or the Mod Del Sector Defense Fleet, he considered and definitely liked the last one better. I'll need a copy of a fake application, his aptitude records through the cadet program, a letter of acceptance and other items, and all for a task force that doesn't exist, and unfortunately on that realizing he came to a sudden stop as he inevitably reached the hardest part of the ruse and something that he may not be able to fabricate. I can make it appear digitally, but as soon as someone contacts anyone in the Mod Del sector to find out about it and confirm, everything will hit a wall, he conceded, but something stopped him from labeling the idea as a loss. Maybe I don't need to worry about every detail, he considered, and it was something quite new to him as he always needed to work out most of the details before proceeding on anything. If I create enough digital paperwork, and given how far Mod Del is away, it may be a very long time before anyone realizes or questions it, he thought, and started jotting down numerous different forms and requests that he would send out to bury both sides in paperwork and confusion. A special liaison and intelligence officer working directly under the Defense Fleet's highest-ranking officer and reporting on piracy activity and progress of the initiative to the Planetary Security Administrators and the Sector Defense Committee, he concocted, and looking over everything, he found it slightly amusing. He had no idea if those positions or that committee actually existed, they probably don't, he admitted. It was a large responsibility for one so young, but Napo was well known for having very young individuals in office or positions of authority. Maturity was based on intellect and not age, and Naruto was very advanced and definitely the most promising member of the cadets. In a way, it did make sense that he would try and go for something more or be looking for opportunities to expand his training and knowledge. XX. The doors opened and the pair of intruders scanned the room before activating the lights. This time it's a surgical operating room, Naruto realized, disappointed again by the lack of anything substantial being found. The time before it was an empty mess hall, and before that, a bathroom, he recalled with annoyance before they went on the next door. This is getting extremely annoying, Nato said out loud before he stopped walking and wondered where the control room was. He already had 2 shadow clones moving through different areas of the facility and just finishing their search after turning up nothing of interest. However, he realized at that moment that it would be far easier to just look and see where the majority of the power was going in the facility. All the rooms they were in so far were empty and nothing was turned on inside them. Taking back out his remote, the blonde reactivated his droid in the control room and had it start sifting through information on the field hospital. One room in particular seemed to be draining the majority of the base's power. Just ahead on the left, 4th door down, Naruto said to the droid, and HK-47, equally bored with the empty facility, was already in motion towards the destination. Following the assassin droid at a brisk pace and commanding the small droid to return to him, Naruto put away the remote in favor of his lightsaber as HK readied himself by the side of the door to breach the room. Naruto activated his lightsaber before nodding to the droid, and it hit the control panel for the door. The doors instantly opened on an already lit room, and the Naruto had to keep himself from attacking as he realized what he was looking at. Over 20 assassin droids were on standby mode inside the room. Cables on the floor moved to the apparatus which held each droid in long-term storage, so they were ready to activate and be used at a moment's notice. A case of blaster rifles was present by the door, but aside from the weapons and droids, the room had nothing else of interest. Inquiry: shall I terminate these inferior droids? HK asked, and though at that moment the blonde also wanted to cause some wanton destruction, she shook his head, no, and closed the door. They needed to leave the facility as they had found it. Walking in the direction of the control room, Naruto began to think about the facility. There was nothing of interest there, from what they had found, and in general, there was also a lack of security. The presence of the droids spoke of the base being important and preventing discovery, but everything else hinted at something else. Sidious has yet to use this base to store anything, Naruto began to realize. The message sent for estimates was starting to make more sense. If that was the case, he must be still in the planning stages of putting something here, but he hasn't even started yet. The area is secured against any wayward intruders, but there is nothing to protect right now, which means we have arrived far too early, Naruto informed the droid, and HK shouldered his weapon for the moment before they started to walk back to the front of the facility. I'll have the clones keep looking, but this seems like a lost cause for now. Fortunately we haven't done anything that can't be fixed and can make it look like we were never here, he thought, but now he was faced with a difficult decision: where to go next. Thinking on that question as they walked out the door they had come, Naruto stopped moving as the small droid scurried across the floor to him. The blonde quickly deactivated and sealed it up before letting his mind turn from the question of where to go to the success of the small droid's first mission. It was a hybrid of different technologies, most notably Rikutan. He had taken the damaged temple droid parts from Len and incorporated them with a smaller Rikutan power source. With the special plating on the top, it was invisible to most sensor systems, and the Rikutan technology ensured a low heat generation. It could even change its own temperature to that of the ambient surroundings in order to further hide from infrared. As he finished recalling all of the work put into it while putting the scroll away, the distraction was soon over and he was forced to again consider what he would do next. He thought Wayland would prove fortuitous and possible show him something, but now he needed to decide on where else he should go. Walking back across the platform, Naruto began to slow as for the first time since entering the base, he was able to feel something. It was faint but definitely there. Stopping completely and turning on his heels, Naruto faced the pair of small hangar doors that were on the platform, just inside the cave. I never checked those, he realized as he thought back, compiling both his own memories and those from the clones to confirm. In storming the facility, he had walked right past those sealed hangars and overlooked them completely. Confused by the blonde meatbag, HK also stopped walking before noticing where the blonde was staring. Taking back out his rifle, he moved in sync with the blonde towards the doors. For a moment, it was almost like I could feel thoughts, or was it emotions, Naruto believed, but wondered how that was possible as he couldn't feel any life signs in the entire facility, save for his own. Looking over the first door, closest to the cave entrance, he didn't feel anything, and so he moved to the second door, which was closer to the facility entrance, and stopped as he examined the control panel. It's different than the other one, he recognized, and found that it looked newer. A new lock for an old door, he said to himself, and then put his hand up to the metal surface to touch the door. He wasn't sure what he was doing, but something told him that there was something behind that door despite the lack of life signs. Lonely, Naruto suddenly thought, but wasn't sure why the word had come to mind. I could cut it open, he considered, but threw away such an idea as that would be an obvious indicator that someone had found the hidden planet and had been there. I could walk away right now, and he also thought, I haven't triggered anything and the damage I have done is easy to fix and hide. If I open this door, and he stopped himself as he had a feeling that something would change and that the base would no longer be something he could leave without incident. I could always come back, he thought, as it was possible that whatever was beyond the door would still be there along with other items of value if he was patient. Perhaps I can still pick the lock and just take a look, he contemplated before examining the mechanism and thinking over his options. It seemed a simple decision in action, but it felt difficult. Is this guidance from the Force? Naruto questioned, as he didn't actually know what it would feel like to be guided. At the moment, it seemed as though he was being given a choice. So much for guidance, he thought, and couldn't help but wonder why such a choice was significant, more so than every other choice I have made recently. It really didn't make sense to him at that moment. Let's open the door, he finally decided after looking over to see an impatient assassin droid. Working on the panel, he sliced through the locking mechanism and managed to get the door to open in only a minute. As the door slowly opened, Naruto prepared for anything as he stayed by the door frame where he was in case something was on the other side. Using his sword, the blonde used the reflection of the blade to peer into the hangar and wasn't surprised that he found a ship inside. It was a hangar after all, however, it didn't appear to be any ship he had ever seen before, and it also was not some kind of rescue or emergency vessel that would be found in a hospital. The greyish vessel had a large sphere at the center of the hull with a wing on each side and partially folded down as foils. Moving out from the side of the hangar, Naruto peered inside to get a better look. The mask was showing him dimensions of the vessel, which listed it as being smaller than 42. Maybe a courier or light transport, Naruto thought as he tried to classify the vessel. From the back he could see no weapons of any kind, but his thinking quickly changed to questions of why Sidious would hide a ship. Still standing at the entrance to the hangar, Naruto could now feel the dark side of the Force coming from the ship. Was the ship what I could feel earlier? Ships don't have emotions, he told himself, but decided that perhaps it was worth investigating a little closer. The vessel was being hidden on an uncharted planet. As he moved to enter the hangar, he hesitated before remembering that he had turned off all the security systems in the base and continued inside to inspect the ship. Just one step into the hangar and the doors shut instantly behind him, much faster than they had opened, and he knew that he had made a mistake. Stuck outside, HK went to the control panel before stopping partway through slicing the door as he heard another door open at the entrance to the facility and the footsteps of droids. XX. Realizing the trap less than a second after the door closed, Naruto struck out with his ignited lightsaber, but it rebounded off some kind of shielding. Trying his sword, he found the same problem and questioned what he was dealing with, which could block both a physical sword and a lightsaber energy weapon. A mag seal, he guessed after mentally crossing off a varied list of materials or devices which Plagueis had long ago instructed him on. A noise alerted him to the impending danger, and whipping back around, he deflected 2 blaster bolts with his weapons. 2 laser trip mines had been uncovered in hidden alcoves of the hangar walls on either side of the room. As he angled his weapons to deflect the next salvo directly back at the devices, he felt that something else was wrong. His ears were hearing multiple thuds of the lasers he had deflected, and he remembered that a mag seal could be projected onto the surfaces of entire rooms. The lasers are rebounding off all the walls, he quickly realized as he deflected the second set of laser fire at his position, which were redirected at the trip mines but were reflected also by the mag seal, which also seemed to cover most or all of the security device. It drops for a moment in that area to allow the trip mine to fire. He instantly gathered and knew he could not remain standing where he was. Making to sprint under the ship and take cover, the blonde nearly stumbled as he attempted to move forward and found that everything below his waist was not responding. A glance down confirmed that nothing was noticeably restricting him, but his personal shield was being drained as he recalled its visible outline from the quick glance while deflecting more laser fire from the turrets and the stray blasts multiplying around the room. With heart racing and breathing bordering on hyperventilating, he went back to the training that had been ingrained into him from an early age. If I don't calm down, I may die here, he quickly thought, and he let his eyes close to limit distractions and focus. He was unsure how much time passed in that moment as his body continued reacting to the incoming laser fire, but his mind began speeding up with the help of the force. Once open, his eyes were fixed on an interesting sight before him. The room was currently a dazzling array of crimson chaos with lasers slowly moving in many directions and the turret still tracking him to fire when fully charged, but his eyes stuck in place on the scene. His body was also slowly moving to intercept the next shots and deflect as many rebounding lasers as possible. His mind, however, was free to think about everything he needed to consider in fractions of the time it normally needed. I'm in some kind of force field, but only my lower body. I've heard of something like this, it's used for riot suppression. I can still move a bit though, he realized as his lightsaber managed to block another laser while he experimentally tried moving his legs. Almost like moving through the underworld swamp jutsu, he analyzed and knew that it would take forever to try and move his weapon through the field to cut through the floor, and I would be at the mercy of the turrets as well as stray fire. It also prevents me from jumping to the ceiling, which is also likely mag-sealed, he recognized and didn't need to waste the effort of slowly glancing to the ceiling to confirm that. Laser fire passes through the field along the walls but is deflected, and the field is also covering the ship. He realized as he could see through his peripheral vision that a laser was slowly bouncing off the wing of the ship and interacting with the powerful mag seal being used. If I time it right, I can send both weapons at the same time at the turrets, but that will leave me exposed for a time and there is nothing that I can do about the lasers that are still in the room, he concluded as he slowly glanced over the hangar for some kind of projector or perhaps a power source for the energy fields being used. The room began to change slowly as he looked around, with lasers picking up speed because the force technique started to fade and things were returning to normal. A laser was reflected in behind him, and knowing he wouldn't get it in time, he ignored it in favor of figuring out his mortal dilemma, and it was slowly absorbed by his shield. The walls are solid metal in here and much newer material than in any part of the base. There must also be a completely separate power source, especially for this many force fields to be used at the same time, he thought while trying to come up with a plan before his mental processes returned to their normal level. That new power source must be powering the laser traps as well, he recognized and had an idea of how to short out the fields. While time seemed to return to normal and the room once again returned to a frenzy, Naruto was struck twice more before he timed the counter and threw both weapons at the trip mines. With the help of the force, both weapons sped at their intended targets, which were on opposite walls of the room, and in the brief moment when the field lowered to allow the laser to fire, the weapons struck and disabled the devices. Without any pause to even smirk at his success, the blonde reached down and unsealed his disc blades. Using them as makeshift shields, he blocked as many lasers as he could before switching to telekinesis. The discs hovered in the air before moving to different areas both in front and around him to intercept and redirect the lasers while he went through hand seals. Ending on the monkey seal, Naruto yelled, "Raiden, Hibashi! Lightning release, electromagnetic murder!" Lightning chakra surged from his hands and he sent it surging directly at his sword. Still embedded into the disabled laser trap, the lightning chakra went through the sword and his efforts were rewarded with a small explosion and a shower of sparks from the wall. Pulling back his weapons, Naruto kept the discs floating behind him for protection while wielding both weapons in defense as he tried to figure out if his plan had worked. A more distinctive thud was heard as the lasers impacted the hull of the ship and he realized that only the projector covering the ship had been affected. The ones on the hangar door and walls were still active and he slashed briefly at the hangar door to confirm this. Attempting to move his legs, he found that the force field on the floor was still active as well. A slight hissing caught his attention and he looked to find numerous ceiling vents along both sides of the hangar were spewing out some kind of gas. It was yellowish or off-white, and though he couldn't readily identify it, something told him that it was a gas which would still be effective despite his mask because it could be readily absorbed into the body through any skin. Great, there's backups, he thought while deflecting more laser and realizing that he only had one option. The ship it is, he blonde decided before biting down on the handle of his sword to free up a hand to unseal his new droid. The lapse in focus allowed another laser to impact him and he nearly lost his disc blades to the force field blow, but he managed to get the droid out, activate it and keep the disc blades above waist level. Tossing the droid towards the ship, Naruto's face tensed in brief horror and shock as the small droid narrowly missed being struck by a laser before landing and sticking to the aft of the ship where a loading ramp presumably was. "Get me into that ship," Naruto ordered before securing both disc blades to his back on a magnetic attachment, similar to how the much larger giant shuriken were stored for travel by shinobi in Ebonas. The distance to the back of the ship was not far away, however, the floor force field was still active. Deflecting the remaining lasers, he noted that they were slowly starting to lose coherency from both the distance traveled and reflecting so many times. However, the blonde knew that his shield would not last much longer. The device had protected him several times and was in some fashion reacting with the force field on the floor, likely allowing him to move easier through the invisible field. Trudging through something that felt far more viscous than water, Naruto ignored the pain in his legs from continuous strain and put chakra into his feet to gain more traction on the floor. Gritting his teeth, the blonde knew he was making less than a foot every few seconds but pushed forward to escape the gas which was slowly filling the room and diminishing, lasers still bouncing off the walls. Hearing the opening of a hatch up ahead, he looked up to find the droid still stuck to the hull of the ship but just outside the newly opened hatch. It took an eternity to finally reach the hatch, and the blonde was forced to sheath or clipped both weapons in order to focus on getting into the ship. Reaching up to the hatch because the boarding ramp was not extending down to help him, Naruto struggled to pull himself into the ship. Turning to force push the gas away from him, he wished he had something better to protect himself but put that thought into the back of his mind. Cursing profusely, he pulled as hard as he could to free his legs from the floor and used chakra to stick his hands to the outside of the open hatch because there were no handholds. Another stray laser struck his overheating shield, but he was so focused on getting into the ship that he didn't notice. His face was red from the effort being exerted and already sweating from the strain he had endured getting to that point. There were likely traps or security systems inside the ship which would activate it and try to kill him. He knew this, but didn't care as he felt that those were something which he could better deal with. The sustained effort slowly paid off as he had focused on the right leg first, the foot having already come off the surface and was now able to bend at the knee in preparation to put on the edge of the hatch. With one foot finally on the edge of the hatch, the blonde was mistaken in thinking that it would be easier to get the second out. The left leg was inches off the ground but still stuck by an invisible force in the air. As seconds passed, he was well aware that something was going to give in either his legs or his arms. Muscles were strained to the limits, ligaments were starting to tear, and he was probably on the verge of dislocating part of the leg or even hip which was still stuck. If I have to, I'll cut off the leg, he resigned as he knew the gas was getting closer to filling the room and would engulf him soon. Before he was about to reach for the lightsaber, the leg came free of the field, hurtling him into the open hatch because of the sudden release, with the hatch itself shutting directly behind him. XX. Switching to a new target, HK-47 peeked outside the door frame of the second hangar and fired a shot at the assassin droid. Inner count, 8, the droid commented before ducking back into the hangar to escape the return fire by the droid's companions. He knew exactly how many assassin droids were in that room from earlier, so he knew how many he got to kill. Waiting a select number of seconds, the rust-colored droid used his rifle and moved the scope just out of the hangar door to get an idea of where the other combatants were. The scope had a small camera that was sending the image directly to his photoreceptors. Seeing a small cluster of droids were using a door as cover, he reached to the small bandolier at his hip and removed a thermal detonator. Moving to the edge of the hangar and ignoring the laser fire that closely flew by, he reviewed the image his scope had taken briefly before hurling the small metallic explosive at a wall. The detonator clinked off a wall and bounced on the floor until it rolled to a stop right where two of the annoying droids using the sides of a doorway as cover. Upon hearing the explosion, he thought, inner count, 82% chance of 11, before finding his next target and knowing that he would have to confirm the kills later. When the large door shut on the blonde meatbag, he had only seconds to open the second hangar, which was farther from the interior of the base, in order to get some kind of cover as the assassin droids were coming out of every exit in the base. He was now using that empty hangar until the droids had been eliminated or the blonde meatbag had freed himself. Either way, there were inferior droids to kill in the meantime. An area of rock above the hangar soon exploded and sent small boulders and dust onto the floor. One of the assassin droids had evidently reactivated the base's systems as the weapon emplacements on the platform were operational again. Though none of the emplacements could get a shot at him, one of the cannons was apparently trying to destroy the rock roof of the hangar he was in and perhaps bury him under rubble. Glancing to what they had already determined was the control room, he noted the outline of a droid remotely operating the cannons, and when he lined up a shot, the thin blast shields for the control room quickly closed over the transparent steel windows. Another shot from the emplacement cannons dislodged a large chunk of rock from the ceiling, making it fall and slam into the metal surface, which causing him to back off for a moment to keep from being crushed under any further debris. Inner through, these inferior assassin droids are persistent and annoying, the worst of kind of inferior assassin droids. I knew I should have destroyed them when I had the chance earlier, he decided as he moved to a better vantage point at the control room before sniping another droid that was moving out from the facility to try and flank him. Looking to the covered control room, HK's photoreceptors narrowed and glowed before he took out another thermal detonator. Switching to a different setting, he lobbed the explosive toward the control room where it magnetized to the metal blast shield and kept beeping as it readied to explode. Shooting another droid before moving back to cover, HK waited for the explosion which followed a second later. Glancing back out to admire his work, he noted the smoke billowing from a hole that had been blown into the control room and no further emplacement firing. Inner count, 13, he thought. Just a shot struck the floor by his leg and then another just barely nicked his shield. Quickly crouching, HK pulled off 2 shots in quick succession and moved back into the hangar a moment as he waited for the 2 droids to fall over the railing of the catwalk and impact the floor below. As he heard the crash of the inferior droids on the metal floor, the sounds of moving feet reached him and HK dove to the fallen rock from the ceiling as blaster fire ripped into the rock wall behind him. Waiting behind the rock as the droid slowly ripped through it with continuous blaster fire, he let them move in before holding up the rifle using the scope camera to deliver 3 precise shots, terminating the droids. Standing up from the rock, HK removed another detonator as he thought that the remaining 10 droids might use a rush tactic on his position. XX. Though his imagination was running wild, as seconds passed, nothing was happening. The blonde could only hear the sound of his breathing and heartbeat. Looking up at the metal ceiling and bulkheads, Naruto remained completely tense and breathed heavily through his mask as he stayed ready to move at a moment's notice. He was using the force combined with all of his senses to determine where the attack would come from, but after a long moment passed, he began to wonder what he was still doing on the floor. Sitting up but still wary of the circular area of the ship he was in, Naruto wondered about all the doors and then noticed the small droid he had created was also looking at him from the floor, possibly wondering what he was doing. Frowning, the blonde got to his feet but found it difficult due to the aches and strain in his legs. Steadying himself against the closed hatch, he looked around and glanced at every corner and crevice of the room he was in but found nothing had activated. I would have expected an electrified floor or perhaps a man trap, maybe more blasters, he considered as he failed to find an imminent threat. There were security measures on the ship, he could feel their presence and even see a few of them, but they weren't active. Why aren't they active? He questioned as the hangar had been an incredibly well-conceived trap that would have likely killed even a pair or group of trained force sensitives. Checking a small scanner he quickly pulled from his belt, Naruto took off his mask and breathed in deeply and a little easier. Why would the ship? He began to wonder but stopped as he felt something. It was similar to what had caused him to stop on the facility platform and look to the hangar. It's coming from the ship, he realized, and again failed to feel any life signs which would explain the feelings. It's almost, and before he could discern and describe what he felt, the ship shook slightly. Instantly back to being tense and ready, Naruto quickly determined that it wasn't anything happening in the ship and that it must have been outside the hangar. An explosion, he thought, and recalled that the old assassin droid was still outside and that the facility's stock of assassin droids or worse had been activated. Naruto quickly determined where the lift was and moved as quickly as he could to what must have been the upper level and cockpit of the small craft. The transition from one floor to the next was nearly seamless, but, about to step into the large circular cockpit, the blonde stopped and started glancing around, wary of making the same mistake again. The area had a single holographic emitter at the center with 6 seats arranged around one portion of the circular wall with a single pilot seat and controls opposite them. Only some emergency lighting was on in the ship and had activated upon the door opening, giving the room a red glow to it. His hesitation was not shared by the insect-like droid that had followed him into the lift as it proceeded right into the room and began looking around the area. Frowning at the fact that the droid had sensor dampening technology installed that made it invisible to a majority of scanners, Naruto felt another slight tremor outside the ship and threw caution to the wind as he moved to the pilot seat. Looking over the different controls, he quickly deciphered what everything was and began to prep the ship for flight. The vessel took a surprisingly short time to start up, with systems activating almost instantly one after another, and in just a few seconds, the ship appeared to be good to take off. Recalling the dimensions of the hangar, the blonde knew there wasn't enough room for the ship to turn around and remembered not seeing any weapon systems on the back of the ship. Not a single turret, he commented as he found the controls for weapon systems. With targeting systems activated, he noted that the weapons were soon fully charged before he found himself wondering what weapons it actually had. Failing to find any controls or sync with the hangar door or systems, the blonde quickly discovering that one of the displays could show him an image of what was behind the ship, and he switched to that display. The cloudy view from the gas and shimmering or glowing field over the hangar door were the only things visible, and putting up the shields, Naruto took control of the weapons systems and decided to chance a shot. Pulling out his communicator, the blonde said over an open channel, "Stand clear." XX. A blaster bolt struck his shield as soon as HK moved above his cover to take a shot at the droids which were crowding the hangar door on the side where the blonde meatbag was still trapped. Glancing to the armed thermal detonators, he contemplated using them again but knew that such a close explosion near an already damaged area of ceiling above him would likely bring it down on him. Listening as the remaining assassin droids moved in on him, the droid picked up something on his communicators. "Stand clear," came the familiar voice, and the droid wasn't sure what to make of the statement until the adjoining hangar door exploded off its frame, taking out half of the remaining droids with it. As a vessel started moving out of the hangar at faster than suggested speeds, the rust-colored droid sprang into action, and getting up from his concealment, HK finished off whatever droids were still moving before looking at the ship as he attempted to confirm that all 25 droids were destroyed. He saw the blonde meatbag down the long fuselage through the transparent steel cockpit windows and watched as, in a single move, the ship swung around and fired off 2 short barrages of pulsating yellow energy, destroying both weapon emplacements before they could do any significant damage to the shields. Seeing a forward-loading elevator extend down, the droid knew it was time to leave, and activating one of the thermal detonators, he tossed the bandolier back into one of the hangars before moving with haste to the ship. Looking through the feed of a holocam mounted on the underside of the ship, Naruto made sure HK was aboard before activating the engines and extending the S-foils up to their ready position. They sped away from the mountain before the explosion, which had likely triggered the secondary power source in the base, and Naruto slowly flew around the mountain, headed back to pick up 42 and leave the planet. XX. Watching the redhead spar against the newly acquired training droid, Plague Ace observed her movements with the simple training sword she was using and could instantly tell that it was the wrong weapon. She prefers to keep enemies at a distance, he knew from her choice of blaster weapon and general behavior during a fight, so it made more sense to use something that would accomplish just that. He briefly considered a lightsaber staff, a force pike, or polearm of some kind, but ultimately decided against those, knowing that the redhead would want something a bit less lethal. An electro staff, perhaps, he thought, and knew that it would be a bit costly, especially the good older ones that were rare because they were made to be lightsaber resistant, he commented. Having knowledge that most of the galaxy did not about such things, the former Muta knew that it was likely the best choice for her when faced with a lightsaber-wielding opponent. Said staff weapon was generally non-lethal, and he knew that, instead of going with such a costly alternative, we could just make her weapon similar to my own or Suijutsu. The ritual never stated that it needed to be a sword that was created, he concluded, and would have to purchase the necessary materials at a later date. I'm not sure if we still have any chakram metal, he thought before frowning at what was happening around him. While he was thinking about Karin, Suijutsu had time to reform and was in the process of picking up his sword, planning some kind sneak attack. I can feel your intent from here. Get back to your training, Plague Ace said to the white-haired teen, and Suijutsu looked slightly sheepish before going back to the practice that he was assigned. Only a few moments before, the teen had gotten frustrated and decided to send his sword flying in the Sith Lord's direction. Apparently their fight only a few days prior had been a wound to the Kiri ninja's pride, and once in a while he would try a sneak attack. Or it was the statement he had made on that day which Suijutsu apparently felt gave them permission to attack whenever it seemed his guard was down. It was annoying, but at the present, something that he could easily deal with. The practice that the teen returned to was simply to swing it around the large sword and get more adjusted to it. The white-haired teen hadn't used the blade much in real combat, save for hunting the native aquatic life, so aside from carrying it around, Suijutsu was still not proficient with it, especially against an opponent with a more nimble weapon. It also may have to do with his age and height. Why he would choose to have Naruto make him such a large weapon I may never know, commented the Sith Lord before he turned to look at the other members of the group. The Demon Brothers preferred close combat, and they were currently going at each other with short vibro swords, and Plague Ace watched as they were literally trying to tear each other apart. The blades could not harm them, nor could their own fists, so their spar had devolved into more of a brawl. Shaking his head slightly, the Sith Lord wondered if they would benefit from custom-made gauntlets in addition to either a short sword like Naruto's or something similar. Jugo was having the most trouble of the group trying to find something that worked. Having used his transformation almost all his life, the teen had very little ability or practice with anything else. A weapon that caused grievous harm could cause his bloodline to flare up because of the blood, so the choice became even more complex. We may have to make something special, or perhaps he should stick with more generic blaster weaponry, Plague Ace concluded, but knew that the first choice would be difficult. Making a unique weapon would have been more of a task for Naruto than he believed, and while useful, the transformation ability was still something Jugo needed to work on in order to completely master. There is something strange about his transformations, Plague Ace recalled, as he originally wanted to examine Jugo's abilities more closely, but his only work had been given to Kabuto to look over in order to try and help their remaining member of the group, Teiwaya. My efforts have been spent trying to remake my original body, he recognized, and he had barely spent any time on any of the other samples that they had collected before leaving Ibona's. Perhaps I should put my body experimentation on hold for the moment, he considered before admitting, it can't become any more dead than it already is. XX. Telerath. XX. Sitting up on the medical bed, Naruto put his shirt back on as the droid was finished. Touching the bandaged area, Naruto stretched a bit before deciding that the fix was adequate. I could have just used medical ninjutsu, he suddenly realized, but decided to get some practice in before starting to heal his own body. His shield had evidently overloaded right before he got on the ship, and the last laser to impact wasn't completely absorbed. It took nearly 15 minutes after leaving Wayland for him to first notice the pain as his adrenaline slowly wore off. For such a dangerous moment, it was a negligible wound, but the blonde knew it could have been far worse if not for the prototype shield and droid he had brought with him. He had already examined the shielding unit and found it still functioning properly, having turned itself off to avoid damage in relation to overheating. It must have been a Tanglefoot field, Naruto thought as he recalled hearing Plague Ace mention it long ago. Usually beings weren't able to walk at all in the field, completely stuck in place by the invisible restriction device which typically was mounted on law enforcement vessels to control rioting. I'll need to consider countermeasures for that and for gravity projectors, he concluded as he thought of the other device that produced a slightly different, but even more so debilitating effect. About to put his hand down and hop off the table, Naruto's hand briefly touched something unfamiliar and he yanked it back before looking to the area of the bed and found the newest droid sitting there and looking at him. Didn't even notice you, the blonde commented before the droid moved down to the floor and scurried off out the medical bay door. Sneaky little droid, he thought and smirked as that had been the whole point of his design. However, he hadn't planned on leaving it on for so long or merely letting it move around at its own leisure. The droid brain it contained was made from the Rakuten Temple droid, so it may be able to function similar to other droids and not just be used by remote, but eventually develop over time. He had originally designed it for quick usage when required, but I suppose it doesn't matter that much, he thought, knowing that the droid didn't really need recharging or maintenance because it was powered and maintained with Rakuten technology. Maybe I'll call it Sneak, he suddenly considered and found it strange that up until that point, he had never thought of naming it. Getting up, he followed in the same general direction as the droid and walked down the boarding ramp of 42 before putting his hand up to his eyes in order to block out some of the bright sun. Moving out on the platform and towards the new ship they had taken back with them, Naruto noted that his shadow clone was just finishing checking everything over. The clone tossed something over to him before dispelling, and the information was soon present in his mind, though it required a few seconds of sorting and review before he knew everything that the clone had found. It's a ship with a stygium cloaking device, he said out loud, very surprised by the discovery. Thinking back to what little he knew about such technology, he recalled Plagueis informing him that few ships could be smaller than 42 and have a cloaking device. But he had known of one such ship that did. He remembered and wondered if that was the ship that he was currently looking at. It seemed likely that it was, and looking to the items that the clone had tossed to him, Naruto frowned as he examined two tracking devices which had been removed from different locations on the ship. Looking around for HK, he saw that the rust-colored droid still had a blaster rifle on its back and yelled out, "Shoot these for me," before tossing both into the air. With programmed motions and deadly accuracy, two shots rang out and were followed by silence as nothing touched back down on the platform. The droid shouldered the weapon back where it had been and went back to taking inventory from the items that the clone had removed from the various storage areas aboard the ship. The vessel was wrapped in the dark side. It was subtle when he first went into the hangar but now more noticeable. Naruto touched the side of the fuselage, running his hand down the length of it before getting to one area of carbon scoring, which he guessed was from the lasers in the hangar. Frowning at the imperfection, he decided to take care of it later. Loneliness, he said, answering his almost forgotten question of what he had felt on the platform before the hangar door was open. It was lonely, he inwardly questioned, and though it was difficult to comprehend, especially coming from a starship, he supposed that if he had been left locked in a booby-trapped hangar on an uncharted planet, he too might feel lonely. However, there was now more to it because looking over the ship and moving to the hatch, he could now feel something akin to consciousness that was almost childlike. Closing his eyes, he listened to it, and it didn't take long before the ship promised him adventure and to take him to amazing places, but not in words, it conveyed ideas or feelings. He knew that the ship was dangerous. It had many more security devices and defenses inside than he had been aware of at the time, but for some reason, they were on standby when he first entered through the hatch. Reprogramming them to identify the droid and himself as the owners was easy, and he could swear that his clone had been almost guided to where the tracking devices were hidden. Examining the dimensions, he could now noticeably tell that it was smaller than 42, but an easy argument could be made that, we aren't traveling with much cargo which isn't sealed up to save space. Not only that, but the ship itself was already packed with supplies for long-distance travel. A speeder bike was stowed in the forward compartment, and an allotment of small surveillance probes were prepared in addition to the interrogation devices and other devices he had found in the smaller storage compartments. It was a ship created for covert operations and likely for an assassin to use. HK had identified the weaponry he used on Wayland as solar ionization cannons, which was a rarely used energy weapon that could actually bypass standard energy shielding on most ships and melt through durasteel. The ship had 6 cannons, 2 directly aft at the wings and 4 in the front. They were hidden and could pop out quickly, even capable of slight rotation to better acquire targets. They were power-intensive though, requiring a period to recharge which was slower than most laser cannons, but their damage potential with just a single usage made up for that. Despite never deciding to actually take the ship and leave 42 on Telarath, his mind had already contemplated various slight alterations and upgrades that he could make to the ship. He had also imagined its layout and planned where to store all of the supplies he had brought with him, determined that he could make it all fit. Moving back to take a better look at the ship overall, he found himself lost in thought before he felt something amiss. Looking back to 42, he noted an indicator in the cockpit was flashing just enough in the bright sun for him to make it out. A sound was also barely audible from outside the ship, and he strained his ears to determine which sound it was. 42 had several different sound indicators when something was being detected or incoming, and he had easily memorized all of them. An incoming message, he thought, and looking for his communicator, he realized that it had been left in the medical bay. Cursing, he moved back to the ship and up to the ramp, nearly sprinting down the corridor as he had some idea who it was that was calling him. It has been a while since I've been contacted by the Black Sun, he admitted while sitting in the cockpit and answering the call. A small hologram of Neres appeared and he didn't look very happy. I have been trying to reach you, unsuccessfully for quite a while, the frustrated Itochi said, and Naruto thought about the places he had been and realized that he had turned his communicator off after leaving Naboo, and then with the gemming device in orbit on Wayland there hadn't been an easy way of reaching him for the past few days. I wonder why he didn't try the castle on Naboo, or did he? Naruto questioned before quickly thinking of a response. He knew Neris wouldn't respond well to a fake apology or even a real apology for that matter, it would only make him angrier. You caught me in the process of swapping out my older ship for something newer, Naruto admitted, and though annoyed at the ignoring of his messages, he could tell from the subtle facial changes after the response that the Vigo was slightly intrigued, likely owning quite a few luxury vessels and personal ships himself. Well, I suppose with the amount that we pay you, it was only a matter of time before you got a better ship, commented Neris, and he tried to convey his displeasure as much as he could with the tone and mocking smile. You aren't taking any jobs from someone else, that would complicate our arrangement, the Vigo stated with a dangerous undertone. No, I went for something custom made and it took some time get everything just the way I wanted it, Naruto continued to elaborate on the lie, and Neris questioned, if it was a custom vessel, then why did it not meet or exceed every specification? I would think it would be immediately ready to use. He offered as he wanted to see what the blonde's response would be. It wasn't my customization. I stole it, Naruto admitted seriously. The Vigo took a brief moment to consider what had been said before he began to chuckle, which got louder until he decided against asking anything further or continuing to chastise the blonde in favor of getting to the point. Fine. But further ignoring of my messages will not bode well for your continued employment, Neris informed him, with unique emphasis to remind him that their arrangement provided the protection of the Black Sun, and of the alternative, which brought the entire Black Sun down on him. Naruto became serious as well as he replied with a simple nod, though inwardly wanted to strangle the man through the holographic communication. Now that we have dealt with that unpleasantness, I have a simple task for you, the Itochi informed him, and Naruto was doubtful of his words as no assignment for the Black Sun was simple. Have you heard of the recent talk concerning the deceased Jabba and his lost will? Asked the Black Sun Vito, and he enjoyed the fact that his hired assassin was out of the loop because he knew that the blonde would not have heard about it. Only his best spies and bot informants had been able to bring it to his attention. Well, as you may or may not know, there is great tension in the Desilogic clan and with other clans, but in the past few months we have been hearing whispers of a will that Jabba left that would split up his holdings in whatever method or manner he chose. Of course, the item will have to be verified by the Hutt Council as a legitimate document before enforcing that it is followed, Neris informed him. A will? Naruto questioned as he searched his memories because the word was a bit unfamiliar to him. He wasn't sure exactly what it meant or was used for, but could guess its purpose based upon what he was being told. You want me to steal this, will? Naruto asked when Neris had given a brief pause. No, Neris simply replied, and the reply confused the blonde as he had trouble determining where the man was going or wanted from him, especially through the hologram. The Itochi still seemed frustrated and it seemed to be directed at him, getting slightly worse with the discussion of the will. You know, it took great expense to get this information and quite a bit of digging as well as time was invested into it, the man informed him, and Naruto could tell that the man was slowly losing control of his composure. Everyone was both thrilled and annoyed when we finally discovered that one of our operatives may already be in possession of it, he revealed, and Naruto was confused on how he could possibly be in possession of such a document, or a digital file. He considered as a document in the galaxy was almost always something digital and not parchment or paper. We finally managed to acquire the information that the droid was last seen as part of the complement of the Hutt's personal yacht, Neris then informed him, and Naruto's thoughts went to the vessel that he was currently hiding, the Star Jewel. He thinks I have the droid, Naruto said to himself, and he tried to think about what droids were on the ship when he stole it. He hadn't done anything with them, they were still on board as far as he knew. Tell me, do you possess a very antiquated model of astromech droid, one with grey and black coloring which would be considered rather unimportant and apparently easily overlooked? It likely also goes by the designation of CB-99, inquired the Itochi as he waited patiently for an answer. Was there a droid like that? Naruto wondered, and thinking back to when he did inventory of the ship and broke into the vault, he recalled looking at each of the droids on the ship. Going through the various models and job-specific droids, he eventually came to an image of the exact droid that Neris had described to him. It even had large lettering of its designation, CB-99, right on it. Oh crap, I've got the droid and the will, he thought, but corrected himself. I have the droid, because he had no idea if it possessed Jabba's will or not. I may be in the possession of a droid that matches that description, Naruto informed the impatient Itochi, and he could see some of the tension in the man's body was released upon hearing the response. You have no idea how thrilled we all are to hear those words, Neris then told him, and he took on a more calm demeanor, regaining his usual composure and aloofness at such illicit dealings. Though I understand it isn't really your fault, the man admitted before explaining, had you not stolen the vessel in the first place, we would not be in this unique position. I will tell you that it is in your best interest to fetch that droid and bring it to me as soon as possible, undamaged. I will also add that the information the droid possesses must remain untouched. He said, and put in a pause for emphasis before continuing, Do not access the droid's memory or storage under any circumstances. In fact, don't even interact with it more than is necessary. The file must remain as untouched as possible for our slicers and experts to examine." He finished his explanation and Naruto nodded before their exchange was done and the message ended. Sitting and thinking over the new situation he found himself in, Naruto couldn't help but wonder, I can't examine the droid, but what if I turn up and it doesn't have the will? It was definitely a problem that couldn't be completely solved. The Star Jewel, the blonde thought, as it was a strange vessel, not because of its condition or construction, but just everything that came with it. The yacht wasn't being used for what it was originally intended and he was constantly having to keep it hidden. At one point it was on Naboo and then the unnamed planet where Plagueis had his hidden facility. Now it was near Sarayfur, hidden in one of the other systems which made up the Cuna constellation. Hidden but perhaps not hidden well enough, he considered, as if the Hutts were truly after it, then their reach and influence could travel quite far. Where to move the ship to keep it safe inevitably brought up something else that he had been pushing to the back of his mind, the irony, he quickly commented as he thought of the situation he found himself in and what he had caused concerning the new ship that he could clearly see through the cockpit windows of 42. I need to find a place to hide a ship that people are looking for, having just raided a hiding place of another ship that someone was using and will also soon be looking for as well. Once they find it gone, he thought it was rather a lot to wrap his head around, especially what he should do next. A familiar sense of foreboding soon crept up on him, and the last time he had felt it was, right when I was choosing whether or not to open the hangar door, he recalled, and he had opened the door, but the foreboding felt much stronger back then. The ship itself wasn't the problem, but what would happen as a result of taking the ship. That was the problem. So obvious through hindsight, the blonde commented, and knew that Sidious would inevitably find out that the ship was gone. A day, a week, month, or year, it will happen eventually, he thought, as there was no covering up the theft of the ship and destruction of the base. It was all over once I stepped into the hangar, no, perhaps once I decided to open the hangar door, he concluded. He's gonna be pissed, Naruto thought as he contemplated Sidious' reaction at having a prized cloaking-capable vessel taken by an unknown party. Despite his foreboding, a part of him was satisfied at having finally done something to combat the Sith Lord on Coruscant. The loss of such a vessel could be a major setback in the Sith's plans. Will this ruin everything, though? He found himself questioning, because they still didn't know what Sidious planned or even if the ship was involved. Now he'll likely find the spying devices, he realized, and wondered what he should do. I should tell Plagueis, he first thought, but reconsidered, perhaps I should just ensure that the source they are transmitting to cannot be discovered. A contingency for the contingency, he decided, as he wasn't sure how to go about contacting the person that he had just left and with such news. I haven't even been away for a week, he said out loud to himself as he thought back to the hangar door and considered what would happen had he walked away. What would have Plagueis done in my place, he then wondered, but wasn't sure. What would a Sith have done, he then considered and quickly thought, I suppose it doesn't really matter. There is no going back now, he concluded as he looked at his new ship and thought about what he would do next. XX. And, despite having planned much farther ahead, I never actually stopped to plan for who the gatekeeper of the holocron would be for Naruto on Ebonas. If anyone has suggestions, please leave them in a review. Chapter 35. And, I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 35 BBY current year. Chapter XXXV. XX. Continued from the previous chapter. Nearly a week later. XX. Piloting the new ship towards the Black Sun base on the volcanic planet was easy. The ash-laden atmosphere wasn't hard to navigate given how many times Naruto had flown through it. Knowing what would happen once he arrived, that was the difficult part of his newest mission. Scanning the surface multiple times before he was satisfied with landing, Naruto moved into the caldera hiding the Black Sun facility and expertly landed on the platform. No weapons were powered up, but they were still tracking his vessel, much to his annoyance. Moving down the lift from the cockpit to the main floor of the ship, the blonde looked to an old astromech droid sitting on a repulsor lift sled. It was silent because of the restraining bolt that was attached and because it had been powered down. Looking to the other droid present, Naruto ordered, there is chance that this droid may have nothing in its memory banks. If something does happen, we will meet at the Old Republic base. Keep the ship from being damaged, to which the droid nodded and proceeded out the hatch and down the extending ramp with the sled following right behind. Scanning over the facility with his mask on, Naruto wasn't able to gather any more data than he could with the ship's scanners. Nothing will happen until I am inside and the droid has been looked over, he told himself and walked confidently toward the main entrance, across the thin walkway that seemed impossible to span the distance that it did under even its own weight, let alone without someone walking over it with cargo. Waves of heat appeared over the edges of the platform from the caldera below, but the blonde focused on the fortress ahead of him. Before he even made it to the front entrance, the large door had opened for him, which seemed ominous at best because of Neri's penchant for faking maintenance issues in order to test his patience. Stopping before the open door, Naruto did not feel anything like he had on Wayland. There was a feeling of danger but nothing as foreboding as there had been, so he moved inside a moment later. XX. Removing his mask as he exited the turbo lift and walked to the table, specifically to his usual seat across from where Neris sat, Naruto left the repulsor lift skid by the elevator. Moving life signs were quickly felt and soon a door opened, with multiple sentient beings of different species rushing out and moving to the droid. They began examining it while it was still moving out of the room, but Naruto paid no attention to them as he looked directly at Neris. It was obvious given how it matched everything that Neris had said that he had brought the correct droid. Deciding to cut the tension in the room, Naruto quickly commented, "I see you finally have your new base in order. The front door works, the elevator works, should I be waiting for the lights to start flickering or for perhaps this chair to break?" Neris smiled before also making a comment, "I see you have indeed brought a new ship with you. Tell me, what type is it?" "Not sure, I never stopped to ask the person that I stole it from," Naruto responded, and a small moment of silence elapsed before Neris offered, "Since it will take a while to confirm the will and work on the droid, perhaps a meal with guests?" Naruto quickly asked, and Neris remained as unfazed as he could, trying not to let the blonde know that he had discovered something that the Iktochi wanted to keep hidden. Naruto didn't bother looking to a certain wall of the room where he could tell that two individuals were watching from and merely accepted the offer of a meal while they waited. XX. "What do you make of him, Myla?" Alexei Garin inquired as the pair looked through the false wall at the blonde sitting across from Neris at the long table. The Night Sister was quiet as she continued to inspect the young man, feeling out with the Force in order to determine anything about him. "You said you needed to view him in person, in order to get a good read," the tall blonde commented when the tattooed woman took longer than he deemed acceptable. "He is very difficult to read," the Night Sister responded in a slightly detached voice. "I am unable to determine much about him. He knows that we are here and is curious. I believe he is much more powerful than what his appearance would suggest. He is dangerous, a disturbance," she informed her employer before opening her eyes from the trance-like state she had been in, and Alexei's eyes narrowed as he stared at the blonde before asking, "Dangerous, to me?" "To everything," Myla was quick to reply as she stopped trying to read the blonde, and Alexei was sure that she was referring to the entire Black Sun organization when she said everything. Taking what she had said into consideration, Alexei examined the short blonde again, and with the aid of a few tools in the form of his data pad. He had viewed and then gone through a second time all of the recordings concerning Neri's contact with the blonde from Neighbor, but they only seemed to convey so much when it came to making a good observation and forming theories or opinions. "I wonder what his actual species is," questioned the Black Sun leader as he looked over the current readings that sensors were sending to his datapad and compared them to older readings. The last time he came there, he was a few inches taller, he noted of the blonde, and wondered what kind of shape-shifting ability the boy possessed or even how old he was. Perhaps he chooses this form to make himself seem innocent or weak, he considered and smirked slightly at how often the ruse must have worked. Very little escaped his notice, especially since he was so thorough, which was why something about the ship that the blonde had flown in and landed on the platform outside also had caught his interest. Something told him that he had seen the ship before, but he couldn't currently place where he had seen it or if perhaps he had merely seen something similar in design. This was one of the reasons why he had Neris inquire about it, but that only gave him more questions as Myla informed him that the blonde was telling the truth, or as far as she could tell, when he mentioned stealing the ship. Recently he had heard whispers of a meeting with Papara the Hutt between the blonde and the blonde's major domo, a tall cloaked man, apparently from Mustafar. As a result, he became even more curious about the young assassin, and those that worked either for him, with him, or that he possibly worked under. Several attempts had been made to get into the Nebo castle to plant surveillance devices, but it proved difficult. No one was allowed into the castle that didn't currently live there. They did not hire any services or require any outside maintenance that such a building would normally need. With a self-sufficient building that had far more security systems and monitoring devices than likely any other building on Nebo, it was difficult for any of his operatives to gain access or even view without alerting someone inside. He has also hired a propulsion expert, and she has seemingly disappeared to parts unknown. Yet another piece of a larger puzzle, he mused as he looked over more of the compiled information about the blonde on his datapad. Acquiring information was not difficult, he had thousands of resources at his disposal, but determining what to make from the information that came to him, that was both time-consuming and speculative at the best of times. The information always fit together in some fashion. The blonde before him was currently the most varied and unique puzzle he was looking at, and despite having a great deal of information, he felt that he was still missing a great number of pieces, making everything seem disjointed. For an assassin, he seems to be all over the place in terms of his activities. Establishing himself on Nebo with an alias. At any given moment, there was a substantial amount of encrypted data going to the castle on Nebo, and it made him wonder what was being sent in and why nothing of any substance was being sent out. But he also seems to be concentrating in the Mod-Del sector, or at least has a great interest in certain areas, Alexei noted as he looked through reports sent from his operatives and as a result of different operations they had run together with the young man, which had occurred or at least resulted in a trip to Saray Fur, also known as Kunau's Tale 3. The blonde before him had numerous ships there and was seemingly building a small fleet. Is he going to attempt to take over the sector? hold it hostage or establish rule over it. Alexei wondered with a smile because he wouldn't have cared that much if the backwater sector didn't have a single Republic outpost present. That would bring the Jedi in to investigate because while the Republic didn't care about the region, if something happened to the outpost, it will no doubt stir the hornet's nest, he thought, but as quickly as he formed the idea, he dismissed it. The blonde seemed smarter than thinking that an entire sector could be controlled with a simple pirate fleet. Maybe just an area of space with a pirate fleet with them raiding the other areas of the sector, he thought, tapping into years of personal experience in such an illicit field, but the data he was looking at did not back that up. Nothing like that has happened in the year since he started building up his small fleet. No attacks or raids that can be attributed to his group, and no halt in what little commerce the area had by his fleet. In fact, they had policed the planet and even destroyed some pirates, he realized, and looking over simple observational statistics of Saray Fur, he noted that in that year, the population had likely doubled and the intrinsic value of the planet had gone up substantially in terms of a permanent black market area or true shadow port. And just this morning, and Alexei stopped as he searched for the missive they had intercepted headed out from the Nebo Castle and brought it up on the datapad. The Mod-Del Sector Defense Force, he read from the missive after scanning through several lines of text. It didn't exist, he had people check on it, and most of what was mentioned did not exist or was an outright lie. What is he after in the Mod-Del sector, or at least, what is his fixation with it? Questioned the Underlord as he looked through the rest which he had browsed through earlier. I can find one bit of information that he may be from that area of space, but nothing can confirm that, he noted, and continued to look for other connections. Thinking to the sector in question, he couldn't figure out what was so important or could be that interesting about it. The Black Sun had all but ignored it up until that point. A minor gun-running operation comprising primarily those organizations with fewer resources and manpower than Borvo, he concluded, and knew there was no real profit or threat from such small groups. And the piracy in that sector is a joke. A few small groups that are completely unorganized and can only thrive because of the remoteness and lack of ability to hunt them down, he commented as he came back to what the blonde was trying to set up. He controls a small but unimportant shadow port in an unimportant system of an unimportant sector. There is no strategic value to that area of the galaxy. Much of it is unavoidable because of the sheer amount of anomalies present there. How is that possibly worth all the effort and money he has put in? He questioned as he looked over purchases that the blonde had made over the past year. And what would Papara have to do with that? He thought as he tried to envision what a legitimate shipping magnate would have to do with the Mod-Del sector. If he does have anything to do with it, he acknowledged with a frown, knowing that such a particular puzzle piece may be completely separate from what he was currently looking at. None of his spies or scouts could discern what would be of interest in the area. It had resources but nothing worthwhile. A protoplanetary disk that could be a lucrative mining operation, more than one gas giant that could have Tibana stores, both of these would require vast capital to get going. One of his scouts had determined that some kind of mining operation was being built there but hadn't been able to get close to the system without giving away his presence. Extensive long-range sensor sweeps, possibly military-grade equipment, covering the system, he noted in the report by the scout, and became more curious about what was going on there which warranted such systems. Something was off with the pieces of the puzzle he was looking at. He could feel it. How could an area that up until a year previously he didn't care a bit about, be of such importance to the blonde sitting before him? I could just ask him, he considered, but that would be admitting that the entirety of resources of the Black Sun were simply unable to uncover anything of note that could explain what he wanted explained. I need more pieces, he admitted out loud, and pondered about how to get more. What he really wanted was to plant a tracking device on the blonde. If he hadn't have purchased a new ship, we could have bought one for him, he thought in hindsight, but on that note he summoned a soldier to put a tracking device on the ship currently on the facility's landing platform. It wasn't as good, but it would have to do until he could gather something that would explain the enigma before him. If what Myla is saying is true, and I have no reason to doubt her, then I should just be done with the blonde and make sure he cannot cause problems, but that belies the fact that he is instrumental to my plans. I rarely encounter individuals as versatile or cunning as the boy before me. There are other assassins working with other Vigos on the same goal, but they are nowhere near his level. Neres found an extremely proficient operative. I'm not positive Myla could defeat him without serious injury if they fought, and she is better than all of my other guards and soldiers, in addition to the special bodyguards of my Vigos. He's accomplished every mission assigned and with marginal resources provided, which is more than I can say for the others who have either have marginal success or have gotten themselves killed. If he wasn't so dangerous and an unknown entity, I would be working to train him as my replacement, the Underlord acknowledged, and he decided to leave the facility before the blonde. One last thought crept up in his mind as he walked out of the hidden viewing room: I would also love to know who trained him. XX. Exiting hyperspace, Naruto looked to the scanners which were picking up the ship he was supposed to rendezvous with. It was quite a familiar-looking vessel, considering it was his Marauder-class corvette which had been captured in a previous mission. Moving in position to dock with the vessel, Naruto frowned at the fact that he might be losing the vessel. Neres had been using the ship to spy on a rival syndicate, but now apparently that mission was over and the ship would be used to ferry the droid he was bringing. Lowering the ship's cargo elevator, Naruto looked upon a few members of the fake crew who had come to take possession of the droid. They have no idea what Neres has in store for them, he thought as he was greeted and the powered-down astromech was given away. Apparently what happened to the droid after he delivered it, wasn't my concern, he thought as he recalled Neres' words. He however could easily see through what Neres was planning. In order to ensure that the droid was untainted, it had to be found by some of Jabba's clan members, and in order to do that, they would need to acquire it without feeling that they had been led to find it or that it was a setup. So everyone aboard this ship is going to die when they are intercepted by hired mercenaries or bounty hunters under the employ of the Decelegic clan, he surmised as the droid was turned over and he continued to stand at his ship cargo lift, lost in thought. Is this some kind of test, he wondered, and then considered, or perhaps it was tailored specifically to show me what happens to those that are no longer useful. Have these individuals angered Neres, or betrayed the Black Sun, he wondered, but he didn't have the answer to that question. The Iktochi had an ability to use people to fullest or to eliminate possible threats in his organization and always made sure that others would take the blame. Perhaps they haven't done anything. Maybe this is simply to see what I am willing to give up or if I would object to using a ship I had been given as bait, he thought, and only came back to reality when one of the Black Sun was waving a hand and snapping his fingers in his face to get his attention. I said you can go now, we have a destination to deliver this thing to and a deadline, said one of the men as he shook his head, wondering if there was something wrong with the blonde. Not quite yet, Naruto answered back, and he smiled slightly, which unnerved the Black Sun operatives present in the hangar. XX. Sitting safely in his cloaked ship, Naruto watched as the battle ended and his ship was boarded. No sooner than it came out of hyperspace at its destination than it was swiftly attacked by multiple ships laying in wait. Each had a different coloring or insignia indicating that they were likely hired mercenaries or a combination of hired help, probably by Jabba's father or other clan members, who apparently had been searching for the droid for some time. The disabled ship was now drifting and the ship docked with it was just about to leave as it appeared that they had been successful in securing the droid. Waiting to see if the group of ships would finish the corvette off, he smirked when they moved away and then jumped into hyperspace to return the precious cargo to their employer. Manning the controls, the blonde moved his ship into position to dock with his larger vessel and turned off the cloaking device once he was sure that no one else was in the area. Stepping off his new ship onto the corvette through the hatch, Naruto wasn't bothered by the superficial damage he saw in the corridors but was annoyed at the fact that it would take a good amount of time and money to fix the more severe damage done that scans had shown him. How long will it be until this happens to me or the others, he wondered, because his current arrangement with the Black Sun would not last forever, not from his viewpoint and certainly not from Neres. Our goals are not the same. In fact, I don't even know their goals, nor really mine for that matter. I'll either need to come up with a way to find them and take control from them, or just remain one step ahead, he thought before mentally summoning those around him. There's work to do, he said to the few bodies on the floor that he could see, and the seemingly dead bodies suddenly started moving, rising from their fallen positions and their wounds miraculously reforming rather than healing. What little crimson blood turned to purple, soon evaporating to gas and returning to the injured individual that it came from. At least once it gets repaired, I'll have a crew that knows how to operate it, he thought, as though he had only managed to catch the end of the battle. They had done an appreciable job fending off so many ships after unknowingly walking into a trap. As the revived crew began fixing what they could, Naruto went back to his ship after surveying the damage and had already contacted his group to have a vessel come out and take the ship back to Sarayfur. I still don't know what purpose this will ultimately serve, he recognized, as Neres hadn't mentioned what they were putting in the will and what the outcome for the Decelegic clan would be. Putting together what all the missions he had completed amounted to left the blonde wondering what plan the Black Sun had. He had been feigning allegiance to different sides, attacking large conglomerates in the guise of pirates and also attacking pirates in the guise of large conglomerates. Are they looking to start a larger conflict? Some kind of war between pirates and trading companies? One that they themselves could be a part of, he wondered, as mixed in with the various pirate bases he attacked, there had been bases owned by the Black Sunday. He had mock attacked them, but it was meant to include the Black Sun on the list of outlaw organizations which had been attacked. At the present, he couldn't quite see what his missions would ultimately lead to. It seemed that direct conflict between corporations and pirates was what the Black Sun wanted, but he questioned how that would benefit them. Pushing those thoughts aside, he piloted the ship away from the corvette and set course back to Mustafar. Now I just have to sneak back to Mustafar and pick up Gato, the blonde thought as he engaged the hyperdrive and left the system he was in. Such a nice advantage, having a stealth ship, he commented with a smirk. XX. Days later. Maya Koval, homeworld of Arrow. Mod Del Sector. XX. Sitting in an interesting waiting room, Naruto glanced over to Gato and found the man looking rather calm and content to wait for their meeting. The former shipping magnate had evidently been prepared for quite some time for a meeting and had brought more than one day top hat with him. He even dressed up a little, Naruto noted, as Gato was wearing something different than when they left from Mustafar. Naruto himself had taken to a slightly older henge of himself and added a Nabo Royal Guard uniform which technically was impersonating an officer, but he didn't really care. For his part in the plan, Naruto had been in contact with several people over the past month in order to determine who best on the planet to meet with. He eventually found that the person he likely needed to speak with first was, but that person didn't seem to be in charge of security or any kind of officer. I'm not even sure they have a planetary security force, he thought, comparing what he had seen since landing to everything he knew of Nebu and a few other planets. Getting bored, the blonde once again allowed his eyes to wander over the unique items in the room that adorned the walls while also searching for surveillance devices. I recall that Arrow liked to collect items which many would view as simple hoarding but which they feel is necessary because any one of those items could come in handy in coming years, he processed as he looked over the various pieces of art, and couldn't help but wonder how they would come in handy, or why they were even on the walls. Part of the many groups of humanoids in the galaxy, the Arrow differed from normal humans because they had evolved from birds. Similar in size to humans, the Arrow had only 4 fingers and instead of hair, they had distinctive plumage on their heads. So far, he had seen several tones of purple skin and varying shades of eye color, with no distinctive pupil, but merely the eye being a single solid color. Hearing the opening of a door nearby, Naruto returned from his thoughts and observations to the waiting room. A tall, thin Arrow female walked through the door and closed it quickly behind her. Walking over to the sitting pair, she kept her eyes directly on them before sitting down opposite them without saying anything. Upon looking over to Gato and seeing the very expectant look, the woman merely said, "We will begin in just a few more moments." While she spoke in her native tongue and with a similar high-pitched voice that they had heard from all the other Arrow they had interacted with since arriving, the pair was able to understand exactly what was being said because of the translators that were present in their ears. They were devices that Naruto was thankful for remembering to acquire before arriving, and also that the Arrow, while not being able to speak Galactic Basic, were perfectly capable of understanding it. The blonde quickly glanced at a chronograph, seeing that they still had 5 minutes before the start of the scheduled meeting. And apparently they are very punctual for start times, he gathered, but this gave him time to analyze the person before him. She was keen-eyed and inquisitive, but also Naruto could tell that this person was highly intelligent and likely preemptively coming out to examine them before the meeting. She could have done that through surveillance, but she chose to do it in person. These are dangerous combinations of actions and traits, he recognized, remembering lessons concerning the type of people that Plagueis had always told him to watch out for or to keep an eye on. They could be useful but also problematic if their ultimate goals were lofty or they got greedy. You could end up in a carefully laid trap, never realizing that the person was slowly walking you straight into it. He recalled were Plagueis' words, so he stayed unconcerned by her behavior, but in the back of his mind wondered if he was overthinking things. Paying slightly less attention to Gato than him, Naruto and the woman continued to observe each other, making him become slightly impatient but never allowing those feelings to be conveyed. He thought perhaps he should introduce himself, but it was Arrow custom for her to begin introductions, which she wasn't, so they remained silent until close to the deadline. What kept Naruto from saying anything or having got to say anything was a strange feeling that he was getting. It was a sense of wrongness or that something was amiss, but not because of danger to their well-being. Both the blonde and plumage-bearing woman glanced at the room's clock together as they saw that the seconds were only ticking away before the meeting, and the woman stood before saying, "The minister will see you now," and proceeded to walk to the door of the office. The blonde remained seated for a moment as he realized that the woman before him was not the minister he was scheduled to meet but merely an aide. That was what I was misunderstanding. Did she just come out here to study me out of curiosity? He wondered before taking the small protective case that was sitting next to his chair and followed the woman through the open door and into the office. There definitely wasn't enough time for her to inform the minister of anything that she had noted while observing them. Arrow aren't telepathic, so she was merely doing it to get her own opinion or us. Or is there something that I'm still missing? The blonde questioned and found himself wondering what kind of person the Minister of Sectoral Affairs for the Arrow was. Entering the office, the pair saw more of the same collection that was in the waiting room, although these pieces looked to be a bit more expensive, maybe, thought Naruto as the woman walked to take a seat beside an already seated individual. Looking over the arrangement, Naruto was slightly intrigued by the setup of the room, as instead of desks or chairs, the minister was seated in an arrangement that looked to have been built into the floor of the office. While a desk existed, it was actually level with the floor surface, and several short staircases led down to a circular seating area with more of bench seating. Moving down the staircase to reach the level of the minister, Naruto took a nearby seat and found it quite comfortable. It wasn't often that he entered a room and looked down upon the person inside, but thinking more about the Arrow, he supposed that it was similar to a nest of sorts and that the species evolved from a bird that made its nest on the ground and not in a tree. Once seated with the small case placed next to them, the minister cleared his throat before speaking. First, let us begin with introductions. I am the Minister of Sectoral Affairs, Kyasa, and this is the Deputy Minister, Tier C, he said in the trademark high-pitched voice of the Arrow while motioning to the woman they had met earlier, to which she nodded slightly but remained silent. While Naruto now knew who the person was and found himself wondering what the duties of the Deputy Minister were, Gato nodded back with a slight smirk before replying, My name is Gato, and I'm afraid I don't have any title save for businessman and entrepreneur, and this is, but he was interrupted by the Deputy Minister, Men Marudshar, I presume. To his credit, Naruto gave only minor surprise at having his name already known. The meeting was set up with Gatta's name first and his merely included. Being singled out would normally be cause for alarm, save that he wasn't feeling any danger. That must be why she was looking at me more than Gato, the blonde realized before replying. That is correct, though I am curious how I have managed to become known before arriving. His reply was not met with the response that he would have guessed. The minister started a strange warbling cry before looking to the deputy minister, who started sharing a similar utterance but softer. Confused as to what was happening, Gato looked next to him at Naruto to find the blonde equally befuddled. The devices in their ears quickly notified them that they were not hearing any words, but it merely told them sounds of laughter. Naruto would have been annoyed at being laughed at if he wasn't so confused by the circumstances and the noise being generated by the pair in front of him. The force and the translation device were telling him that it was laughter, but that was not what it sounded like to him. They were also experiencing other emotions besides joy or amusement. Waiting a few moments for things to settle down, and for some kind of explanation, Naruto feigned a look of curiosity and slight amusement, as if waiting for the punchline. You will have to excuse our laughter, but you will understand soon enough. As part of my job as Minister of Sectoral Affairs, I deal with many different aspects of Maya Koval's interactions between other planets within the sector. Several generations ago, this position absorbed several other positions which were then viewed as no longer necessary, which is why I have a deputy minister. One of these positions was Minister of Security, which is why I was surprised a week ago when I started hearing about a message that had been sent from a planet that we normally don't have any dealings with or contact from. This was of course your planet, Nebo, the man said while looking directly at Naruto, and the blonde was rather clueless about what was going on. What message? It couldn't have been my meeting message, I was quite vague about what it concerned, the blonde kept thinking while he remained as calm as he could on the outside as the minister held out a data pad which evidently contained the message he was referring to and continued speaking. At the time I ignored it as a mistake, but something about it had gotten in the hands of my colleagues. They were greatly interested by it and kept inquiring about the contents, whether or not I was spearheading such an initiative on my own and if I was forming a committee that they could join to receive updates on progress, he said, and now he was holding the data pad a little firmer and it moved with his hand gestures while he talked. Despite knowing that the minister was becoming more agitated as the story went on, Naruto was still listening, but once in a while his eyes would dart to the moving data pad. He really wanted to know what the message was. I tried to convince them that the message must have been some kind of mistake, but for some reason, they simply didn't believe me. Apparently thinking that I was waiting until making a formal announcement of what I intended. Going back to my work, I tried to forget it, but it didn't stop there, the Aero Minister said, and took a short break to catch his breath as he had been talking quite fast. Not wanting to interrupt or say anything out loud, Naruto communicated to Gatta that he didn't quite know what was happening or about what the message was, but they should try to play along. Soon a few of my constituents were sending in messages inquiring about a looming threat, what measures I would be taking to combat it. And yesterday, the Prime Minister herself was questioning me about the message, which she had somehow gotten a hold of, and was asking when I would provide more details, costs analysis, available resources, and put forth a formal proposition to the Ministry at the next meeting. She even mentioned whether I would involve the Sector Senate or form a committee, and congratulated me on taking on such a bold endeavor. Before I could say anything, I was neck-deep in a project that I had never heard of and apparently well on my way to acquiring approval and sanctioning for something I didn't know anything about. The only thing I could do at that time was to accept in it. When I tried to figure out what was happening, that was when I got a message from you that you wanted to meet. Hoping that you, the person who was obviously most involved with this and was requesting a meeting, could sort this all out. I of course agreed and scheduled it an hour before my meeting with the ministry so that I could figure out what was going on from you, he said while pointing the hand holding the data pad at Naruto, and the blonde was now completely lost. Nothing in what the man had said to him was providing the information he required. Said minister was quite exasperated by the end of the speech, and his plumage had started raising on his head from its slicked back position where it had been before they sat down to speak. Even Gato was looking at the blonde, and Naruto was at a loss for words. What the hell do I respond with? He said, and found it incredibly difficult to stay calm and unfazed by everything that had been said to him. Deciding to gamble it all, the blonde curtly replied, since we are evidently pressed for time, where would you like us to start, minister? Seeing that the man was calming slightly at the deception of his demand being met and information provided, Naruto waited for any clue that revealed something he could respond to. Well, began the man as he finally set the data pad down and decided what he wanted an answer to first. First, I would like to know what the Model Sector Defense Force or Fleet, or whatever it is being called is, because I have to explain something to the ministry in, and he looked at the nearest chronograph before continuing, less than an hour, and I really don't feel like making a fool of myself. I have to inform them of the progress of an initiative that hasn't been approved, yet seemingly everyone is all ready to approve. Preposterous. You've put me in quite a difficult spot, and if this is all some hoax or mistake, which I suspect that it is. Despite the obvious threat at the uncompleted sentence, Naruto ignored it as his mind was currently focused on the one line out of all that minister had said which was useful. A message was sent concerning myself and the minister forming a defense fleet for the sector, he realized and couldn't believe what was happening. Originally he was going there with little hope of success and planning to use Gatu as well as some influence on the minister into helping them, but now the situation was completely different. We have a decided advantage and there is a demand for what I was hoping to talk about, he realized as he recalled all that the minister had said about the Prime Minister and various colleagues. How did this happen? He questioned and thought briefly of his master before he realized that he needed to start an explanation and that he needed to get Gatu on board. However, before he could even start, the experienced shipping magnate had already taken the initiative. Perhaps I should start first, Minister, Gatu began, and before anyone could object, he continued, as I said before, my name is Gatu and I am looking to expand my business after some searching, have decided that the Model sector is the perfect place. Slightly surprised looks were given by the arrow in the room as it was one of the few times they had ever heard of anyone say that about their sector. The most notable time being years before when the Republic decided to build an astrological research station on Ast Kikori. Unaffected by their look, Gatu kept moving towards the point. As such, I had this young man scout many different areas in order to identify the various anomalies that the sector seems to have, but also the areas of note. I was especially interested in 3 locations, but that was where I hit a bit of snag, said the man, and he waited for the unasked question by those present. Well, while the sector is partly uncharted, there are the concerns that I've heard of piracy in the area, Gatu said, and the minister, who had been pulled into the conversation, began to try and explain that piracy was not that big of an issue in the system, but Gatu persisted. In any case, I decided that instead of letting such an opportunity go to waste, I would perhaps fund a defensive fleet, not for my explicit use, mind you, but for the entire sector. This seemed like a good idea to me, but before starting up such a fleet, I thought it best to meet first. It is not uncommon for a corporation to have defensive ships or a security force. I of course speak of the Trade Federation, Commerce Guild, and various other much larger conglomerates. It would, however, be strange for me, having just started out in the sector, to immediately put together an armed force, and would no doubt warrant questions as to what I would need for it. So I therefore decided to come here and propose as well as legitimize this force for, again, the use by the sector and not just my own interests. Lest my actions be construed as aggressive or hostile. That would be completely contrary to what my intentions are, Gatu said with a laugh as he kept working to win them over as much as he could. I see, said the minister, and looking to Menma, Gatu spoke before he could say anything. Menma is an old friend and quite a talented officer in the Nebo security forces, but I requested his assistance because of his knowledge of the area, and I know that he would be able to put together an impressive force with only moderate resources and capital. You must understand that I have planning this meeting for quite some time, but circumstances beyond my control, and he didn't need to stop for a pause for Naruto to know who he was talking about, have delayed me from starting the process and having a meeting with you. I am unknown in this sector at this point, and I'm not even sure the Model Sector Senate would even allow me to speak should they even let me address the Senate. I apologize for such a missive arriving and causing such problems. I had thought to meet with you at least a few weeks ago, everything just came together much faster than I thought and after many delays. With his statement given, the pair from Mustafar and Naples waited for the arrow to process all that had been said. Though the Model sector had a Senate, they had no representation in the Galactic Republic Senate. Being the most advanced group in the system, the arrow the de facto leaders of the sector with more influence in the sector Senate than any other species or planet. What Gatu said was true, and it made sense to come to the arrow first. Naruto for his part was slightly surprised at Gatu, having underestimated the man and also never having seen him attend or provide any information at the various board meetings and other similar meetings he had during his career. He didn't know that the shipping magnate had started from a single vessel shipping company left to him in his teens by his deceased father to the being the richest man on a planet and having a fleet of large shipping vessels. Trying to put together various questions that he now had, the minister was having a difficult time wrapping his head around what he had just been told and wondering why. It was during this time that the deputy minister decided to ask the questions she had been putting together. Are you incorporated in the sector? Not yet, deputy minister. I was hoping to take care of that today but had no idea that we had a 1-hour deadline to such an important meeting, Gatu informed her, as he had no corporation on paper or digitally and so he was completely unknown in the sector. Where else do you do business, then? She quickly inquired, and the other 2 males in the room simply watched the exchange. I was mining in the Mustafar system, but the Techno Union is making that increasingly difficult, so I am switching my operation there to energy collecting, which the Techno Union does not have any claim in. Unfortunately, I do not have any paperwork for the Mustafar sector, as my agreement was an oath with the Mustafarian people, as they don't like contracts since the Techno Union made them sign a mining contract providing a monopoly on the planet. Mustafar is a volcanic world and has a great deal of geothermal energy which I could even start selling in the Model sector, replied Gatu coolly as he looked forward to being asked questions and had prepared good responses. And what business do you intend to start in the Model sector? She asked, with everyone uncertain if she was satisfied with the previous answer or not. I intend to begin with mining minerals and precious metals at first and then perhaps Tibana gas after that, Gatu answered with a smirk and waited to see what she would ask next. Do you intend to strip mine planets in the sector? She then asked bluntly, and Gatu had the experience to seem slightly affronted by the question before answering, Certainly not. I was hoping to mine the Cuna's eye, a protoplanetary disk, so I couldn't possibly affect any native or immigrated species, and the majority of my other interests are on uninhabited planets or areas. Where do you intend to put your headquarters? Tier C quickly asked just after her previous question was answered. Well, I was thinking either Anij or Sarayfur. Oh, Cuna's Tail 3, he corrected himself after seeing their unfamiliarity with the first name he had given for the title-locked planet. You must have a lot of capital in order to move your operation to this system and expect to start building a defense fleet at the same time. She inquired, and Gata smirked at her insight before explaining, I can't very well start a business in such isolated systems without some form of security, but I don't expect to be able to pay for all of the areas I was looking to acquire. I was hoping to bargain for them, he revealed, and the two Arrow were interested in this but still had more questions. Taking over the conversation from his deputy minister, Kyasa finally formed together what he wanted answered, building off from where Tier C left off. So you have no corporation, no interests in the sector other than what you claim, no security fleet to present, and you expect me to go in front of the ministry to present this information, before my peers and the Prime Minister. Gata merely responded with a confident smile as Menma spoke up, I don't recall either of us mentioning that we don't have the beginnings of a defense fleet. Silence reigned over the room before one of the two Arrow decided to ask, and what vessels do you have? Taking out a small hollow projector, Naruto placed it on the table between them and then began going through a varied showing of different transport ships while explaining the number he had and various technical data about each ship, because the majority of them had been heavily modified from the stock model. Near the end of the short presentation, the blonde reached the newly reacquired Marauder corvette, which sparked quite a bit of interest, mostly because it was a ship that actual defense fleets had. How did you acquire this type of ship? Tier C was quick to ask, and Naruto, though reluctant to say it, explained, it was badly damaged in an asteroid storm, so it was easy to acquire given the damage. However, that is mostly superficial, as the majority of ships' systems are intact and it should be operational within a month at the most. The revelation was met with a typical response that he had been expecting. They were no longer as interested or surprised as they had been, because they thought he was underplaying the damage to the ship, which was why he saved the best for last. And finally, we have acquired this ship, Naruto said as he switched to a view of the Hammerhead-class cruiser. The new ship's statistics caused even more of stir among the pair, as it was classified as a cruiser and not merely a corvette like the previous ship, being more than 100 meters longer with slightly more firepower. And this ship? Kyasa asked, wanting to know how they had managed to come by it. That is an interesting story, Gata began as he took over the explanation. Several millennia ago, this particular ship lost control over the planet Mustafar and landed on the surface with all crew perishing before being rescued. The constant volcanic activity covered the ship and preserved it, so that a year ago, during a rather powerful eruption, it was unearthed and found. After that, it was excavated out and repaired. It's currently ready for use, though it will need a larger crew than the other vessels, Gata said as he glanced toward Menma, who nodded that what was being said was correct. Do you intend to hire a crew? Kyasa asked as he considered how expensive it would be, because the few times they dealt with pirates that threatened the sector, it was typically through hiring someone to take care of the problem, but that was for a single problem on a short-term basis. No, I intend to use what is already available in the area and turn them into a suitable defense force. Anyone can be trained and disciplined into a competent force, Naruto said right before Gata added, and any hiring to fill gaps would be something that I would pay for. Is this vessel legal to own and operate? Tier C inquired, and Gata was actually clueless about that information, but Naruto had done his research. As a privately owned vessel, the legality would be questionable, as it would be difficult to justify needing more firepower than any of the current Republic Judiciary Force ships possess. However, as a vessel of a planetary security forces, it would be legal to operate because it was never decommissioned, and we can submit evidence of its discovery, claiming the vessel for the use of the sector. Though loath to admit it, it was likely illegal to personally own in most sectors of the Republic, and they would likely have to register it within the sector in case anyone questioned its existence. It would be hard to get by classifying it as a yacht, courier ship, or anything else other than a warship, the blonde admitted, and was hesitant to register the vessel with the Republic, but it could easily become a slight oversight on our part, he thought, while the others continued to look over the hologram of the ship. And the force as a whole, how exactly did you come by all of these vessels? Inquired Tier C as she was getting more and more curious about the pair that she had only met less than half an hour beforehand. They were working toward an interesting goal, but she was cautious to openly ask why they were working towards it and what made the Mod-Del sector so interesting to them. While piracy does not affect Maya Koval very much, that is not necessarily the same for other areas of the sector, correct? He asked, and the pair of Arrow were hesitant to admit to this completely, as it was not something they liked to think about. They received reports of piracy activity, but since the Arrow were not much of a traveling race and were not prone to violence, they were rarely affected or actively took action against it. The reports were considered by most to be a non-issue, but not by everyone, and it was common knowledge and practice that there were some hyperlanes or even jump-off points in the sector that commerce and other vessels did their best to avoid. Over the past few months I have been working on Cuna's Tail 3 to rid the planet of these groups in order to create a staging area from which to base operations on. I have also been working on acquiring vessels and crews from locals that have grown tired of the constant threat. The majority of transport ships that I showed were acquired either through purchasing or captured after engaging in combat, he informed them, and both were surprised to hear that. That is impressive, admitted the minister, and the deputy minister concurred with a nod as they were both more assured by the pair before them having at least something for the meeting. However, the minister then began, I may need a little bit more if I am to go before the ministry and present this. You both may also be called forth to speak, he informed them, and both Ebona's natives nodded as they weren't necessarily prepared for that but didn't have a choice. It was also rather obvious that they were starting to get both Arrow on their side. So you would need something more to show as progress of your new initiative? Inquired Gatu as he reiterated their words, and the pair of ministers confirmed that statement. Gatu for his part made a slight show of the situation and pondered for a second or two before turning to Menma and asking, do we have something like that? Something that would show the progress of the initiative for the ministry. Naruto played along and Gatu nodded before Naruto admitted, I believe we do. Looking to the case that was still sitting next to him, and had been since the start of the meeting when he walked into the room with it, Naruto picked it up and set it on the table. Turning the case to the two curious Arrow, he slowly undid the latches of the protective case and then did a slow reveal of the milky-colored statue. The pair of Arrow had leaned forward in order to get a better look, but neither was prepared for him to reveal the lost Tessent. A piercing squawk was emitted from both individuals and Naruto flinched slightly at the pain in his ears while Gata jumped in his seat. While the short businessman tried to determine if his hearing was still all right, Naruto was incredibly focused as there was still something about the statue that he wanted answered. Was it just a lost statue or did it actually point to something else? He still questioned, as despite not being able to detect anything with rather sophisticated sensors and scans, perhaps the hunt for treasure had still managed to grab hold of him in some small fashion. While Kyusa began to hyperventilate or whatever the equivalent was for the Arrow, Naruto waited patiently to see their reactions when he had the chance to ask a few questions of his own. Having a much easier time dealing with the surprise of the famous statue sitting directly in front of her, Tier C motioned to the case and Naruto complied, sliding it over for her to get a better look. Though she wanted to pick it up, the red-eyed Arrow female refrained as she was hesitant to even touch it. So she merely examined every exposed inch of the statue as it lay in the protective foam-like material of the case interior. It took nearly a full minute for Kyusa to recover enough that he was able to speak properly. Where? Was all that he could get out. Naruto quickly thought about his answer, as he could have used many different explanations but primarily from two general categories. I could tell them that it was discovered on the Republic station on Ast Kikori, which there was likely evidence for and would likely infuriate them against the Republic, but that may give too much information, he realized with a slight glance to Deputy Minister Tier C, she's smart and could figure out that it was me on the station. The other option is to make up a story about finding it on Saray. They aren't ready to hear about the Tessent being on Ast Kikori, Naruto decided after a moment and replied to the pair, while fighting on Kuna's Tail 3 we discovered this item in the possession of a now deceased warlord on the planet. I cannot confirm how he came about it, the blonde quickly lied, and Kyusa nodded slightly while his mind was elsewhere, and he then looked to Tier C, saying, we must call for an examiner. The deputy minister agreed, and moving from her seat and heading to the nearest COMM system outside their area so as to not disturb the others with the call. The pair from Ibonas waited for her to return to her seat before continuing, and Naruto was confident that the minister was befuddled enough so that he could ask what he had been waiting a year to ask. Seeing as we have answered all of your questions, perhaps you can answer one of ours. Naruto asked, and because they needed to wait for the examiner to arrive, Kyusa was fine with answering. I have heard many of the rumors that surround the Tessents, and I was wondering if any of them were true? Perhaps this will point to another treasure and I would be hesitant to return it before having a closer look at it, Naruto said, and he didn't need to be watching the minister's reaction to know that the man was suddenly on edge. They still hadn't gotten any confirmation that the Tessent was real, but what was real was the Arrow's reaction to what he was saying. You've heard far too many spacer tales associated with the Tessents. Theory quite far-fetched, Kyusa managed to say, but Naruto already knew that his question had been answered. The real question now on his mind was, how did I miss it? Tier C tried to remain calm and unflustered at the question but found it difficult with Kyusa's poor ability to lie and deflect the question. She looks more annoyed at him than anything else at that moment, Naruto noted before saying, so what treasure does the Tessent point to? I just told you, Kyusa began before Naruto quickly closed the case and pulled the case back towards him. Wait, said the man, and Naruto wondered if he should remind the minister that they had yet to verify its authenticity. There isn't a treasure, really, the man said, and as he tried to figure out how to phrase the sentence, and it was Tier C that intervened. Decades ago, a religious movement became prominent in the Mod Del sector, and Kyusa wanted to stop her from proceeding, but a look was all it took for the minister to relent. This movement was viewed as a cult more than a religion, but it gained many followers, including many of the Arrow. The group was quite secretive though, and managed to hide the location from everyone. As part of the group's beliefs, they discarded all of the material items that they possessed and gave away all of their money, moving to whatever planet their compound was built on and staying there, she informed the pair, and Naruto was rather confused about It was during that time that one member of their group carved the tessent, and shortly afterward, the entire group disappeared for a time, never returning home to visit any relative, and all communications were lost. Search parties were sent out and their temple was eventually uncovered, as were the bodies of all the followers. They had taken their own lives, she revealed, and both Naruto and Gato were a bit surprised by the news, as neither was very familiar with cults. In response, their leader, who was unaccounted for after a thorough examination of bodies, was hunted down and unfortunately killed before he could provide detailed answers as to what happened. It was said, however, that the tessent pointed to their lost belongings and it was in the leader's possession when he was found. While this may not seem significant to outsiders, the members of the group included some of the most influential artists and affluent people of Maya Koval. They had a great many important possessions of cultural significance, and it is those that could be considered as treasure, and if there was even a chance to find them and return them, then it would be investigated. However, en route to Maya Koval, the small ship transporting the tessent disappeared, and it was then that the great search began. A lie was made up to cover the truth and to protect the artifacts, but that did not work, as rumors became stories and soon most believed that a great treasure existed. Most of the Mod-Del sector is still partially uncharted, and with over 200 uninhabited systems in just our small subsector, it is incredibly difficult to try and find the location without the tessent. With incredibly slow hyperspace travel, astrological impedances, and the fact that we simply do not have the technology, ability, or necessity to map it out, and so the treasure as it could be referred has not been found, she finished, and Naruto contemplated what he was being told, not because he questioned if it was truth or a lie, but because it made him consider something. Perhaps the reason why it was never returned is because the director of the station was looking for the artifacts and couldn't figure it out either, he considered as he thought back to the skyhook. Seeing their concern over the object, Naruto relented and said, "While we will return the tessent, I still believe there is something of a compensation in order," he stated, and before he could get a response, Gato said, "We don't need to negotiate over money. Especially since I happen to be looking into getting into the mining industry and currently have no claims or land in the Mod-Del sector. We have yet to confirm if the tessent is legitimate or not," Kyasa pointed out, but not because he was contesting that it was fake. "We also don't have that much time before the ministry meeting," Naruto said before glancing at his chronograph, "less than 30 minutes. We're confident that it's real, and seeing as we have some time before the meeting," Naruto informed the minister and left the ending of sentence open to interpretation, which drew a smirk from both Ero at the challenge being given. If this object were to turn out to be the missing tessent, Kyasa began with interest in the negotiation, and Gato soon began smirking too. "What exactly would we have to offer for its return?" the minister questioned, and both Naruto and Gato glanced at each other, with Gato taking the lead and Blonde sitting back to watch for the moment. "Well, I would first have to point out that since it is being returned as part of our initiative and bargaining for it, that we couldn't possibly take all the credit for returning it. Someone else will likely have to, an individual person or perhaps a pair," Gato began as he smiled at both the seated Ero, knowing that he made a very good start in negotiations by giving up the majority of the credit. Naruto wasn't surprised by Gato's starting tactic, as that was one of the reasons he had brought the man. "While I sit back and read them, he will bargain for everything that I want," the blonde thought, as he knew that because he favored conflict or violence over negotiation, that Gato would be the better choice. Both of those traits were disliked by the Ero. To them, resorting to violence was akin to conceding an argument, so they adored negotiations and haggling, seeing it as the most sophisticated method of settling disputes or difficult situations. While Gato continued to go over what they had spent hours discussing before arriving, and even in weeks past, the blonde let his mind wander a bit to think about what he had learned concerning the Ero. It troubled him, or at least irked him, that they had so little knowledge about their own sector. It was true what Tier C had said, but that would not have stopped him from taking every opportunity to map out the entire sector, specifically the hazards. He had basically already done so, though at great monetary cost. They also can't astronavigate to find better hyperlane routes, he conceded, and knew that he would have some work ahead of him. Mentally telling Gato about his thought concerning hyperlanes and maps, he had the businessman add both to the mental list of negotiating ammunition. Providing them with new or safer hyperlanes would be invaluable toward helping commerce and expanding the system. XX. Grinning madly, Gato looked down from the datapad for a second to find the blonde sitting in the lobby of the government building they were now in. Most people were walking past the blonde and not paying attention to him, but they didn't know that he would soon be speaking to all of them. Hard at work on a datapad and hollow projector, Gato sat down across the blonde before trying to show him the datapad and saying proudly, "Gato Incorporated," as he showed the digital certificate of incorporation for his new company. Frowning as the blonde was busy and he barely got a "that's nice" out of him, the corporation owner decided that the document mattered a lot more to him than Naruto, or Menma, he reminded himself, as that was that the boy was being called now. Though it wasn't paper and not something he could physically hold or frame on a wall, it was proof that the blonde had come through on the promise. Took long enough. A whole year of waiting, and I only spent 3 minutes in line and 30 seconds filling out paperwork to finally get this, the short man commented, shaking his head back and forth before looking at Naruto and seeing him still working. Gato Incorporated, he said to himself, and was iffy about whether he liked it more than having incorporated spelled out. Eventually there will be subsidiary companies, one of which would be Gata Shipping, he told himself, as the name always had the best ring to it in his opinion. Getting slightly bored as they waited, Gata looked over to see what Naruto was still working on before asking, "What are you up to?" "I have to give a briefing at the meeting and have about 5 minutes left to finish up everything," Naruto said without looking up from his work, as he was focused on finishing it before they were called in. Likely they had a few more than 5 minutes, as there was likely some kind of protocol to start off the meeting with, and neither knew if they were first on whatever list needed to be discussed. "Anything I can do?" offered Gata, as he was feeling quite good at the moment and didn't have a problem offering help to anyone when he was in that kind of mood. What would investors, business partners, or ministers want to hear when it comes to security issues? Naruto said after briefly pausing his work to wait on the answer before continuing. Inhaling, Gata began, "State the problem, don't exaggerate too much, as you can never be sure how gullible they are, especially when first meeting a group you aren't familiar with. But you should make them fear what they don't know is out there. Anything can get worse if left unchecked. You need to present not how you plan to do things but how you will do things. They always feel more comfortable even if you only change the phrasing a bit. We will do this trumps we could do this at any board meeting," he said before adding the finisher, "then give them something big that makes them feel safe and puts those fears to rest." Naruto nodded as he took everything in and analyzed how he could incorporate it into what he had already written. "I've outlined regular patrols of various jump-off points in the sector and already know many of the routes that pirates take, but something big," he thought, and wondered what he had that would count. "A flagship for the initiative," he decided, and smirked as he started adding more about the cruiser that they had. Taking the holographic image, he began manipulating it so that the ship would appear a bit different. Thinking of different symbols or insignia that he could use, he decided to go with something simple and added the Cuna constellation to the side of the bridge and wrote down a note to rechristen the ship, Cuna's Horn. That should work, he thought, and then added the future repair of a damaged Marauder-class corvette as well as a few automated droid vessels that he had been looking into. "Until the defense force is up and running, we'll rely on the forces that I have, calling them volunteers, and start with the Cuna constellation, moving out from there. Uniforms will be needed and I'll need commanders for ships. Perhaps it will be best to split up the entire fleet between Smoke Demon and normal sentients that may want to join," he considered, and wondered if anyone would be taking inventory of the operation or not. Keeping so much off the books would likely be something for Gata though. "We should be able to hide a portion of the fleet," he decided, as Gata's negotiation had gotten him all that he wanted. "Seems you found a way to make something official before it was even created," Gata commented as the last of the attendees of the meeting had already passed by them and they were the only ones left in the lobby. "It seems that way," was Naruto's brief response as he thought back to the message that the minister kept talking about and which he eventually managed to look at. "It was definitely Plagueis that wrote it, and the received date was just after I left. Does he know what I am doing?" wondered the blonde as he considered whether the former Muta knew more about his activities than what was revealed at the meeting. "Did you see the minister after the meeting?" asked Gata, and Naruto came out of his thoughts, having completed the presentation but gotten a little lost by other matters. "The last time I saw him, he was muttering about becoming a national hero, which escalated in his mind to Prime Minister, Senator, and then Chancellor for the sector. Despite the fact that both he and Tier C will be getting credit," commented Naruto, and Gata laughed before asking, "What do you think she'll get?" "Probably his job, if not more," replied Naruto, and Gata laughed before saying, "At least we got what we wanted." "Yes, we did," Naruto said in monotone as he recalled that the minister was too stunned at the revealing of the Tessent to fully comprehend the long-term effects of what he was agreeing to or what the impact would be on the sector in exchange for returning the Tessent. "You don't seem all that thrilled," commented the industrialist, and Naruto recognized that Gata was right. For some reason he found it hard to be thrilled at the accomplishment. Would it have been successful without that message? He kept considering, and the thought weighed on him, but he decided to tell Gata about the other thing that was bothering him. "I still don't know how the statue points to the treasure," he admitted, and Gata looked at him before laughing while saying, "That's what's bugging you." The laughter however stopped as the man considered something. "Was it actual treasure that we gave up?" "No, they were telling the truth," he informed Gata. "And it still bothers you that much?" "Yes," Naruto admitted as he hid what was really bothering him with the lesser. "Chances are it is something simple that is easily identifiable to them but not to anyone else," J-Out informed him, and Naruto had considered that but still couldn't determine what that something was. "Oh," Gata suddenly exclaimed as he had an idea, "you should mention renting out the fleet in the presentation," he said to He Blonde, and Naruto gave him a questioning look before the man explained, "Are there not pirates in other, nearby sectors?" Realizing what Gata was telling him, Naruto added the statement to his list of notes and expanded upon it a little to hint at some kind of agreement with other nearby sectors that would allow the fleet to expand its range. "What is the phrase?" The blonde struggled as he tried to come up with the wording he wanted. "Field of influence? No. Theater of operation," he finally remembered and put that down so he would mention it. "If that works, then no one will think it strange if my ships are spotted in neighboring sectors," and on that thought he recalled that most vessels would have some kind of identifying markings, color scheme, or symbol, so he immediately began thinking up a system or solution that could simply switch markings as easily as flipping a switch on all the ships in addition to transponder signals. And with that, my small raiding force becomes a sanctioned sector defense force, he thought as he glanced over the notes once again to memorize each talking point and the information he needed to present for each. Once the sector is pacified of all outliers, then the bigger plans start, he said, and was finally able to get some feeling of success. Minutes earlier they had finished negotiating for the entire Cuna constellation, which had been the main bargaining point during the meeting. They didn't seem to care at all for the 2 nebula that I wanted, he recalled, and knew that they should have cared or bothered to question why he wanted them so much. It was difficult to believe that Gotu Incorporated now owned the rights to a significant portion of the sector, but none of those areas were all that important at all to the Arrow. If only they knew what's currently there and what will be there in the future, the blonde thought as he remembered both astrological features in detail. The first was the Monsua Nebula, which was massive in size and contained multiple stars, some of which would make good fuel for the Star Forge. The second was the Din Nebula, which was much smaller but practically adjacent to the Monsua Nebula. Both contained significant radiation that was strong enough to make them hazards. The Din Nebula could even damage hyperdrives because of the pulsar formed after the system's sun went supernova. Unless special shielding was used, they were both dangerous to starships traveling in them and obfuscated sensor readings completely. These concerns had not stopped him from investigating, and what he found in the Din Nebula only made it more appealing to his future plans. It was worth the number of probes that I lost in order to get to this point, he concluded, and as Gotu stood, he realized that they were being called for. When they reveal the Tessent in the ministry room, make sure to cover your ears, Naruto told the short man, and Gotu was confused for only a second before he realized what the blonde was referring to. XX. Time skip. Almost 3 months later. 34.7 BBY. XX. Emerging from a darkened hallway, a small seeker-like droid hovered over the floor as it entered the trapezoidal doorway and examined the walls of the long room. The droid was as dark as the shadows in the room, but soon a red glow emanated near the single photoreceptor. The glow projected a red, flat plane of energy that quickly began scanning over the walls and surfaces of the room. Recording the numerous runes written on the walls, the droid quickly finished its inspection and documentation of the room before going on to the next. In an adjacent hallway, a similar droid was moving in the same fashion, and it moved along as it approached a shadowy figure. Not stopping, the droid passed right through the shadow's torso as if it wasn't even there. Grey eyes ignored the droid in favor of examining the dim world around it with purpose. Nothing of much interest, again, it thought with slight disappointment before walking on to another area that the droids had not gotten to yet. The shadow moved down a hallway, looking at an area of ceiling that had collapsed before heading toward a source of light which turned out to be a balcony. Overlooking the rest of the stone city, the figure itself was a shadow and cast none on the floor of the balcony in what little sunlight wasn't obscured by the heavy storm clouds that never seemed to clear. Silence reigns here as well. Only the wind can be heard on Zyast anymore, the figure spoke concerning the planet he was currently on. The statement was completely true. After days of searching the main city and surroundings, there was nothing that could be heard, not a spirit and certainly not any kind of life. Everything is dead on this planet, concluded the figure, and he had scans as well as sample analysis to prove that statement. The frozen planet was beyond hope, which makes me wonder what happened here, he thought before deciding that he had wasted enough time, and closing his eyes, he ended the technique. A mile away, blue eyes opened and the blonde soon went to small controls on his gauntlet to command the probes to return to the ship, which he was currently sitting on. Sliding off the fuselage, the blonde moved to the end of the hangar bay and looked over the frozen city of New Adasta. He had stowed his ship in one of the still-standing skyscrapers and branched out from there, looking at everything he could of the large city. Making use of the Force Shadow and Shadow clones, in addition to his small seekers, the blonde had scoured a large portion of the area. Unfortunately, there was simply too much to see, and that had been the case several times before, as he simply couldn't examine an entire planet to find what he wanted. He had concentrated his search at the old ruins of a citadel near the outskirts of the city, and even tried to find if a Sith Academy had once been on the planet. His only success so far in the days since he first landed was the discovery of an old Sith Empire military base just outside the city. The base was apparently called the Orbital Defense Command Center and houses an office of the Ministry of Logistics. While even to him that had seemed like a pointless search, through digging into what files were uncorrupted by the passage of time, he had determined that the ministry was responsible for a large amount of operations of the Sith Empire, including military, planetary defense, system-wide space traffic control, and was even tied into the Imperial Intelligence with a whole satellite office located inside the complex. The amount of information that once moved through that building at one point was so vast that he couldn't possibly try to copy all that was still stored in the memory banks. The majority of the files were encrypted and most were corrupted, but the data he was able to copy should hold something of interest. I don't remember Plagueis mentioning anything cataclysmic happening on Zyast, the blonde concluded as he thought back to his many lessons on the Sith Empire in that time of history. Either everyone had left Zyast, including even the likes of bacteria, or something terrible happened here, he believed, and decided that there was no point in remaining any longer on the most recent failure to discover more about the dark side. Like other planets he had visited, Zyast had likely been picked clean centuries before, and he was only able to find writings on the walls instead of artifacts or tomes. Where are the artifacts that were once here? The blonde questioned as he considered many different possibilities. They could have been salvaged by the Sith Empire, but that would suggest that they were taken somewhere else, which I can't seem to find. The Jedi could have taken them, but where would they put them? Plague Ace informed me that the Jedi had few real artifacts. Does that mean that Sidious has the rest, or were they simply destroyed over time? He questioned and considered the last one being the most probable outcome of the various wars and other conflicts in the galaxy. Where to next? Naruto then considered as the last of the Seekers moved into the cargo lift of the ship, and he headed to hatch at the back of the craft. Of the places he had been, only a few in the Stygian caldera were left for him to visit. This included Korriban. Though he knew that Korriban was rather close to his current location, Naruto refrained from heading there for some reason and had decided to look at other worlds. Kar Delba is an icy tomb just like Zyast. Drummond Kos has been taken over by the jungle and is home to a cult of dark side users that I would rather not have to deal with. If I don't know where specifically to look, each is simply too big for me to search even with help. I could spend decades sifting through ruins on those planets and not find anything of note. I'm not left with much else to visit, concluded the blonde as he headed to the cockpit and wordlessly passed the rust-colored droid. Many of the Sith-aligned worlds that he knew of had nothing left of the Sith Empire because they had been absorbed back into the Republic and no longer featured anything even related to the Sith. Perhaps the data from the memory banks at the base will help with that, he thought as he powered up the ship and headed off the dead planet. XX. Bells Avis. Outer Rim Territories. A few days later. XX. Descending towards the icy planet, Naruto quickly sent out a specific signal and his landing vector was temporarily cleared of the atmospheric instabilities that the numerous volcanic vents on the planet caused. Making his landing, he headed toward a single valley rift on the icy planet, one of the few areas of the white sphere that was green. Moving past the typical ionic disturbances and heavy snow, Naruto moved into the rift and the snow quickly turned to a light rain as the scenery changed to that of sparse jungle. The once prison planet of the Infinite Empire still held numerous Ricketan ruins, many of which were buried under the solid ice and snow that had formed in the several millennia since Bells Avis underwent an ice age. Some of the vaults, however, had been purposely placed near the still active volcanic vents, and these areas retained the look that Bells Avis once had, which was of a jungle planet. Descending, the blonde headed straight for a large pairs of doors, and once he was only a few meters off the ground, they sent another signal that caused the doors to open, which they did soundlessly before he had enough room to take the ship inside. The vault he had found was one of the few remaining that was intact enough to use. Some were destroyed by either cave-ins or unknown circumstances, while the prisoners which used to be housed in the various suspended animation vaults were all but gone. While exploring the area, he encountered the remains of various presumably sentient beings, although he couldn't identify them until he had asked Tant Matsu about the prisoners the Ricketan had confined to the planet's depths. He learned of the Eshka, a species that the Ricketan had battled millennia previously, and the last of which had been captured and stored in one or multiple areas of the facility. Although the remains of the equine species that had posed a threat to the Ricketan during their prime was disturbing enough, there were other things on Bells Avis which were still imprisoned and even more terrible, or so Tanmitsu had informed him. The blonde had therefore decided to only explore certain areas and to never go into the lower vaults and keep them sealed. Landing the ship on an area which was made into a landing pad, Naruto exited the ship and looked over the vault that he had claimed as his own. The area he was looking at was primarily a cavern with only a single entrance that he had flown into. Stalactites and stalagmites had formed and a large pool of water had collected in one area of the cavern. The other areas had been empty until he had begun transforming them into training areas. To mostly one side were the entrances to the portion of the Ricketan facility which was built into the rock and extended into a cacophony of different passages and levels in many different directions. Primarily, the blonde had stayed in the control room of the vault and sealed off the passages by instigating a partial lockdown procedure which was originally meant to contain escapees. He didn't want any surprises during the night or to come back to after being away for a while. Moving past an area where he trained in lightsaber combat, and then his tinkering area, the blonde went into the facility so that he could grab fresh clothes and clean up. XX. Sitting in a portion of the geothermic heated pool inside the cavern, Naruto relaxed in water that was similar to a hot spring. He had used earth jutsu to craft the rock both under and around the water and make places to sit. At some point he had gotten carried away, making a variety of designs in the mud jutsu and decorated the area. Taking out a data pad, he blonde looked over all a schedule and list of items that needed to be done. The foundry will finally have minimal operation starting soon, he realized as the date had always been approaching, but now he found himself slightly surprised that it was finally here. Once a single line of production is completed, the facility will build itself in months rather than years, he remembered from the last report sent by the droid foreman in charge of construction. It was at that moment that he also realized that while the foundry would be ready, his other plans would not. I still have not figured out a way to cure Tewia, he thought, and everything about the foundry's completion was soon forgotten. I also don't have a method of gathering the required resources to build the prototype Star Forge, he recalled from mental list of unaccomplished tasks. While the foundry was an amazing tool, it could not build a star forge for him. It was designed for droid manufacture or at the most small equipment and perhaps something as big as a starfighter. The foundry could be used to create a droid workforce and small equipment, but ultimately he needed a great deal of different resources to build his prototype. The Duraplast won't be that hard, but the rest, he thought as he looked over an extremely long list, various materials and massive quantities that were required for such a massive undertaking. A good number of these items can't be found in the Kunai or even in the Mod Del sector, he admitted as he recalled having surveyed for them, originally hoping that everything he required was in the sector. I have yet to solve that dilemma, he recognized, and moving to the next, he found that he still needed to construct a facility for the production of Kolto. Kabuto has confirmed that it will take a very long time if we just use pieces of star map, he recalled, and in the past few months, he had discovered a good place to build the secret facility, but I need equipment that I don't have and funds in order to procure that equipment. Last but not least, I still have no idea what I intend to do with these manufacturing facilities, devices, an alternative to Bacta, he admitted to the cavernous space around him, and he wasn't exactly whispering it either. Initially he had gone off of what Plagueis had said when they entered the galaxy, that they should lay low and build up their resources. His current plans were based off that goal but had evolved and expanded greatly after he had found and taken the Rakuten computer he had named Tenmitsu. Leaning back on the rock and putting his shoulders into the warm water, he closed his eyes and tried to envision different paths for him to take. The first and most obvious path was simply to create an army of droids and vessels through which to conquer the galaxy. The Republic no longer had a navy or army, and though numerous sectors had defense forces, they were limited in the size and capabilities of ships they were allowed to have. I could build thousands of Hammerhead-class cruisers and take over the galaxy, he considered and nearly laughed at the thought. From the history that Plagueis had spent a very long time explaining and teaching him, the Sith have failed time and time again to conquer the galaxy over the course of thousands of years. And I'm not even a Sith, he thought with disdain. He also felt that the idea was rather ridiculous, not because he felt he couldn't accomplish what the Sith had failed to do, but because he simply didn't want to conquer the galaxy. Long ago he wanted to be Hokage of a single village with a small population, but to be the leader of an entire galaxy, he thought, and couldn't imagine how many people that included, trillions. He put forth but knew that the number was small compared to what the real number likely was. Why would I want to deal with that kind of mess, and how could I possibly try to keep it together, he considered as he thought about the aftermath of being the conqueror of the Republic. Taking the Republic by force would no doubt cause splintering or at least a resistance to his rule, not to mention that the Jedi would not stand idly by. The second thought that came to him was to use the devices to become a very wealthy person or to influence the galaxy in a way that he wanted. It wouldn't be hard, but that option was certainly lacking anything of substance. And I can never seem to stop spending all the money I get, he thought before moving on to the next possibility. To use those resources to save the Republic from the Sith, he contemplated and recognized that it was a very odd thought which had spawned the notion. If I stop Sidious, that would likely make me some kind of hero or savior, he had briefly considered, and there was some truth in such a thought, especially if the entire Jedi Order is unable to determine what Palpatine really is before it is too late. However, such a path begged the question, do I want to be a hero? It was difficult to decide if that was what he wanted or not. After throwing away his dream of being Hokage, the thought of being a hero had gone with it, and he had only ever considered it in relation to Konoha. The other problem was that from what Plagueis told him, the Republic was not what it once was, and what would saving it really accomplish? Would it only fracture and dissolve, or a portion secede from the rest and cause a war? To be the villain then, not the one hiding in the Senate, and bring the Republic to the brink of destruction, he considered and thought about uniting the crumbling Republic and forcing them to change for the better. That would likely create an opening for Sidious to take advantage of, he quickly realized, and then questioned, why would I want to be a Jinhuriki again, alluding to the fact that being the villain of the galaxy would be akin to being a human sacrifice as such a person. Frustrated, he questioned, then why am I working to such lengths to bring back the inventions of the Rakuten? It took several moments before he came to answer, which just popped into his head. Perhaps I still want the things that I wanted when I was 5, which primarily included wanting to be acknowledged by others, he thought, and an image of Plagueis briefly appeared and then disappeared from his mind. I never did try very hard to hide what I was doing, he recognized, but was soon disturbed from his thoughts. A sudden sound alerted him of an incoming message on the communicator, which was sitting nearby with a towel from him to dry off with. Another message from Karin, he wondered, and quickly recalled that he had yet to respond to any of her previous messages, of which she had sent at least one a week since he had left. Because I have no idea what to say to her, he acknowledged, and decided if that was the case or not. Instead of Karin, the message was something a bit different, a sensor detection alert, he recognized, and sat up in the water as he tried to think back to how many of those he had set up in different areas and which one had been triggered. In Kunai, on the transceiver/booster stations for our feeds from Coruscant, and the last one was the one that he took a moment to realize before remembering where it was, Sol 5. Getting up out of the water, he took the towel to quickly dry off as he quickly moved to where his clothes and gear was, while a variety of questions went through his head. Why would a ship be there? Was it landing? Who would have gone to such a remote location? And he stopped for a moment as he considered that it may have been Plagueis who had found the planet. Trying to calm himself down on that thought, he inevitably questioned, what if it wasn't Plagueis? Anyone could have found the planet, either by mistake or on purpose. With his clothes on, he once again passed by HK-47 and the droid remained silent, though it moved to get its own weapons and prepare to leave. Using his communicator, Naruto contacted the COMM system of the prefabricated building, but his hails went unanswered as he entered the ship and prepped for a quick takeoff. As he was flying down the wide cavern corridor and toward the heavy vault door, a message was returned, but all he could hear was Shalia's panicked voice and then nothing. Cursing, Naruto left the atmosphere at full speed and set the quickest course for Sol 5. XX. Hours earlier. Sol 5. XX. Quadruple checking her translation, Shalia became very frustrated before she was forced to calm herself down and then think things over again. Looking back to the engraving on the pedestal of the statue, she went over the sentence fragment once again. It had been a trying morning as she had finally made real headway into deciphering the language. After receiving a single word of the language from Menma, which xenoarchaeologists had likely spent months or even years deciphering, and she wondered how he had managed to acquire, she had figured out most of the language of the Solarians but not completely. There were many letters that still eluded her, which made reading the pedestal message quite problematic. Glancing quickly at the cloaked figure of, if she was translating it correctly, Henri, she wished the statue could talk, provide some insight into whether she was correct or not before then return to the pedestal deciphering. What she wasn't understanding was that it seemed to indicate that, press Henri to learn more, doors, or at least that was the gist of her rough translation. It sounds like some kind of cheesy prompt from a Hollow Museum exhibit, she thought to herself with a frown, and had no idea how the word doors fit into that sentence. Once again, she believed she was doing something wrong. Glancing over everything again, she realized that she had made a mistake and the sentence fragment could have been translated, to learn more, touch Henri and doors, which was all that she managed to get with the still undecipherable parts. Looking around at the square, she failed to see any doors in her immediate area and guessed that the sentence may said, and doors will open, but couldn't be sure, but quickly thought that perhaps she was taking it too literally. It could be that metaphorical doors will open, she then thought, and looking to the statue again, she quickly thought of something. Despite looking at the statue nearly every morning for months, she had never physically touched it with her hands. The desire had been there several times, but she had always stopped herself. The most she had done was remove a layer of moss which had been covering some of the statue and pedestal, as well as clean it up a bit while following proper archaeological standards and protocols, which involved not touching the item and using non-invasive tools. I do have gloves, she contemplated, and taking out a pair from one of her pockets, she put them on and decided to test the theory. It couldn't hurt to just touch it once, could it? She found herself asking as what little self-control concerning proper procedure eroded away to allow her to finally do what she wanted. Slowly reaching out, she aimed for a small portion of the statue's robe and touched the cool surface. Smiling slightly, she realized that nothing had immediately happened, but wasn't that disappointed at having finally been able to touch the statue which she had long stared at and contemplated. Oh well, she was saying to herself before an audible clank was heard, which was swiftly followed by the sound of stone sliding against stone. With her already porcelain skin going even whiter, her entire face turned to shock and horror as she stood completely still. You idiot, she raged at herself, and hoping whatever she had inadvertently done was fixable. Turning her head slowly to look at what had happened, she soon came face to face with a segment of street that was missing. I don't think I can fix that, she admitted, but as she looked at the hole, she realized that the floor was not collapsed but had seemingly dropped at one side, creating a ramp. Some of the stones had actually stayed parallel to the ground, and a visible set of stairs had been created going down the middle of the ramp. Doors will open, she repeated to herself from what she had guessed earlier, and finally able to move, she thoroughly examined the new opening before even stepping foot inside. Moving back to her speeder bike to fetch the droid aid in her pack, she pulled out a glow rod before entering the ramp. I should be sending in a droid first. Or perhaps one of those survey probes that were left over from the initial mapping of the city, she knew, but that did not do anything to halt her progress forward into the chamber. She was compelled to explore her discovery. The ramp only moved one full level down and she found herself several meters underneath the street. No sooner than she had stepped foot into the corridor than a light had turned on. She jumped and nearly yelled before realizing that it was some kind of motion sensor and merely reacting to her presence rather than someone else turning them on. Some of the lights were powered, but others were no longer functional and either flashing on and off or not turning on at all. Slowly, the raven-haired propulsion expert proceeded down the hallway and noted all the power conduits along the walls. This level may be like a utility corridor and go through the entire city, she concluded before seeing that the walkway opened up ahead. Standing in the entryway of the still darkened room, Shalia brought her glow rod up as high as she could in order to shine as much light as possible into the room. It was hexagonal in shape with various instruments and equipment lining the walls, but what had caught her attention was the centerpiece of the room, which appeared to be some kind of control station. Several humming sounds and other noises of equipment operation were coming from the room and she hesitated. Is this a control room? Maybe for a reactor deeper underground, she wondered to herself and considered leaving to come back with more equipment and scanners than what little she had in her pack. Taking out what devices she had brought, she first checked the room for radiation and other emissions but found it safe. There was definitely a power source nearby and the device she held seemed to indicate that it was directly ahead of her. Inching her foot forward, she waited as the motion sensors in the room finally detected her and turned on the lights. The illumination showed her what she had already guessed, that the center of the room was some kind of control room, but for what, she still didn't know. Taking everything in, she realized that a layer of dust covered almost everything in the room and that she herself was leaving footprints on the floor, proof that she was the first to enter the underground area in a very long time. Don't touch anything, she said out loud in order to try and remind herself and stave off hyperventilating, which she felt perhaps she was headed towards. XX. Returning from the city hours later, Shalia was in a daze and had nearly driven her speeder bike off the trail because she was so immersed in her own thoughts. It's so amazing, she repeated again out loud at the discovery that she had made. I'll be published in every xenoarchaeological related article in the galaxy, she thought before correcting herself, not just archaeology but power generation as well. However, she was smart enough to realize that there were still a great deal of work, careful work, ahead of her in order to analyze the new discovery, the fact that she had correctly deciphered part of an extinct language being almost pushed out of her head. Though a very technical person, her devices usually didn't have their own reactors, merely having connections so they could be attached or built with one. I'll need a lot of supplies, she realized as she walked the distance to the prefabricated building. A multitude of different scanners will be needed to determine the composition and purpose of those crystals. Maybe they aren't just for control, maybe they produce the power, she considered and stopped as the thought nearly overloaded her mind. Parking the speeder, she continued on a familiar and short walk in a daze. Smiling, she increased her pace and was about to head through the decontamination doors when she realized that something was amiss. Coming to a complete stop, Shalia looked to an unfamiliar ship that was parked nearby, behind her building. It was a luxury courier, but that wasn't what had caused her to stop. Inside, she could just make out the noise from the COMM system notifying her that someone was calling, but she barely registered it as she looked at the man standing in front of the ship. Cloaked in black and standing completely still, Fezv Wifos stared directly at the startled propulsion designer. It was immediately evident to Shalia that something was terribly wrong. The smiling and charming face that she remembered was not what she was currently seeing. It was almost as if she was looking at a completely different person. There was soon a sinking feeling that took hold of her and she felt very cold. She wanted to run far away at that moment, but her feet would not move. I see you're doing well, Shalia, the now revealed Dark Jedi Kari Nalvas said in an even tone and with very little emotion on his face until he said her name with contempt. Having the opportunity of a lifetime, was it? He questioned mockingly as he started taking slow steps towards her, and his visage turned into a sneer from what she could see beneath the cloak. Nalvas recalled Shalia using those words many times in the conversations with her parents, and because they had been the same words she had used to describe his offer to her, the memories infuriated him more and he moved his hand out from beneath the cloak to reveal his lightsaber. Though never personally seeing a lightsaber before, her mind recognized the device as a probably weapon and that she needed to run. Her heart beating was all that she could hear until the noise of the COMM system inside the building reminded her that she could get help. Suddenly in motion, Shalia fumbled with the control panel before rushing into the double airlock system of the building and then initiating the decontamination sequence once she was completely inside. Turning around, she noted a flash of blue through the transparent steel panels on the heavy doors and then saw a short cylinder of energy pierce the outer door and start cutting a hole. Backing away from the hatches, Shalia nearly tripped over a chair before she remembered the COMM system and raced to the room with the installed device. Seeing the messages, she quickly started to respond to one before realizing that she didn't have time. Turning around to flee, she stopped as she saw the powered-down security droids that were meant to protect her if a situation put her in danger. Oh yeah, this is definitely that kind of situation, Shalia thought as she activated the droids. While they powered up, she left the communication room as the inside hatch was about to be breached. Moving to her laboratory area, she again sealed herself inside a set of completely transparent steel decontamination doors and waited to see what would happen, hoping that the droids would be able to help her. As the hatch to the building was forced inward and skidded across the floor after being cut apart, the cloaked figure stepped through and they looked at each other, one annoyed face to a scared one. Reacting quickly, the cloaked figure brandished the sword-like weapon as he deflected a blaster bolt which was headed directly at him. Seeing the figure deflect more shots, Shalia realized that the droids may not be enough. With Wifos momentarily was distracted, she searched around her small laboratory looking for anything she could use before stopping on the decontamination slot. It was meant to allow items to be placed in it from outside and then decontaminated for analysis inside the lab. Opening the door, she looked at the dimensions before determining that she could definitely make herself fit. Several alerts and alarms went off from the control panel, but she ignored them while forcing the outer hatch open and bypassing the safety features, then pushing herself through. Landing harshly on the rock ground outside, as it was a difficult squeeze, Shalia got to her feet and quickly surveyed the situation. The ship, her mind thought of, and she moved to the small hangar that was attached with the facility. The hangar door opened for her and she looked at the small vessel that had been sitting for months, ready to use should she need it to take her to safety. Moving to the entrance of the small scout ship, Shalia jumped back as a familiar blue energy blade pierced the nearby hatch to the facility. Looking between the ship and the blade, she realized that the vessel would not be ready to leave by the time the hatch was cut through. She scrunched her face in disdain for the choice, but she couldn't make use of the ship at the moment. Running away from the hangar, she went to the speeder bike she had parked and got on. A quick glance up to the facility and she could see her helper droid had been cut apart as well. Turning to the second speeder, she moved hers closer and grabbed the controls, activating the second vehicle and drove both at once. Picking up speed and heading down the mountain, Shalia strained to keep both vehicles steady until the right moment and she let go of the second speeder, sending it hurtling into a huge rock and continuing on from the explosion toward the city ahead of her where she could hide. XX. Automatically reactivating after a sudden power surge, the heads-up displays in the photoreceptors informed him of an unresponsive signal from his legs. Glancing down, the HK unit noted that he no longer had the majority of his legs. Checking the area for targets, he found none and continued checking over himself for damage. Aside from his legs, there was damage to the back of his head and his memory replayed him ducking a decapitating strike after his legs had been removed. His reaction to the attack had been partially unsuccessful and resulted in unknown damage. Finished the systems check, he noted that his body could remain in its current state for a while, if he stayed stationary, but he realized that it wasn't an option. His programming required him to act in any way possible to defeat the threat. Turning to the COMM systems, he spun himself on the ground and used his arms to pull himself to the equipment. Pulling himself up off the floor enough to access the communication systems, he instantly noted the unanswered messages and responded to one. XX. An incoming message was instantly answered by Naruto and he paused for a second as he debated what to say and whom he might be speaking with. That question, however, was never needed as a familiar droid's voice said, Unit HKS-4 report. Current status of this unit is out of action. Failure to terminate meatbag. Request backup. One of the droids I left there, Naruto realized, and his mind was swimming with possibilities as to what had happened. I am on my way, but I need to know what is happening. Naruto replied and the droid was quick to answer, one meatbag. Near human and lightsaber wielding. Status of protected subject unknown. The COMM channel was silent for a moment as Naruto contemplated the situation. One person, near human and with a lightsaber, he realized and knew that it couldn't be Plagueis because he doubted the droid, which was made and first activated on Mustafar, would not recognize a Mustafarian or classify them as near human instead of humanoid. Who the hell is there, he wanted to know but realized he wouldn't get to as the building didn't have security holocams or any similar surveillance and monitoring systems that could get him an image. You must disable his ship, Naruto suddenly said over the channel, and he knew the droid would be confused right before it stated, current status is out of action. I know you are not able to fight, Naruto replied in slight frustration as he tried to remain calm while knowing that he may be asking the impossible as only significant damage would cause an HK unit to classify itself as such while still being capable of speaking and operating a communications device. But you must disable that ship. It will take me the better part of a day to get there, and unless that ship is disabled, that enemy will get away. When no response came back, Naruto closed his eyes briefly before saying, I will fix you, better than before. You will be moved to a better assignment, but you must disable whatever ship that meatbag brought there, he reiterated and waited. On Sol 5, the droid looked to the sensor system which was adjacent to the COMM system and he noted that the arrival of a ship was logged and it touched down nearby the facility. A quick analysis of his situation and the task being asked concluded a high chance of failure to complete what its creator was asking. Current status is active, the droid replied before ending the message and letting itself down to the ground from the controls. Looking to the weapon storage crate nearby, the droid dragged itself to it. They were not provided with sufficient means or preparation to deal with such a threat as the lightsaber-wielding meatbag, but now he only had to worry about a stationary ship. Tipping the crate over, he ignored the other blaster rifles and pistols as he moved to remove the tray they were stacked on to get underneath. Hidden at the bottom of the crate was a compartment with other ordnance. Choosing one of the few explosives, he armed the weapon and magnetically attached it to his shoulder to free up his hands. Moving across the floor, the HK unit dragged itself toward the cut-open decontamination entry hatches. While the heads-up display connected to his photoreceptors warned of decreasing energy reserves and that prolonged movement would lead to shutdown, the droid ignored the warnings and pushed on. Moving outside the base took a great deal of effort, but he made it to the rock ground. Scanning his surroundings for the second time since being assigned to the planet, the droid easily found the ship it was assigned to damage, however finding it was the easy part. His display was telling him of imminent shutdown and multiple system failures as he positioned himself for a throw, and his photoreceptors were cutting out intermittently every few seconds. Switching to recording mode, he surveyed the target right before his photoreceptor shut down completely. Now blind, the droid opened the short recording from his memory bank and remained still as it stopped the recording and analyzed the video capture to calculate a blind throw. Reaching back, it grabbed the detonator and aimed according to targeting calculations from the recording and threw. He was rewarded with a clank right before all his systems failed and he went offline, collapsing lifeless to the rocky ground. A second later, the explosive attached to the hull exploded, disabled the ship. XX. When no further responses came from Sol 5, Naruto was forced to assume that the droid had failed and tried to figure out what to do next. He had chosen Belsavis because of a general lack of interest that the galaxy had for it, but also for the proximity to other areas he was interested in. When I went there on a supply run 2 months ago, I never bothered to time the journey. Maybe I should have chosen something closer, he considered before he went back to thinking about how someone had managed to find the planet and who that person may be. Thinking back, he recalled that he had found a tracking device stuck to the hull of his ship over 2 months before, but at the time, I assumed it was Neri's. He remembered thinking and wondered if that was really the case. His thoughts then turned to any near human that he knew, which really only included one because the other was a Zabruk. Sidious, he thought, but something about that didn't make sense. I took off the device before going to Sol 5, he realized, but then considered that perhaps Sidious had found the surveillance devices. Looking through his communications, he found that the last message from Karin was just over a week ago. Did something happen? He suddenly considered, and he found his world was suddenly spiraling in a similar fashion to the hyperspace window he was looking at through the viewport. Is Sidious now coming for me? His mind then turned to Nebu and he wondered if he was being targeted in some fashion. Did he find the devices and trace their source? He questioned, and his thoughts quickly turned to his friends being tortured for information or killed. However, something about that line of thought didn't add up. He had taken multiple precautions when routing the signals, and if anything, the Sith Lord and apprentice would be trying to track down the Star Jewel rather than tracing anything to the castle on Nebu. I also removed the tracking devices from this ship, I'm sure of it, he concluded as he recalled having examined the vessel from top to bottom again after finding the small, likely black sun-planted, tracking device months previously. So who the hell is on Sol 5? He then questioned and had no idea aside from assuming that it must have been a Jedi. He remembered Plagueis telling him that at any one time, there were only a handful of fallen or dark Jedi in the galaxy, so the most likely individual was a Jedi, but then why did Shalia sound so afraid? He wanted to know, but that would remain unanswered because he could not reach her and was hours away. Is she dead? He then wondered but had no way of knowing. Turning in his chair, he moved it to the hollow projector in the center of the room and then brought up an image of the galaxy. Looking at the distance between himself and the outer system, he wondered how long it would take and wished for a faster mode of transportation. This reminded him of what he had found on Belsavis, and he welcomed a momentary distraction because of the helplessness he was experiencing. A teleportation device, he remembered, thinking back to when he had managed to find one of the devices while exploring the catacombs connected to his vault on the icy planet. He was forced to ask Tanmitsu what the device was because he wasn't sure and had great difficulty figuring it out. The computer informed him of its usage as a teleportation device, moving items from one place in the vaults of Belsavis to another, and even the fact that the device could transport off-world, but not outside of the system. The last part of that thought made him frown, as although it was instantaneous transportation, there were limits to it. More than one limitation, too, he recalled, as while he could use the device to transport anything he wanted, he had not been able to completely understand how it worked. It either somehow disassembled what stepped on the pad into energy and sent it to a corresponding pad to be reassembled, or it simply disintegrated what was on the pad and then recreated it at the opposite pad. He contemplated, and it was a strange concept to think that he could be destroyed and then recreated, exactly like he was, somewhere else. Or maybe not exactly how I was, had been his thinking at the time, and that statement still was in the forefront of his thoughts concerning the technology. I will never use that device to transport myself, he recalled having concluded after Tanmitsu had also been unable to properly explain how the device worked. It was on that thought that Naruto considered another option. I could use a force shadow, he realized, and looking to the holographic image of the Sol system, he wondered if he could really do it. Projecting a force shadow was only something that he had been using to explore a single planet and perhaps other areas in a single system. I've never used it as the force hounds of the Rikudan once did, and Tanmitsu was unable to tell me how far a force shadow could be projected. He merely said vast distances but was never able to quantify that. Could I really project it across so many sectors in a significant portion of the galaxy? The blonde wondered, and knowing that he had a great deal of time left before arriving, he decided that it would be worth trying. XX. Being dragged back to the prefabricated building and up the hill was exhausting for both of them. The speeder would have been faster, but Nalvas knew that he could not trust that Shalia would not try to jump off or injure both of them in transit. Though the raven-haired scientist had managed to elude capture for quite a while, that had come to an end when he realized how important the city was to her and that threatening to damage or destroy it would make her surrender to him. Shoving the woman down to the ground, he looked upon his ship and clenched both his fists as he surveyed the billowing smoke and damage done to the expensive courier. The sound he had heard from the city and the smoke could also be seen, but he hadn't been completely sure what it was until they were close enough to tell that it had not been from the prefab building. There was a gaping hole in the side of his ship, and even without a great knowledge of starship mechanics, he could tell that the ship was no longer space-worthy until such damage was fixed, and I have no way of fixing it, he quickly realized, which only made him more frustrated. Looking to the culprit, one of the disabled droids, he picked up its damaged form with the force and hurled it into the side of the building. The action failed to completely accomplish what he sought. It barely succeeding in curbing a portion of his anger, but it had taken the smirk off Shalia's face. The smirk had started upon seeing the ship, but when the damaged droid flew into the wall next to her prone form as a result of some unseen force, that was enough to make her rethink such a look. She was definitely not used to seeing such abilities and was now even more scared of him than before. A brief moment elapsed when both looked at each other with contempt before he looked away and tried to determine what to do next. I could call for transport, he thought, as he had connections to a gang of pirates in the Killeran system that would help him, for a price, no doubt, he knew, but ended up dismissing that option for other reasons than monetary. The path he had taken to arrive at the system was not simple, and he questioned whether anyone who he could call would be able to safely follow it. It was at that moment and on that thought that he turned to look at Shalia, because there was something he wanted to know. Is someone coming for you? The words were laced with venom and were said with a commanding tone as well as with the use of the force. Shalia's face remained unchanged at the question, but her mind was in turmoil at the fact that she had indeed sent for help, though Nalvis was unable to fully glean such thoughts from her. Is someone coming for you? He repeated, and she could feel him at the edges of her mind. She felt compelled to speak, a feeling which she attempted to push down even as it increased when the robed figure moved closer towards her. Reaching a hand out toward her but never touching her, Nalvis repeated the words again, and despite trying to prevent divulging anything, the unknown ability caused her to admit with great reservation, I don't know, if anything, just to make what she was feeling come to an end. The probing force in her mind soon stopped trying to push its way in, or at least that was how the propulsion expert would have described the intrusion, and it left her shaken. I'll have time to get the rest of that information out of her later, Nalvis decided as he concluded that Shalia was uncertain if anyone was coming for her. I could use the communications device inside and force her to bring help, he quickly thought, but wondered how far away that help was from the isolated and obscure planet. I may be stuck waiting with her for days, he concluded while pacing in the immediate area as he kept partial attention to make sure Shalia didn't try to run again while thinking of his next move. Recalling something he had seen and noted earlier, the Dark Jedi raised a hand toward the cuffs and pulled them towards him, eliciting a yelp out of Shalia as her hands were suddenly yanked forward from her sitting position. Taking a good grip on the cuffs, Nalvis pulled or partially dragged Shalia for the first few seconds before she was able to get to her feet as the pair moved to the hangar where he had seen a starship earlier. Standing to inspect the small vessel, Nalvis could feel that Shalia was planning to attack but acted as if he didn't know in order to prevent her from closing off her mind to him. If she realized that he could anticipate such actions based on gleaning her most active thoughts, then she might figure out how to keep such thoughts more hidden and beyond his ability to probe thoughts. This should work, he thought while looking over the small scout ship. The vessel was designed for one person but not like a single-seat starfighter. It was designed with more amenities and for a longer voyage. Before Shalia could enact any of her plans, the tall blonde secretly pulled out a hypo-injector from beneath his robes and inserted it quickly into her neck. Shalia was surprised by the action, unable to do anything to prevent the attack, and slowly began losing consciousness as the injected substance took effect. In mere moments she stumbled slightly before collapsing to the ground. It will be a long trip, Nalvis thought as he watched her fall to the ground before he went to the ship and began prepping it for flight. On most humanoids, the drug was effective for a day or more, so he wouldn't have to be worried about her waking up for that period of time. Entering the ship, the cloaked blonde found cramped quarters, with a small bed, extremely compact galley area and a simple refresher all behind the single-seat cockpit. Initiating startup of the vessel, he went back to collect Shalia and deposit her on the bed before taking the pilot's seat. As systems completed checks and everything was finished, Nalvis started to take the ship out of the hangar when he realized that something was wrong. He initially thought that he was piloting the ship out of the hangar but soon found that some kind of autopilot was engaged. The vessel was piloting itself over the city and then into the atmosphere. Trying to disable the feature and moving through several screens of menu options as well as trying to talk with the ship's onboard computer proved futile, however, as the vessel had been programmed to lock out any attempt. Moving outside the atmosphere of the planet, Nalvis continued to try and disable the systems until he noticed that the vessel appeared to be preparing for a jump to hyperspace. Turning to the small nav computer, he found that it too was locked, having already been programmed to take the vessel to certain location or on a particular course. Cursing, he smashed his hands against the pilot's control panels a few times as the stars blurred and the ship entered the forming hyperspace window. XX. Opening fake eyes, the shadowy figure looked upon the barren ground and knew immediately that it was definitely not Sol 5. The sun was not the right size and the landscape was completely different, with a dust storm moving across what little he could see. Calming his mind and preparing to end the technique, having finally been able to find a planet but failing to find the correct one, Naruto stopped as sensed something. Opening his eyes again, he looked upon a few members of a species that he was unfamiliar with. Bipedal, the short creatures had strange disproportioned features with short but stout bodies but longer and thinner necks. Their head was topped with ridged protrusions in a line across the center of the skull and a strange mouth. Curious, he watched the odd species attempting to cultivate food but quickly realized that the area was terrible for anything to grow and what was growing did not look very healthy. The ground may be polluted, he thought, and watching he wondered where the planet was that he was currently viewing. It must be strong in the force in order for me to have found it, he concluded, and decided that perhaps he would take a second look at the planet, if he was ever able to find it again. Memorizing all that he could about the visible moons, the visual appearance of the species, and where he felt the planet may have been located, the blonde ended the technique and returned to his ship. Opening blue eyes, he stared at the hologram of the galaxy before him and marked where he thought the planet was that he had visited, finding it quite far from where he needed to go and off from his current course. Pushing the thoughts of the previous planet aside, the blonde once again concentrated on finding Sol 5. It was possible that he was still simply too far away, but he endeavored to keep trying. Imagining the planet that he wanted and grasping where it was located in the galaxy as well as where it was in relation to his position, the blonde entered a state of meditation. Moving short distances with the technique was easy and required very little preparation, but he quickly found that it was a long and more involved process when he needed to move further distances than just from place to place on a single planet. Time passed as he continued to concentrate on the location he wanted, and he eventually felt himself leave his body in the direction of his choosing. He traveled away from the ship, apparently instantly crossing through the boundary of hyperspace and real space without even knowing it, and moving faster across vast distances than his starship was capable to traveling. The planet he wanted was somewhere ahead of him, but he had very little control over where he was going. It seemed the farther he tried to project himself, the more interference he found as he passed by untold systems and astrological objects. Once in a while he would find his astral form pulled in other directions, or even found resistance in one direction and was forced into another. Unable to completely control the projection or keep on the course he wanted, the blonde was pulled in a different another direction, slowly at first and then more pronounced as time passed. Having failed numerous times beforehand to stay the path he knew would lead to Sol 5, rather than ending the technique and starting over again, Naruto decided to let himself be pulled as he had done previously. If he found what it was, he could possibly move past what was pulling him, having already seen it. At least that was his current belief on the matter, as he had very little instruction concerning how the technique was supposed to be used or if he was using it correctly. Acknowledged that perhaps going to that location would make him continue going there as he had already been pulled there once, the blonde quickly realized that he was slowing and he stopped himself short of reaching his destination. Opening his eyes, Naruto looked upon an amazing sight. His form was seemingly floating, unhindered, in space. Before him, there was a large planet, but not a whole planet like he was used to seeing. The world had been fractured into three massive pieces which were still held closely together, likely by gravity which kept them from moving far apart from each other. Each portion had a violet sky, or at least he thought it was violet, having his sense of color significantly dulled using the ability. Thinking that perhaps he would investigate, Naruto stopped himself as he realized that he wasn't searching for unique planets. There was a single planet that he wanted, and this is certainly not it, he thought before ending the technique and opening his real eyes back in the ship's cockpit. Feeling drained, the blonde was seeing double for a second and had a brief moment in which he wondered whether he was really in the ship or still moving across space for a second before he decided that a break was in order. Looking at his chronograph, he was again surprised at how much time seemed to pass when he used the technique over such long distances. It seemed that only a few minutes had passed, but in reality it had been the better part of an hour had he been moving across space. Though it was a useful ship, the dark side vessel had poor accommodations for crew members that weren't droids. The galley was simply non-existent, and aside from the chairs in the cockpit area, there were no other spots to sit and relax unless he wanted to sit on the very stiff mattress that was his small bed. He found himself more often than not, having a meal in the pilot's chair and working on something to pass the time. Getting something to eat which was simple to prepare, Naruto looked over a nearby stack of data pads so that he could have a distraction for the moment. The first item he looked at on the data pad held in one hand while he ate and drank with the other was the newest report concerning the construction of the foundry. Thousands of droids per day, he thought, and was still dumbfounded at the number that was being projected for the total output of the manufacturing plant once completed. Mustafar was only able to create a handful of droids each day, and soon he could create thousands. What will I do with them all? He then questioned, as he currently didn't have the means to use that many droids. Other projects were slowly progressing or halted until he had more access to resources. An idle thought of creating and stockpiling HK model assassin droids entered his mind, but he quickly questioned where he would store them. Even if a portion of the total droids created in the foundry are assassin droids, I won't have any space that is safe enough to store them all until I need to use them, he decided, and thought perhaps he would wait on the assassin droids, focusing more on labor droids or mining droids first. Moving to another portion of the report, he read over the foreman droid's assessment of the security of the facility and again frowned at the numbers and information. While the original foundry was completely undefended, the blonde had wanted something very different for his facility. The problem however was acquiring the weapons. While he could possibly create small laser cannon turrets, the Foundry could not create larger and more powerful weapons that could ward off starships. While he could buy such defenses, that may create a few red flags if he went through normal channels and create an unhealthy interest by others in what he was doing if he went through illegal channels. I still have no idea if the Black Sun knows what I am doing or not. They haven't inquired or commented about anything yet, he thought as he considered where to obtain the defenses that he needed. The Syndicate was the easiest way to obtain what he wanted. Borvo mostly dealt with handheld weapons and he wasn't sure if the Hutt wanted to attract attention to himself by trying to acquire something many times the scale he normally dealt in. Minutes passed while reading and eating before he had finished the simple meal. Naruto set the current day top pad back down among the rest and moved his chair back to the hollow projector to resume his forays across space. XX. This could be promising, believed the cloaked shadow as he surveyed the landscape. Turning around, he came face to face with the familiar Solarian city and felt a little foolish at his earlier thought. He had spent hours getting to that point, likely because the planet no longer had a sentient population and therefore had lost most of its force presence, or he just needed more practice to hone his projection skills. Pushing aside any feelings of success at finally finding the location he had been after, the shadow looked for the prefabricated facility and briefly closing his eyes, he opened them to find himself standing near the building. The damage to the outer hatch was immediately evident, as was the disabled droid that lay motionless nearby. HKS-4 was missing his legs and a slice out of his head which partially exposed wires and the circuitry of his droid brain. Turning to the item that shouldn't belong there, Naruto moved forward towards the damaged ship. An external explosion was obvious and he glanced back at the disabled droid, realizing that it had managed to complete the assigned mission. Going back to analyzing the ship, he could not place its design, having never seen something similar. It was sleek and some kind of luxurious courier or perhaps even a diplomatic ship. Aside from the hull and carbon scoring, everything else appeared in pristine order and to be well maintained. The vessel had no markings indicated it was of the Republic and likely privately owned, which along with the look of the ship, spoke of wealth and made it difficult to believe that the ship belonged to any of the Jedi. Would they have bought a new ship after I had left? The shadowy figure questioned, but decided that those he had left on Naples were likely not in need of such an expensive new ship. Unless Plagueis needed to impress someone, he quickly thought, but looking over the damage to the hatch and seeing the lightsaber strikes, he knew that his former master had not performed such sloppy and careless swings. The Sith Lord was more surgical and precise, he would have to be injured in order to make such a mess, he decided, but that made things worse in his mind as he tried to imagine who else could have found Sol 5 and gone there. And for what purpose, he questioned, and as he moved into the facility, his feet never physically touching any debris or making any sound on the floor. HKS-3, he thought while looking to the cut-apart droid, and guessed that either the opponent was skilled at combat or the droids did not have enough time to prepare an attack to fight back. I also didn't equip them with weapons that are typically used to fight Jedi, he noted as he glanced to the toppled-over weapons locker. Moving to the central room with the COMM system, he was unable to access controls but could tell that no further signals were sent with his equipment. Gliding back into the main room of the facility, he quickly noted that the hangar door had been cut open and heading through the breached airlock, he entered the empty hangar. Someone took the ship, he noted, but it was not an observation, more a statement that had a significant meaning. He had locked the ship's controls and coded the autopilot system to take any occupant that started up the ship on a previously plotted course to Sarayfur. Recalling quickly his programming, he felt that his encryption may hold up to attempts to break it, and that path is so remote that even if they could gain access to the ship's controls, they would have a difficult time taking the ship anywhere but Sarayfur. He felt as he remembered that the title-locked planet was the only destination and coordinates in the previously wiped navigational computer. Did Shalia escape? Was she taken hostage, or, thought Naruto as he tried to determine what could have happened to the propulsion expert. Looking back to the damage done to the facility, he thought there was a chance that she was still alive. They must have come looking for me, he initially believed, but he again quickly questioned how someone could have found the coordinates or tracked him at any point to the planet. He had been careful, but somehow not careful enough. I still don't completely understand, though. There are other places that I frequent much more often, which would make better locations for a surprise attack. I barely come here, he thought, and still could not explain who came all the way to Seoul and what their real purpose was. He considered searching the city for Shalia, thinking perhaps she had escaped, but a part of him knew that if she hadn't left on the ship, then she was no longer alive. Any Sith would not leave a witness or would take them for further interrogation. I'm sorry, Shalia, the blonde thought before he ended the technique so he could get back to his ship and make a course correction. XX. Relief soon spread over Nalvas as the ship started a planned descent on the unknown planet. He had been concerned when communications from the ground arrived to identify his ship and purpose, but the ship had sent some kind of pre-programmed signal before he could even think up a good lie. After that, everything had gone silent and the vessel was given permission to land at a portion of the spaceport that was quickly becoming larger in his viewport. Everything was still running on autopilot, but he was able to scan the surface and get an idea what he was dealing with. He could detect 3 cities beneath him that were a distance away from each other with various life signs for each. He was headed towards the largest of the 3 and other ships were arriving and departing at delayed intervals, but there appeared to be at least frequent shipping or travelers and somewhere he could either steal or barter transport. Muffled sounds behind him caused the Dark Jedi to amend his previous thought, as it would be difficult to barter transport with the kind of cargo that he was taking with him. A tied-up Shalia was trying to get a view of where they were headed from the single bed in the ship's small cabin. She had felt the ship enter real space and go into an atmosphere before slowing down for what she knew was a landing. Nalvis had to gag her for the remainder of the trip after she had awoken from the sedative wearing off hours earlier and demanded to know answers to the very same questions she had asked while he dragged her up the mountain and back to his ship. Where are you taking me? Why are you doing this? What's wrong with you, you piece of, and other rants about him being crazy, a psychopath, and that he wasn't Fezv Wefos but an imposter. That had been before he revealed that she was correct, in a way, because he had never been that person. The real Wefos is at least 80 pounds heavier than me, shorter, balder, and a real manager of Usable Resource Location, Recovery and Development Corporation, he had revealed to her, which caused her some shock before he felt that she believed he was lying, to which he then informed her that Fevsk was not human and that if she bothered to look up who she was doing business with, then she could have easily found out he was an imposter. He enjoyed ridiculing her over the fact that she was deceived by persona and charm, that she believed everything he said. The revelation had caused Shalia to go quiet for almost the remainder of the trip, but he still used the gag to make sure that the further questions he knew her mind would form, could not be asked or even coherently uttered. Where is this planet? Nalvis wanted to know as he tried again unsuccessfully to get into the ship's navigational computer. Ideally, the best plan was to use the current ship to leave the plant after refueling, but only if the lockout lifts, he thought with a deep inhale and short exhale to calm himself of the current problem while the ship touched down on the landing pad of the circular spaceport hangar. Seeing that the ship's systems were still all locked, despite a successful landing and restarting the ship's system, Nalvis frowned deeply as he tried to keep himself from smashing the console before removing his harness, moving to exit the vessel with Shalia. I'll have to find something else, he thought while moving out from the vessel and firmly holding Shalia's arm. Looking to the cuffs on her hands, he wondered how best to proceed. Moving across town with a handcuffed prisoner wasn't exactly a good way to remain unnoticed. Perhaps I can convince them that she is a bounty, he quickly thought before deciding that would not work, as he had no way of knowing if they would try to take the bounty from him. The area was likely well into the outer rim and could be completely lawless. As he quickly contemplated what to do next, Shalia was waiting for any moment to take advantage of in order to flee, and a sudden noise from somewhere inside the hangar caught both by surprise. The sound was metallic, like a heavy object falling, and before Nalvis could figure out what it was, Shalia had kicked him right between the legs. Releasing her arm from the sudden attack, Nalvis was unable to do anything but crumple to a kneeling position in pain for a moment. Running from the hangar as fast as his legs would carry her, Nalvis could not stop the propulsion expert before she exited and went out into the streets by the hangar. Trying to stand and make chase, the Dark Jedi stopped as he felt a presence nearby. Looking to a shadowed area of the hangar, he managed to make out the outline of a figure in the darkness that was simply watching him silently. Getting into an impromptu fighting stance, Nalvis moved away slightly to provide a buffer between them as he waited for the figure to reveal itself and let him know what he was dealing with before he had to chase down his hostage. The emerging figure was far shorter than the initial shadow suggested, and he looked upon a blonde-haired, near-human teen. The boy looked at him curiously, and Nalvis nearly laughed despite his pain, as he had been almost worried. He did however feel something off about the situation and the boy through the force. Looking more carefully, he noted several small blue glowing lights from some kind of technology that the boy was wearing on his arms, thighs and belt, but also a sword handle that was just over his shoulder and holstered blaster. Smirking as he still didn't feel threatened and was amused by what must have been an attempt to intimidate him, that all changed when the shorter blonde moved his left hand out from just behind his back and the Dark Jedi noted the unactivated lightsaber that it held. Taking out his own and moving to a stance as it seemed that the younger blonde was more than he seemed, Nalvis simply said, "You've made a serious error in judgment, getting in my way. You won't live to regret it." "I was thinking something very similar," Naruto simply responded in an even tone before he ignited the lightsaber, which produced an orange blade with reddish core. XX. Stretching and moving around, a man exited the changing room of a small specialty cloth and tailor shop before examining his new uniform. Doro Bass looked himself over in one of the mirrors and took in the new look. The uniform was sharp but with dark and dull colors that did not stand out much. It was more functional than ceremonial, which he definitely liked, and reaching for the leather jacket, he put that on and completed the look. An insignia patch on the jacket's shoulder identified his new affiliation with the Mod-Del Sector Defense Force, and both his uniform and jacket had rank identifiers which indicated his rank of lieutenant but also the commanding officer of a starship. "I look like a well-dressed spacer," he commented, but couldn't complain any about the new uniform and boots he had been provided with. "The heavy blaster pistol is a nice touch too," he thought, and looked around the shop before drawing the weapon as fast as he could from the holster and pointing it at the mirror to see how he looked. A small smirk quickly formed into a smile, but then to slight embarrassment when he noted that the establishment owner was watching him. Putting the weapon away, he stopped to take in his own look, rather than the information. Running a hand over the side of his short hair, Doro carefully examined the grays that he now had. It made him look more distinguished, at least that was what he told himself, but they were well earned. Making his living on the streets before joining a smuggling crew in his early teens, he had quickly worked his way up to captain of the starship before the age of 20. Didn't hurt that the previous captain was gunned down in a drunken brawl, he quickly thought as he remembered the person that had mostly taught him how to run a ship and be a gun runner, as well as teaching him how not to run a ship and lead a crew. The grey hair, however, he felt was primarily a result from his over a decade of surviving on an uncharted planet in the unknown regions. There were quite a few predators that thought of him as prey. More than once had he been forced to stay inside the escape pod for hours, even upwards of a day or more, while a hungry animal or pack of hungry animals waited just outside. There were even darker times too, periods when he contemplated if anyone would ever detect the distress signal and accepting that one way or another, he would likely die on that planet. Times that I would like to forget, he thought before walking out of the little store and wandering the streets as he had time to kill. That had all changed when a young blonde boy had shown up, and in his former ship no less. He wondered where the blonde came from, but a part of him was just happy to be found, so he didn't ask questions then, and still really hadn't. Put to work, for a brief period of time he was gun running again before he started making illegal shipments of minerals from Mustafar, a planet he had never heard of until he started working there. After that he had somehow been roped into the newly commissioned Defense Force. His knowledge of the Mod-Del sector was likely behind it, but also because he owed quite a debt to the blonde. Along with several other former smugglers, there were a large number of others present in the force. These individuals were unnerving, creepy, and silent to the point that I can't recall any of them speaking, he thought, and resisted a slight shiver that went down his spine at the thought of the mercenaries that had been hired by the blonde. At least I think they're mercs, Doro thought as he wasn't sure what kind of training or indoctrination would produce such a group. Glancing up to find himself at a busy intersection in what looked to be the market district, Doro decided to head in a direction where the street was less crowded. Hopefully I won't get lost, he commented as it had happened to him before. Despite so much time passing, when he first came back to Sarayfur with the blonde when they made it a stopping point, he had been surprised to see that not much had changed in the years since he had last been there. But then in the past year, he remarked, as he thought about the changes since the blonde had essentially taken over the planet. Just 1 year had created more growth, change, and progress than in the previous 2 decades on Sarayfur. It was still remarkable to him that the blonde was such a force of change for the 3 towns that, despite still being separate by a good distance, were now more connected than ever, and he's still just a kid. At that age I was stealing to get by and trying to get off my home planet any way that I could. Not to mention that the shorter man he had become acquainted with, Gatu, was also now working in the sector after forming a new corporation. With both of those two, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot more changes happened here in an even shorter amount of time, he thought as he continued walking. Now lost in thought, the former gunrunner did not see the human projectile that came around the corner and ran right into him. On his back and on the ground, with the wind knocked out of him, Doro could only wheeze as he looked down to see what had hit him. Disoriented, Shalia tried to get up before she noted that she was pressing down on someone that she had evidently run into. Moving herself up to see who it was, she came face to face with an officer of some kind, if the uniform was anything to go by. A moment elapsed when each just stared at the other before they realized what had happened. It took a second longer for the propulsion expert to remember why it was that she was running through the unknown streets, and noting the uniform that the man wore, she frantically said while sitting up, "You have to help me, this person." But her sentence was disjointed as she was slightly out of breath from running and didn't know how best to describe the situation. "Is someone trying to hold you against your will?" Doro asked seriously as noted the binders that the raven-haired woman still wore on her wrists. Though bewildered by the sudden encounter, he was able to take in her panicked look, her clenched hands on his uniformed shirt, and the dried blood from a split lip and slight bruising, realizing instantly that she needed help. "Yes, she managed to get out, and he may be coming this way," she told him with urgency while looking down at him and then back and forth around her as she tried to see if Nalvez was following her. Looking up at the frantic woman, Doro remained calm as he too briefly looked around before he eventually pointed out, "I can't really do anything about it," while pinned on the ground. "Hey," was Shalia's surprised response as she looked back down at the person she had run into. It was then that she noted that she was still straddling him, essentially keeping him from getting up and even pinning one of his arms with her leg. Doro smiled slightly at her realization and showed a hint of amusement at her sudden embarrassment. XX. Naruto was incredibly tired, having not slept for over a day while making all Force shadows to determine what was going on before then making all the necessary minor course corrections so he could arrive at Sarayfur as fast as possible and get there before the scout ship. Despite this, he currently found himself wide awake and alert at the prospect of the upcoming fight. Studying his opponent carefully, Naruto adopted a similar Neiman stance to his opponent and remained unfazed by the surprised feeling and look that the taller blonde showed at him, knowing the more advanced forms of that style. He also deactivated the chakra shielding with his chakra control alone, but left the device active so he could reactivate it if needed. Naruto wanted to know what the man favored in terms of fighting style. How fast he was. Will he under or overestimate me? Perhaps he will hold back in the beginning in order to see how skilled I am. Lightsaber combat only, or will he also use them in combination with force techniques? These questions, however, would slowly be answered over the course of the fight, and while he kept them in mind, Naruto focused more on the person before him. Knowing that this was his first real fight in lightsaber combat, the blonde was kept in mind that he should not underestimate his opponent until he knew more. Despite sparring with Plagueis countless times and even finding and refurbishing old training droids from various Sith locations, he remained on the defensive while analyzing everything that the Dark Jedi did. Nalvas, therefore, attacked first with slow attacks to test his defenses, guard, and reactions. The smug look let Naruto know that he was successful in deceiving the Dark Jedi into thinking that he only possessed the ability of a normal human his age. Deciding to start making more powerful strikes and go on the attack, Naruto hoped that the Dark Jedi was holding back. Striking back faster than he had showed before, the blonde unleashed a powerful strike that took the arrogant look off his opponent's face and nearly caused the man to stumble backwards. Pushing his assault, Naruto gained momentum and began striking and slashing faster than before. Nalvas, being pushed back, was unable to comprehend how the shorter blonde had suddenly and completely turned the fight on him. It was inconceivable that he could be losing any ground to someone so young. Pushing back, Nalvas stopped toying with his opponent and swung with all his strength, attempting to gain the upper hand. At the edge of the hangar, the fight came to a slight standstill before Naruto decided to stop using Neiman and switch to something different. Moving swiftly to the hangar wall, the teen jumped of the wall, spinning in the air and using the spin to attack his opponent from above before landing and continuing the moment to strike at the midsection, then spinning around to attack the legs. Nalvas used a force jump to get away from the sudden Ataru-style attacks and flipped in the air before landing on top of the nose of the small scout ship. Naruto contemplated throwing his lightsaber at the jumping figure but allowed the taller man to land as he was curious to see what his opponent would do next. Turning off his lightsaber, Nalvas extended his hands and Naruto knew exactly what was coming next, drawing his word to block the force lightning that emanated from his opponent's hands. Nalvas was shocked that the black and red sword seemed to be absorbing his most powerful attack, and Naruto used the moment to send his lightsaber spinning in an arc at his opponent. The lightsaber spun just outside of Nalvas' narrowed view, but the former Jedi was able to jump out of the way as the orange blade cut through and removed a part of the vessel's nose where he had been standing. Landing nearby, Nalvas turned to find the blonde nearly upon him, moving at surprising speed. Sending out a force push, Naruto was unable to avoid it but managed to partially block it, skidding back on the floor as he used chakra to keep himself stuck. Leaving a 2-meter-long streak mark from his shoes, Naruto recalled his still spinning lightsaber and easily caught it before preparing for his next attack. Knowing that he was outclassed in terms of basic fighting, Nalvas hooked his lightsaber back on his belt and pulled both hands back, intent on sending out a much more powerful force push. Recognizing that it was better to confront such an attack than try to dodge, Naruto sheathed his sword quickly and formed a kind tight. He had learned from fighting with Plagueis that the attack could be deflected with a force push, but had determined through experimentation that if he made it unstable, it would explode upon impacting the force push. Throwing the attack as Nalvas thrust both palms forward, resulting kinetic explosion pushed Naruto further back but sent the taller blonde hurtling backwards into cargo containers. XX. How did you get those off so fast? Shalia quickly asked as they continued retracing her steps along the path that she had run. You didn't even have a key, she further commented as the binders had been easily removed by Doro and then attached to his utility belt just in case he needed them later. An old trick, I learned, Doro answered hesitantly and with little explanation when he found that Shalia really wanted to know how he had done it. It was something he had discovered out of necessity and after numerous attempts, not because anyone had taught him how to do it. And you're sure it's this way? The uniformed man asked to change the subject, and Shalia took a moment to recall her frantic run, closing her eyes as she stopped to remember anything that stood out before nodding, and they continue. Crime had gone down considerably on Sarayfur, but it was the outer rim and anything could happen. He was a little surprised that someone would try to kidnap people in broad daylight until he recalled the planet that they were on and glanced to the unchanging sky briefly. Although it's hard to think that someone in this area wouldn't know who owns the planet and wouldn't at least be a little afraid of them, he considered, not knowing the full details of her circumstances or journey. How many are we talking about? Doro then asked, and Shalia responded, just one, to which Doro was thankful as he had no idea if he was dealing with an actual kidnapper or perhaps slavers, who usually traveled in groups and could be heavily armed. But he's incredibly dangerous and deranged, she added, and that admission caused Doro to slow as he had enough experience in facing off against armed enemies to know that the more information he had, the better his chances of survival were. Dangerous and deranged. Doro repeated, not because he wondered what she meant. In his book, there were all different kinds of crazy, but it helped to know which he might go up against. He had encountered people that were deemed crazy, but he had brief encounters with others that were a completely different classification all to themselves. Struggling to describe what she had just said, Shalia eventually just blurted out, "I get this terribly cold feeling when I looked at him. Like he was a completely different person." The description gave Doro a cold chill, as he had experienced something similar years before, but he needed more than that. "What kind of weapons does he have? Just a blaster or something?" he asked as he looked around the alley they were in, now slightly worried about encountered the kidnapper. "He has some kind of energy sword that can cut through duraplast and deflect blaster bolts. I saw him tear apart 2 battle droids with ease using it, and he can pick things up and throw them without touching them," she added while nodding, and Doro paled as she talked before then glancing to his heavy blaster pistol and frowning while thinking that it wasn't enough. "What have I gotten myself into? You had to help a pretty face," he chastised himself, and taking out his COMM device, decided it was a good time to call for backup. A quick response from a metallic and emotionless voice that simply said, "That situation is being handled. Do not approach landing site 9. The reply was a command, and Doro looked at the communicator and then back to Shalia before deciding that it would probably be best to take her to a clinic and get checked out. If someone already knew about the incident and was handling it, there wasn't really a need for him to get involved, especially with those psychopathic droids, he thought as he had recognized the standard voice tone used for the droids that Menma employed. "They have no idea what he is capable of," Shalia quickly said as a terrible feeling of foreboding and guilt washed over her. "Let me speak to them," she demanded, but Doro tried to reason before trying to snatch his communicator, which Doro prevented her from doing. "Look," Doro said, trying to reason with her, "they said they were handling it. Who are they? And who are you for that matter? Are you planetary security?" she said as she didn't like the idea of people dying at the hands of Nalvas while she waited to see what happened. "Sector Defense Force," he responded before revealing, "and my name is Doro." "Well, Doro, I am still going back to that hangar. I may not be able to fight, but I will try to do something," she declared before moving around him and resisted the attempt made by him to grab her arm before hurriedly making her way back. She was not about to let anyone die because of her, even if she was not really responsible for what Nalvas did. Watching her move away, many thoughts went through Doro's head. She doesn't even have a weapon. Why do I care? The situation may be taken care of by the time she gets there, and a few more moments passed before Doro cursed and followed after her. XX. Slowly walking to the downed foe, Naruto remained calm and aware of his surroundings as the fight was not over. He recognized that it would be at that moment, should everything be reversed, that he would be either making a last-ditch effort to win or looking for a moment to make an escape. Now will likely be the time that he starts employing something that I have never seen, or this fight will simply end, the blonde thought right as he started feeling something powerful coming from the cloaked man. There was a sudden oppressive feeling that screamed of pure hatred, and Naruto quickly dodged when the crates that were still surrounding the downed enemy were propelled away from him in all directions. The one that came closest to him smashed into the side of the vessel's fuselage and not only dented the hull of the craft but broke open the heavy metal crate. Now standing, Nalvas was radiating with rage, and Naruto was intrigued but on guard as a second later, the tall blonde looked at him and charged with force speed. Jumping back, Naruto blocked several blows as he let himself be pushed back. The intensity of the person before him was different. Now he seems to be almost afflicted with rage and charging like a berserker, Naruto thought, and noted that his opponent could not calm down but was also being empowered by the emotions to an extreme degree. He's faster than before, the blonde realized, and he decided to wait on making a counter-attack because he had the feeling that the technique was only a temporary amplification or boost. Stronger too, Naruto added as they were now almost even in strength as the technique had more than doubled anything he had experienced earlier during the fight. Possibly the biggest change were the eyes, which were earlier yellowish but were now both a sulfuric yellow and the white around the iris was reddened, possibly from extreme strain or overexertion, but Naruto wasn't sure. Whether uncontrollable or not, the taller blonde was also yelling or almost screaming as they fought, and Naruto wondered how much pain the man was in. Not even a minute elapsed before the shorter blonde noted a slowing of his frenzied attacker. The taller cloaked figure's strength and speed had peaked earlier and were now waning. He also looks fatigued, Naruto noted as now the man appeared to be out of breath and with a sheen of sweat on his face as the technique quickly faded and took a toll. Seeing that the fight was over and that he would likely learn nothing else, Naruto moved in to end it as he proceeded to inflict a debilitating blow rather than a mortal one, and would follow it up with a move to cut off the man's sword hand. As the blonde managed to nearly knock the man's lightsaber out of his hand and prepared his next strike to sever the hand, Nalvas responded by making a strange movement with his free hand which briefly called Naruto's attention to it, thinking it was an attack. This however was Nalvas' intended plan, and a powerfully bright light instantly was produced from that hand which caused Naruto's entire vision to go white. Realizing the peril he was in, Naruto leapt back and he could hear the sound of his opponent's lightsaber cut through where he had just been. Panicked and responding to everything he could hear, the first few seconds of blindness were by far the worst, as Naruto had never actually been blinded before. He also found himself disoriented, unable to determine where his opponent was, and could only imagine what the taller blonde was doing, whether planning a strike or preparing to use the force. I have been trained for this situation, Naruto repeated in his head as he tried to gain control of his emotions and calm himself. Quickly he recalled the few times that Plagueis had forced him to wear a blindfold while training, or made me wear that stupid helmet with the blast shield, he recalled, and everything came back to him. I have other senses besides sight and they are honed, he suddenly said to himself as he realized that he could tell exactly where his opponent was by sound alone or by using his ability to sense life signs if he only calmed his mind. In a better state of mind, Naruto quickly reacted to block an incoming slash and kept moving as he put distance between himself and his opponent. Ignoring the sounds of his own breathing and heartbeat, Naruto focused on what he could hear of his opponent. Nalvas was breathing more heavily from the exhaustion of his earlier technique, and it was easy to hear now that he could remain calm. I still have my shield, Naruto suddenly remembered, and he quickly activated it, no longer concerned about losing chakra if the battle was prolonged or the device interfering with the duel. Though he dodged the next strike, Naruto could feel that the shield has deflected part of it, despite knowing that he had dodged the strike enough to prevent any injury. A little longer, Naruto thought as he analyzed the sounds that his opponent was making progress in knowing what was coming. I need to keep him on the offensive with his lightsaber, Naruto also realized as he didn't have a way to know if Nalvas was using a force power until it would have been too late to identify, so he quickly went on a brief attack before backpedaling a bit and goading his opponent to strike back. The exchanges became more frequent as Naruto was slowly becoming more accustomed to his current state. Nalvas however knew this and wanted to end the fight as soon as he could, so he faked a strike and followed up with a powerful force push. Hitting hard against the wall of the hangar, Naruto dropped his sword, which did not go unnoticed by his opponent, and before he could locate it or pull it back into his hand, the shorter blonde was being hit by an attack that had failed earlier. The force lightning struck his shield and was partially absorbed by the device. In pain, Naruto began using his lightsaber to try and block the attack, which was proving more successful as seconds passed. Closing in, Nalvas continued his assault with the lightning as he slowly planned where to drive his lightsaber once he was within range. The shorter blonde appeared to be using some kind of shielding device, which he had never seen before, but he knew that it could not keep up with his attack and would fail eventually, right when he was within range for a stab. Feeling his opponent slowly diminishing the distance between them, Naruto waited as he felt the shield heating up, but he was doing much better at deflecting or absorbing the attacks with his lightsaber. Waiting for the right moment, he faked the failure of shield and lured Nalvas in. Dodging the stab, Naruto responded with a powerful punch to what he thought was his opponent's lower abdomen side and ducked under a swing before catching Nalvas' wrist when the man tried for a downward strike. Allowing his own wrist to be grabbed, Naruto instead went for a swift kick to his foe's pelvis, right near where he had just punched, and when he felt the taller man lose his stance and balance, Naruto spun both of them to push Nalvas into the hangar wall. Struggling, the older blonde was bewildered by the fact that he was still being physically overpowered, and he struggled to keep the orange lightsaber from moving closer to him. Strangely, he could feel a heat coming from it and noted a drip of what looked like lava come off the blade, falling to the ground and sizzling on the hangar floor. Trying to psychically strike his opponent proved futile, and he was forced to watch as the orange blade came closer and closer to the wrist of his hand holding his own weapon. Shaking because of strain and impending amputation, Nalvas screamed as the blade slowly cut through his forearm and he could no longer feel his hand. Still holding the lightsaber, Naruto allowed the hand to fall to the ground before he used his free hand to deliver a series of devastating blows to his opponent. Deactivating the blade, Naruto made sure Nalvas would not be waking up for a while by using the stun feature on his lightsaber, which was cannibalized from a force pike and installed with the two vibroblades at the tip above where the blade emitter was. The taller blonde convulsed before crumpling to the ground unconscious. Stepping back, Naruto breathed in both relief and slight fatigue as he tried to make sure through the force that his opponent was indeed unconscious and not going to get back up. Though he could have killed the taller blonde, he wanted answers that could not be obtained unless he kept the man alive. The whiteness which had filled his vision was beginning to fade, which he was thankful for, as before that point, he had no idea if the technique was temporary or not. Was I overconfident? He questioned as he thought back to the fight. He had tried not to underestimate his opponent in the beginning, but at some point during the fight, he had been more interested in seeing new force abilities than ending the fight or ensuring his own safety. How careless, he thought in hindsight, although he had also never heard of a Jedi or Sith being able to use a technique to blind others. Was it even a force technique? He then thought and contemplated that perhaps the man had some kind of device hidden or attached to the gloved hand which he had not seen. There will be plenty of time to find out, the victorious blonde quickly thought before calling for HK so that they could detain the prison. Most likely dead, last updated, May 22, 2016.